Hello and welcome to another edition of Savva Talks Spurs, the show that has my own name in it because it's my show. I just want to say hello and a massive welcome to Mr. Ianson. Jordan, how are you, sir?
I am, fantastic, mate. It's rolling back the years, isn't it? Me and you doing this. So it's it's good to jump on one of these with you again, and always a pleasure to see your face, mate.
Mate, listen, I was just getting all sexual behind the screen, saying how much I love your hair and what you're doing with it. It's looking lovely. It's looking lovely.
You, all for you.
I'm sure it is. Just before we crack on, how we feeling about Tottenham at the moment? And 4 points off Arsenal, 3 games to go. Have we shot ourselves in the foot, or are we still right in there?
It's a strange one, isn't it? Because you'd say throughout the whole season, the form of both us and Arsenal, that if we got a result on Thursday, you wouldn't expect them to win all of their final 2 or 3 games just because of the nature of how we both played.
Yeah.
But they seem to have kind of put a marker down the last sort of 4 or 5 weeks where they look consistent, and I thought Leeds would have been potentially a little banana skin for them, and it was a stroll in the park, really, wasn't it?
I think this is the thing. So I'm just sorting out the blinds here. What a lovely problem to have, where it's too sunny. I wasn't expecting this nice weather. I'll be really honest with you. It's a strange one with Arsenal, isn't it? I mean, every time we think that they're gonna collapse, they just keep winning, and. Yeah. I keep hearing from fans that, they scraped past and we're not worried, they're not good. But scraping past is scraping past, right?
It's better than losing 1-0 to Burnley and Southampton, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Right. So talk to me then, just before we get going to our main subjects for tonight, and before I read a few comments, are you confident of this North London derby? Are we going to win it, Jordan?
Under any other normal circumstances, i.e. Arsenal coming to our ground with fans there, I would be confident based on the 2 teams.
Yeah.
I think with the allure and the prize of them securing top 4 this season at our ground, in front of our fans, 3 games before the end of the season, is a big, big carrot in front of their face, isn't it? So I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm confident. Do I think we should win? I fancy us based on the players that we've got. But no, it's Tottenham. Been doing this long enough. I would never say I'm confident in any game, to be fair, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with Henry on his show last night, and I said, look, I do think we're going to win. And listen, I'd love to think we're going to smash them 4-5-0 and that Kane and Son are going to run riot. But it's just these occasions, isn't it? We've been here, I want to say 10 years, 15, 20, however long anyone supported Spurs. We've had this occasion time and time again where you go, win this and we achieve this.
When it matters.
And we never seem to do it. So do you think then, last bit on this, but I'm sure we'll go into this in a bit more detail a bit later. Do you think that even if we beat Arsenal, do you see Newcastle and and Everton doing us a favour and taking enough points off of the Gunners to allow us to finish 4th?
I mean, first and foremost, say we beat Arsenal, you're then relying on us going and beating Burnley, which we haven't done this season. Norwich, you'd like to think is something, again, but you like to think that's a given. But you're relying on us picking up maximum points then from the remaining games.
Yeah.
I think Newcastle, Arsenal will dispatch quite comfortably. I think they're sort of in cruise control, holiday mode, just sort of trying things out, having fun with the way they're playing, which, I think, what were they, up to 10th or 9th at one point? They're just having a good time at the minute, looking forward to what players they're going to bring in the summer. I think Everton, really, you've just got to rely on the fact, or hope the fact that they're still fighting for their lives on the last day of the season, and they need something to stay up.
Do you know what I was thinking this, mate? When I saw them beat Chelsea, I thought, okay, it's one off. Then you see them follow that up with another win against Leicester. Sorry, I realise the sun is on my face.
We can see you, though. I can see you fine.
Right, perfect. That in this apartment, there is nowhere to completely block out the sun.
Out.
I mean, to back that up with a win away at Leicester, now all of a sudden it's at the point where you go, well, hang on, we need Everton to be needing something from that last game. Yeah. Because imagine they're 4 points clear of relegation with the last game of the season. Can you really see their players going to Arsenal, a team that need to win it to get Champions League, and putting up a massive fight? Can you see that?
I mean, how much fight, bar these last few games, have you seen from Everton all season? Like you say, if they're in a position where they're mathematically safe, yeah, like I say, and I think that goes back to your first question of are you confident or no? Like I've seen a lot of things on Twitter going that somehow it's still not in our hands mathematically, but still we're favourites. And I mean, no. I mean, obviously it's done if we lose at the weekend on Thursday anyway.
Yeah.
But I think
what about a draw? What about if we draw to Arsenal? They're 4 points still in front of us with 2 games to go. Can you see them not winning either of the last 2?
No, I think that it has to be a win, doesn't it? But I think even then, the last 2 games that Arsenal have got, it doesn't fill me with hope that they're going to lose. I mean, we had that period where they played, was it Chelsea, United, and West Ham in 3 games, and that was the period where we went, they'll drop points in that. And they do you know what I mean? Whereas when we played United, we dropped points twice. Chelsea, West Ham. So they, like you say, when it kind of comes down to the moments where anytime they've really slipped up, we've slipped up alongside them. Which has been the cause of our downfall, really. And I think, like you say, I know we'll get into the ins and outs of content, what we're thinking and stuff like that, but we can only blame ourselves as we always have done if we don't make top 4.
Absolutely. I think, it's strange, right? Because what lots of people tell you, the people that don't quite understand things will tell you, well, at the beginning of the season, we would have taken 5th or 6th. Now, let's be fair. I don't disagree with that statement as a whole. However, the landscape changes throughout the season, and the landscape changed massively with the fact that West Ham just simply didn't have enough players and didn't have the legs to go on both fronts. And as such, it might see them not get either, right? It might see them get the Conference League where they could have had Champions League. Arsenal have had no Europe and have done better than I thought, to be honest, with the players they've got.
Yeah.
Man United have just been worse than I think anyone could have imagined. I mean, I was saying last night on Henry's show, I don't rate United at all, but for them to be as bad as they have been, has been a bit weird. And then after that, who is there? I mean, Wolves were there for a little bit.
Yeah.
So when you look at it like that, I don't see us anywhere near the top 2. I think Chelsea are just having one of them spells. They always do this every 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
When I look at it, if we don't get top 4, I'm going to be really disappointed purely because of how the league has played out. Would you feel that way, or are you in the camp of 5th or 6th is a good season?
Neither of those statements, really. For me, I think that's. I mean, look, we want Champions League. I want Champions League. I'd love to see it again. I've missed those nights at the ground, so it'd be great to see that next year. But I think it's kind of redundant based on, well, what are we actually going to do with it if we do get it?
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So,
have you been watching League Gunner?
No, I haven't. No. I've seen he does this thing with Henry, really, but no, not for me.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, but it is just what are we going to do with it? Because there's no, for me, whether we do or we don't get it, the same plan has to be in place for this summer upcoming. And if that plan is carried out, whether we do get it or we don't get it, the next season should be a successful season, right? So I kind of don't give a fuck in that aspect.
Yeah,
but
understood.
But of course it would be disappointing because I'm like you. That's why I think at the start of most seasons in our group chats we go, what do we think, or how bad is our starting 11, and who's better than us, and we do that all the time. And I try not to overcommit because we've seen it before where we think we're going to challenge for the title and we don't, and then sometimes we think we're going to finish 10th and we finish 4th. Do you know what I mean? It's hard once we look at United last season finishing 2nd, albeit about 30 points behind City, but they were a decent side. They then go and technically strengthen in the summer with Varane and Ronaldo and Sancho, and they're worse than they were last year. So sometimes it doesn't quite play out how it should do.
I mean, you know me, Jordan, in our WhatsApp groups, whatever, at the beginning of every season and the beginning of every game, I always caveat everything with, well, look, I think we'll finish 7th or 8th, but we've got Kane and Son.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, right, as long as those two stay fit throughout the season, which they have, you're okay.
We're always in that ballpark as long as we've got them too.
And let's hope we don't ever have to worry about the day that they're not there, because that will then I will worry.
We've got to hope they're like Zlatan Ibrahimovic and play to their 41.
Still going. Yeah. So look, that leads me on nicely. I want to talk to the first part of the show. I want to talk about our recruitment over the last 8 to 10 years. And just before I do that, I've got some people that keep coming back each show. So, you know, I'm a firm believer that these podcasts, these shows, you get lots of people that go, oh, don't pay attention to the comments. I think that you have to, otherwise what's the point, right? Yeah. Otherwise, me and you might as well just have a phone call and have a chat, right? Yeah. And then we can actually say what we really think. Yes. JGR Make, yes. Hello, big up to you as well. Louis, big up. Yeah, lots of bigging up. I like it.
See, that was the year that we were going to win the league then.
Yeah, something like that, mate. Mavusa said, hello, I hope you're well as well. Coach Silver, yes, it's beer o'clock in New York. It's absolutely stunning here today. Mafusa said, we have to beat Arsenal if we have any chance of top 4. Yeah, I think that is a given. He's followed up with, it's all about 3 points. Absolutely, I think it is. And I think that all the Spurs fans that keep saying Arsenal are poor and they scrape past, yeah, both are true statements, but if they scrape past, you win. Savva just wanted to say that even as a gooner, I can enjoy your shows because you don't let the tribalism get in the way of analysis. Yeah, I think tribalism is what is for the shows that care only about making money. I think the shows that want to get on Sky Sports, like I don't mind saying it, shows like Last Word on Spurs, shows like Chris Cowling's show, these guys will never, ever tell you the truth because they're just worried about what if I don't get on Sky Sports and what if Tottenham want me to do this at the club. I don't care about all that. I'll say it as it is. I think, Jordan, I think you're very similar as well. So I've just ruined both our chances of being Sky Sports presenters for the next 20 years. So sorry, mate. Sorry.
Where am I going to pay my rent from, mate?
I know, mate. I know. Even if we can't see Arsenal losing, apologies, don't know what that was about. Mafuz, at home, I'm confident we can beat Arsenal. The players will be up for it. That result against Liverpool will give a bit of confidence. Let's hope so. Let's really, really hope so. PB and Jam, hello to you. As for now, we're most likely to be going in the Europa League. Unfortunately, I do agree, but the chance is there. Can see us winning the North London Derby, but Arsenal win the last 2 games. That is the definition of Spursy, that is. Newcastle away will be difficult for Arsenal. St. James's Park isn't an easy place to go. I agree, but again, are they going to be in holiday mode? Hello, Ron. Big question. Spurs were playing for their lives with Liverpool. Let's hope the players aren't too tired, especially Sonny. Yep, let's hope. We need to win all our games. I think it's all the same thing now. Arsenal, blah, blah, blah. Perchy, big up, guys. Perchy, how are you doing? I need to get you on as well, mate. Let's see. Our Spurs 1980 couldn't see Arsenal slipping against Leeds. Not sure why a lot of fans thought they would. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah. Leeds don't have goals in them, unfortunately. Manan says, Savva, quick question. How do you think Arsenal will set up against us on Thursday? I think they'll do what they do. They go 4-2-3-1. And I think what they'll do is they'll have a lot more of the ball than we will. And it's about whether we can keep those 3 quiet behind Nketiah. For me, that's how I see it going. We'll come on to what you think, Jordan, in a minute. So let's talk, right, Jordan. So I want to talk about this, okay? I want to talk about our recruitment for the last 8 to 10 years. So before we actually dive into the signings, I've got every signing we've ever made since 2014, 2015, which is Poch, Jose, Nuno, and Conte. Just talk to me, give me a brief summary without using swear words, just in case you do revive your Sky Sports aspiration. Our recruitment, I'm looking at the last 8 to 10 years, but even going back to the Premier League era, talk to me. What is our recruitment strategy? what has our recruitment been like, and what would you score it out of a 10 and why?
Yeah, okay. Do you know what? I think we've had this conversation probably multiple times over the years about our recruitment, and there's always quite a reactive answer of the lack of recruitment, or just poor recruitment, or aimless recruitment, which is true in loads of different aspects. But when you actually try and think about it, you try and put yourself in the position of the club, i.e. Daniel Levy, down to the people that are actually conducting the recruitment, the scouting network, everything like that. You try and look at it and go, okay, so why did we, correct me if I'm wrong, you would try and encapsulate it from the club's perspective and go, over the last 8 to 10 years, our method has been by young, promising players that we can develop, not necessarily straight into the first team or the starting 11, but over those seasons, they'll become established first team players, eventually crucial first team players. They either bring us success or we sell them on for a profit. Yeah. I think, especially when we went from the likes of Yol, Redknapp, and then to Pochettino, and Pochettino had, in quotation marks, more success with a younger group of players, which we would say he stumbled upon, really. There was no real signings that he brought in which fitted into that starting 11 for me. It then creates, you're sort of in an echo chamber, in the sense for Daniel Levy, where you're going, right, that worked in his head, buying Cole Walker from Forest or Villa or whoever it was, Danny Rose from the academy, and
Sheffield United and Leeds is what you're looking for.
Right, thank you. Dembele from Fulham and Wanyama from South. All these things sort of paid off. And then you kind of get stuck into this idea that, okay, we finished second, we got to finals in this method, and so we're just going to keep doing that. Now, that does work if you have competence behind it, i.e. we've spoken about Ajax's academy and transfer policy. You never see them go and buy, similar to Dortmund, I guess, as well. You never really see them go and buy anyone for 40, 50 million. It will be 4 million and they've got them from the Belgium second division or something like that, right? And then in 2 years' time, you see them playing in the Champions League and doing very well. The reason that works for them is because they have a competent scouting network. And when they go and buy a player which is young like that, it's not that they've seen that they've scored 15 goals in league on the season before. It's because they've watched them for 10 years and they know, and they have a system and a philosophy behind their club where they go, that player will fit perfectly into our philosophy and system for the club and can progress through that system up until the first team. What we did was go, any young player which has a decent season or some sort of decent stat behind them, i.e. some good assists, Janssen and Co from the Dutch league, and go, well, that's a perfect striker to be a backup to Harry Kane. When in reality, if you'd actually watched him play in the Netherlands, you know that he's quite immobile. Most of his finishes are in and around the box, but has a lot of space around him when those goals happened. Really slow feet. He's not going to fit into the Premier League and into a side, especially the way that we were playing. So I think that's the issue, is you got stuck into this mentality of young, promising players, but didn't actually look at the bigger picture of how that fits into anything. You've just gone scattergun approach and hope it fucking works. But ultimately, that's my in-depth analysis. It, on the face of things, it's been shit and hasn't worked. But I could see the idea behind it. You just had to have competence to make that work.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and nicely put. Very diplomatic. I don't want you to ever work for Sky Sports. I want you to be you should be in government, right? With answers like that. I like the way you ended it with, but it's been absolutely shit. Brilliant. Right. I mean, look, the thing for me is I look at this and I get it, right? You're going to get the Dele Alli for a few years off the 5 million that we spent. You're going to get the Kyle Walkers, the Danny Rose. You had it with Michael Dawson, Tom Huddleston, Gareth Bale. I get it. But because of that, it seems to have kind of filtered down into the fans, that fans now say, well, we don't want to buy top players because it hasn't worked for us. But for me, I want to touch on what you said there. Clubs that have been watching and monitoring players for longer than, they've had half a good season, let's go and sign them. But hang on, we've looked at this player for a couple of years. They fit into the style and the ethos and the culture of our club. Can we attribute any of this poor recruitment for the last, I'm going to keep it to a decade, but for me, look, I think it's been ever since Enoch came in. But can we attribute any of it to the fact that we do keep changing manager, that there isn't an ethos because each manager comes in with their own way of playing, so players that were bought in this window aren't right a year later because the manager's changed? Or am I letting them off the hook there and it's just been poor?
It's been a bit of both. I think the problem is because even with if we go from Poch to Jose to Mason, if you want, but then Nuno and then Conte, up until this window coming up with Conte, because even Kulu, Bentancur, and Romero are in the mold of that young up and coming player, right? Bentancur being the oldest at 24, I think.
Yeah.
So that hasn't really changed, that method. What has been poor is when the likes of Jose says, I need a centre-back. It's the centre-back that you go and get.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So it's not the manager's system for me, because whether you're playing a 4 at the back, a 3 at the back, wing-backs or full-backs, or 2 in the midfield or 3 in the midfield, the bodies remain the same, right? You still need the same size squad. Yeah. And when they go, I need a full-back or a wing-back or a centre-half or a defensive midfielder, whenever we go and get that player, it's not the player that we need. It's the player that we might need in 4 years. Yeah. So, like I say, it kind of swings and roundabouts. Obviously, Conte will have a certain system when you need certain players to fit into that. But when we're going to talk about probably our biggest issue, which is the wing backs, that's not changed for 5 years. So it's irrelevant based on the system that we're really playing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, I get you. Listen, I'm trying to... You know my opinions.
Yes.
Obviously, when I'm on here and I'm trying to do the show and I'm trying to remain somewhat in the middle, even though I find it ultimately impossible.
You in the middle.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know. It's hard to believe, isn't it? I try and find excuses for it. And I keep hearing, I think a lot of it is, I attribute a lot of it is to the fans will just go and pay regardless.
Yeah.
Right. Daniel Levy could put these tickets at £150 a game. Fans will still go, oh, well, I'm going because the stadium and the beer fills up from the bottom and blah, 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 blah. I think as a fan base, we celebrate really poor signings as well. And I think we're over emotional about them. I think we are, I think we're too sentimental. Top clubs bring a player in, and if that player isn't good within a year, those fans are like, get this guy out. Bakayoko at Chelsea, as an example. Came in, big reputation. Let's get rid of that guy. Spurs, we go, oh, he'll come good next year.
Another season.
Oh, second year's not worked. Next year, because, he doesn't speak English. Oh, he's just settled. Oh, he's blah, 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 blah. All of these things.
But that's part of the recruitment, really quickly. If they can't speak the language and they can't settle into the side, that's something you know before you buy the player.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to show you something that slightly off topic, but because I like to get the comments involved, and these people, they take their time, and I thank everyone, even the people that hate me. I thank you for taking the time to watch and comment, and without your comments, the show doesn't do anything. I don't understand comments like this, and this is what I mean, Jordan. Not the one on the screen, the one I'm about to put on.
Yeah.
It's when I say that our fans are literally happy with anyone, it's things like this, right? Now, this guy loves to come at me, and it's quite funny because he's one of these where some people I look at and I go, right, I don't agree with you, but I respect your view. This guy, I just don't get. So he's talking about, what's my beef with Ollie Skip? I like that, beef. What's my beef? I watched the stream with Henry and you were beating Skip with any little stick you can get. I don't get it. Why don't you want academy graduate to do good? Now, first and foremost, Jordan, right? I don't know how many times I can say the same thing. I don't hate Ollie Skip, right? I think he's a decent footballer. He is okay. He works hard. He's got a good engine on him, and he will die for the cause. Mm-hmm. The problem is, Jordan, because I don't turn around and go, generational. This boy is the next Gerrard. Oh my God, this is England's centre mid for the next decade. Yeah. It's apparently slander.
Yeah.
So, talk to me, Jordan. Ollie Skip. Am I hard? Is he better than okay? And bearing in mind, we're talking about a guy that's played 20 times for the first team, maybe?
Something like that.
Right?
Yeah.
Why are we so quick to want these players to be better than they are before they've achieved anything?
I think that's it, isn't it? It's wishful thinking. It's we know that we need a midfield and we haven't got one. A lot of it is how do you explain it? There's a romance around it as well, isn't there? You know, child at the club, been there for however many years, seems like a lovely chap, seems humble, signed a new deal. You know, personally, I know you said the same. I really like Ollie Skipp. The problem you've got, and when I say problem, it's not a problem. He's someone that you want in and around the first team to play a bunch of games every year, cups, a couple of league games, everything. You want him to be in and around and you want him to play. What you can't do is, you know, we all want to see progression up through the academy, but then by that narrative, you would go, well, just play the academy in the first team then, because it makes no sense. They have to be good enough. And I'm not saying, because Oliver Skipp has proved himself to be good enough to be a Premier League footballer, to play football in the Premier League. Right? So he's good enough for that. He's also proved on some games that he's good enough to play for Tottenham in the Premier League. But there are some games that he's not ready to play for Tottenham in the Premier League or the Cup. That's just the case because of his age and his development and things like that. So to say that people are saying, i.e. you or myself, which hasn't been accused of me, but no one is saying that Ollie Skipp is not a good footballer and that we don't like him and that we don't want him. What I'm saying, and I think you're saying, and I think, well, I know Antonio Conte is saying, is that if we want to progress, and the facts are there, where we've not been in the Champions League or challenging for anything for 3 or 4 years, that to get to that, we need players that are ready, i.e. better than someone like Oliver Skipp right now. In 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, whenever it may be, Oliver Skipp might be the man that we put in that midfield that needs us to be there.
Why are you talking sense? It's weird when people talk sense. Let's just have a look at some of the comments, because I do. That's why I love half this show. You get things like this. Come on, Savva, you got to give the kid time. Again, yes, I think it's you, son over Salah and Matt. You guys have to give him time before you hype him to the point. I saw this with Winks. I saw this when Winks burst onto the scene. When Mason Winks, Mason, Benton, Tommy Carroll, Dean Marnie, Jamie O'Hara. When all these
goal
boys,
for Dean Marnie, though. Good goal.
Right? Livermore. When all of these boys burst onto the scene, our fans just get so overexcited. Now, the same with all of them. Said, okay, he's okay. When he starts, I don't go, oh my God, Skip's playing. But I don't go, oh, Skip's playing today. He's another player. I've seen hundreds of these in the last 35, 40 years that I've been going to Spurs. I've seen hundreds of these types of players where you're like, okay, I don't want you to leave. I don't think you're that great. But then
we've seen how that can change, right? That's the thing, and that's why I'm open to it with Gareth Bale. I'm not saying Oliver Skipp's going to be Gareth Bale, by the way.
I hear.
But we've seen Gareth Bale go on a 23-game losing streak with us, and we all wanted him out of the club and thought he was shite. And all of a sudden, that switch flips, right? But that's why we're saying he needs to be in and around the team and to play, because you can see he's a good footballer, and that development might just click, and you go, oh God, okay, he's got it now. But at the moment, you know, he shouldn't really be playing 90 minutes week in, week out for a side that is ideally looking to challenge for the biggest prizes and be in the Champions League.
That's the biggest thing for me, Jordan, is these fans that they'll back everybody. They can't want success. Because
it's admirable, though, isn't it? Don't you think? It must be nice to live like that.
Listen, it must be lovely to wake up every day and think Spurs are the best and all our players are the best. I admire that. The problem with that, it's just not reality. No. And I like to live in reality. And here's a couple. I've got a couple of absolute worldies for you here, Jordan. So whoever this is, Ant Kakaris. Emerson is top 4 right back in Europe. Your agenda against him is ridiculous.
No, he's having you on there, Savva, surely.
He's having me on. I tell you what I do hate is the word agenda. If you have an opinion of a player, it's an agenda. Here's another one from our mate Matt. You need to give new players time to settle, Savva. Look at Emerson. He had his best game in a Spurs shirt against a good Liverpool side. It's the start for him. I mean, look, I've seen players like Emerson Royal over and over and over again. This stinks to me of the same of Aurier, Sissoko, Celso, Ndombele. I mean, Fazio, I could keep going with players that fans wanted to be better than they are.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can look at a player and go, sometimes, right? Like in Son's first season at Spurs, you could see that he was a player.
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't working for him.
No.
I can't ever look at Royal and think you can trap a ball.
Exactly. There's the difference. I'm not interrupting you.
Go for it. Go for it.
It is exactly that. And there are players, and I don't want to bring them into this because I know people get very passionate about it. But someone like Ndombele, for example, we've both watched him and gone, you can see he can play football.
Right. Yeah.
But either fitness, attitude, the league, whatever it is, it's not working. You can just see that. But he can do something. Emerson Royal is a player. Yes, he had a good game against Liverpool, similar to what Japhet Tanganga did, and then played terribly for the next 20 games.
Yeah, exactly.
But Emerson Royal's touch, his pass, his positioning, you can look at him and just go, the quality as a footballer is not very good.
Yeah,
and that's the problem. The problem is not wanting to not give him time and whatever. And look, if he does stay for another year and he ends up being the best right back in the league, I will not make a bet and give anybody anything, but I will hold my hands up and apologise on this and potentially buy an Emerson shirt.
Jordan, I think you're safe, mate. I think you're safe.
I started to sweat then. I think, mate.
Listen, in a minute, I'm gonna put up our signings for the last 8 years, and after that, we're gonna go through our best Spurs 11 from the Premier League era. Now, when we do that, I suspect that a lot of the people that are a bit younger will belittle every player that played before the last 10 years.
Sorry, Savva, I'm just looking, because I know that I've watched your stream and I've seen him. I just genuinely want to have a conversation with Son over salary. No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
He's a troll, gone.
No, but it's just fine. I can see he's pocketed Diaz. Once he improves his crossing, it'll be brilliant. And I go, but that's like me saying, well, I'm going to sign John Terry as a striker, and once he improves his finishing, that's not how football works. You can't just say once they improve something. I haven't got to the pocketed. I mean, this is one of those phrases these kids use now, like he pocketed him. Now, if you actually look, he pocketed Diaz. I'd just like to ask you the question, who scored the goal? Right now, I don't care if it was lucky. I don't care if it was a deflection. If he pocketed him, he would have been nowhere near that to get the goal. There's a big difference for me, Jordan, in terms of saying a player played well when we're playing our game, as opposed to a player played well when we stuck 10 men behind the ball and just basically said, try and break through us. Because that was a game where Royal didn't have to worry about positioning. He didn't have to worry about his pass because we weren't doing much of it. It was, right, okay, I'm on the edge of my own box with the other 4 defenders, break us down. But, I mean, look, all I know is it's all opinions, but if anyone is looking at Emerson Royal and thinking that's a good right back, I pray that they never, ever get a job in football as a scout, because no one can tell you, here we go. Here's my Miracle Miles. Skip is 22 years old. You were talking about how good he was at Norwich in the Championship. Maybe that's his level. And look, Miracle Mile, look, I agree. When people talk, I don't agree that maybe is his level. It could be, we don't know yet. But when people are saying so-and-so scored, was clarity in the Championship, that makes him quality. Well, okay. But then we could say the same thing about Mitrovic. The man's just banged in 43 goals in the Championship. What's his best ever in the Premier League? 10, maybe? 9? Maybe he's hit double digits now.
Right. So I think we've got to be honest about this. He loves it. That was a deflection off Benter. You're so agenda driven, you just want to blame Emerson. I didn't blame Emerson for the goal. I think that I keep saying Son over Salah. Same thing I've said, Jordan. You've heard me say this a million times. 2 of these, 1 of these. They're not listening. I'm not.
No, but there's nothing you can do in that situation, then, is it? So enjoy living in that world. Yeah. I'm jealous.
Yeah. I mean, there you go. Jacob, mate, defensively, Emerson is a competent wing back going forward. He's shocking. I mean, look, again, I'm going to disagree. I think he's dreadful defending. And again, I want to see a performance like that, but not when we're camped in our own half.
When he's got 4 men around him to support.
Right. So let's see. At the moment, look, and again, I can't keep saying this. Oliver Skipp, decent.
Good player. Good player for his age. Good player.
Right.
Doesn't fill me with excitement. Like someone, different positions, of course, but someone of a similar age, Kulusevski, and you go, oh, yeah, fits straight into that level of football and impacts the game every time.
Right. So let's move on. But just before we do the last one, Championship is the hardest league in the world. Yeah, it must be because, I mean, Mitrovic and Solanke between them just scored, if I'm not wrong, 74 between them. Mitrovic and Solanke, that is a really hard league. I'm going to be really honest, really tough league. Right, let's move on. No one is writing him off. Grow up. Right. So I want to have a look at our transfers. And I want you to tell me what you think of each window.
Yeah.
Now, when we get to the end, I'm going to tell you how much we spent in these 8 windows and how much we recouped. But I put this together because I just wanted to highlight just how bad our scouting has been and just how bad Levy will not back managers. Mm-hmm. So if we have a look at this, right, this was our first summer under Poch.
Yeah. 2015? Yeah.
2014, 2015. So you got Ben Davies, who is still at Tottenham. I can't believe it.
And starting, by the way.
And starting. Eric Dyer, who is still at Tottenham. Delhi, who has just left basically on a free. Because I cannot see when we're ever going to make money out of it.
No, we're not going to get any money out of that. No. It's done.
Fazio, who was, let's be honest, dreadful.
Alongside Vlad Kirikes, though, can't help.
No, that is true. That is true. Stambouli, Vorm, Yedlin. I mean, it's not good, is it?
No.
Who was a hit out of those players? Who was a hit?
I mean, it was Delhi, wasn't it? Initially, I think you could call that a hit. Got two good seasons out of it, but it wasn't meant to be a hit, was it? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Brought in as a hit. It was brought in as a look further on down the line, like a lot of them. Davis. I think Rose was in that season, so he was brought as a backup. I think Rose was already playing at that time. I may be wrong. Fazio was meant to start. Was poor. Stambouli barely got a look in. Did Ben Taleb keep him out for most of the time? Mm-hmm. Vorm just is like a bad smell and just keeps coming back as a coach every 5 minutes. Yedlin, terrible footballer.
It would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that Eric Dyer's been. I mean, he's been a decent signing. I think he's had as many good years as he has bad years.
Yeah, I think that we had a split opinion on Dyer for a while, didn't we? And then I sort of came over to despising the way he played football. But yeah, I've never really hated Eric Dyer. I always thought he's good at something, but not good at a lot of things.
I've never hated him. I've always said I wouldn't mind him as the third centre back if there were two really good centre backs, i.e. Vertonghen and Alderweireld.
Yes,
but when he's your man in the middle of the centre three, I panic. Let's move on to the window after. So this is the year period, by the way. This isn't all one week. This is the summer and the January, just so we know.
It's January, right? Yeah.
So for me, this was obviously, I think this is split down the middle, right? Nji and Wimmer, dreadful.
Yeah.
Trippier, I think, had an indifferent time at Tottenham. I didn't mind him at all.
No,
he had some good times. Spent a lot of the time on the bench behind Walker.
Which works, right? That works when you've got someone like Carl Walker playing.
Absolutely.
It doesn't work when you've just got Trippier. Yeah.
And then you got two signings that were very much a hit. I won't be saying that a lot of times throughout this next 8 years, but Son and Alderweireld. I mean, those are the sort of signings that we don't seem to make anymore.
No. I think there's caveats to that because I think we can all be honest with ourselves and say that when we signed someone like Heung-min Son, we didn't all go, "Ooh." Do you know what I mean? I think that people that did know him, and I didn't know much about him at the time, will go, he was a decent player in the Bundesliga, but no one really expected Son to be what he is now. That's taken a lot of years, hasn't it, to get to where it was? And I think he had a poor first season as well. But as you said earlier, what you could see when he played was he could finish. He was strong. He was quick. He was a good player. So yeah, I think that was a hit. I don't think anyone would have put money on being the hit it is. Alderweireld as well. I think obviously Rolls Royce for centre back, one of probably the best centre back I've seen since Ledley King at Tottenham. But again, for me, the caveat for that was it's worked out, or it did work out. But was he playing right back for Southampton when we signed him on loan from Atletico? Do you know what I mean? I don't think it was one. It's not like an ambitious signing, is what I'm saying to you. Yeah. It worked out because he was brilliant, but I still don't think it was. It turned out to be
an absolute world. I mean, that's the sort of player. This is what I mean. When our fans look at some of our players and go, "Oh, he's quality, he's quality, he's quality," you look at Alderweireld and everything about that man oozed class.
Yeah,
that's why when people tell me, "Oh, you don't like any Spurs players," oh, I do. But when they're like this man.
Do you know what upsets me now is because I think when he left was absolutely the right time in terms of he was on that downwards sort of decline. But when I look at the back three we've got now, I think he gets that back three, and I think with someone with the pace of like Romero around him and somebody like that, he'd still be so much better than what we've got in that back three.
Yeah,
I was like, it's similar to that Dembele situation where I go, if we were going to, now we're playing this system. In a two, he was too slow and his reaction times weren't good enough. But now I thought with that three, it could still work for him for another year. But hey, I miss him, is what I'm trying to say.
Now, I want to warn you and anyone who's watching this and anyone who might watch this in the replay that the next 3 or 4 or maybe 5 are not very pretty to look at. But we're going to start. And I can guarantee there'll be someone in that chat that just to try and get one over you will go, "Oh, he was good. He was good." Look at the state of that window. Now, Wanyama, I thought was excellent for a year and a half. Yeah, I thought he was. And I think he's now playing in the MLS. But I thought he was excellent when he came in for that year and a half alongside Dembele. So I'm good signing. Sissoko, Janssen, and Kudu and Lopez. I mean, can you ever imagine any of the teams around us ever making signings like those?
Where were we at that point? We were already in the Champions League at this point.
We were in the Champions League.
Yeah, so we'd had good revenue. We'd had money coming through the door. And we thought to kick on, to really push on, we made a deadline day panic 30 million signing for Sissoko, was it? Was that the deadline day panic? Yeah.
Yeah, Sissoko was, I think we were all over, was it Mane? Maybe,
yes.
I think. Mane or Wijnaldum?
No, Wijnaldum, yeah. That was the options, wasn't it? And then Everton forced us into a panic buy on the last day because they were going to get Sissoko. And we thought, no, we can't let Everton have Sissoko. We want him.
Here you go. I told you, look at this, Jordan. Look, there you go. Sissoko was our player of the year. I'll be honest, every time Sissoko wore a Spurs shirt, it made me sick that I had to watch him play.
You know what you had about him? I think there was a positive vibe about him, and it was similar to Janssen and Soldado when we had them. You know when Soldado eventually scored, and everyone crowded around them, and they were always in tears. It was it was such a good moment because of how shit they were. It was a similar thing when Sissoko had a decent run in the team and did okay. It was like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever seen because of it. It's a strange one. But yeah, when you look at it like that.
I mean, look, this is what you get. This is what you get. Look, Sissoko was our plan there, and Kudu wasn't given a prop. I mean,
where is he now in the Turkish league? Is he playing for Besiktas, I think?
I think so. I mean, it's just when our fans, you know my saying, these fans, they have the club they deserve. They have the non-winning club they deserve because they rate some god-awful footballers. For me, I want better. I don't make any bones about that.
No, I look at it though, because taking it back to when I was at school and college and even at work now, and I go, when I was at school and we had players like, Robbie Keane or somebody like that, I couldn't argue with Arsenal fans because they had Henry and Bergkamp and Lundberg and Freddie, Pires. And I go, so do they do this with their pals? Like if they got United fans or Man City fans as friends that are talking about Bernardo Silva, do they go, no, have you seen Harry Winks though? Like, do you know what I mean? I feel like, do they have this conversation with other people and do this? It's like, it's.
You remember when I had my channel before, a year and a half ago, whatever, and some guy came on and he was adamant that Lo Celso was better than Bernardo Silva. And I said
and Bruno Fernandes as well.
Oh, and Bruno, adamant. And he genuinely believed it. And it's so worrying. It's so worrying that people can't see past their Tottenham badge and realise that. But let's move on to the next window, which is just, I don't even need to say anything. Have a look at this. Have a look at that. I mean, it's
the worrying thing about that is you'd probably say the best signing was Llorente, i.e. we got the most value back for the goal against Man City. And that's
just worrying, isn't it? How we do this window after window. And the thing is, when we get to the end, I'm going to show you how much we've actually spent in those 7 years. What I'd like is everyone in the comments, can you just have a guess for me? I'm going to show you in a bit. Can you just have a guess for me? So from that season I showed, 14-15, up until the window we've just had, how much money did Spurs spend? And when I show you, the overriding theme that I'm going to talk about is, I'm not saying we've not spent on players, but every one of these windows, why didn't we just buy 2 or 3 of quality rather than we keep signing 5 or 6 that are so bang average it hurts? Then we move on to the 2018-2019 window when Jordan's finished texting his booty call.
I'm listening, though, don't worry.
Then we move on to this window, the best window we've ever had. Now, this was the window, right? This was the window, right? Just quickly, I just love this guy. I wish I could meet this guy in a pub and have a proper football chat. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think
he's old enough to be in the pub. So
that is true. Look, I mean, Sanchez was good. Never. He is dreadful. Mora got us to a Champions League final. Right, okay, so Mora was a good signing because one game he scored a hat-trick. And Llorente was a vital...
Bergwijn's a good signing then, isn't he? Because he's 3 points against Leicester.
Mate, it's ridiculous. These guys will... As I said, this son over Salah guy, he has the club he deserves. Many of these fans do. They deserve no success. Yeah, they deserve it. Anyway, so let's go back to that window, to that magical window where we didn't sign anyone. Now, what makes me laugh about this is there are fans that will stick up for Levy, right? They'll stick up for Levy, but then they'll stick up for Poch and say, oh, well, he wasn't bought a player for a year. Which one is it? You can't have both, right? And second of all, do you remember at this time, Jordan? I don't know, was this just after we'd finished working with each other?
Yeah, probably something around that time. Yeah.
And I remember how many fans, and I kept saying to you, I can't believe how many fans would say, well, you can't bring in players to better our team. You can't have a centre-back that will sit on the bench behind Vertonghen out of Ireland.
Yeah.
Which centre mid's going to sit on the bench behind Dembele? Which striker's going to sit behind Kane? Yada, yada, yada. Great. Well, then you've got what you deserve, because from that moment onwards, and I believe it was that year, or was it the year before, that Walker left and started This was
Trippier's first year, and with Aurier as a backup.
Right. So this was the year we'd sold Walker, and so began the kind of destruction of that famous 11 that never won anything. Right. Now let's go to this window. Now, at the time, I was excited about one of them.
Yeah.
Right. At the time, I mean, I was working with Ross at the time. I remember me and him was sitting in Discovery Channel, and he'd come over to me. He's going, Savva, he signed. And Dembele. And me and him were like, right. And then we followed it up with that. Bergwijn, Sessegnon, Lo Celso, Clark, Gedson. Do you want to have a guess how much those 6 players cost?
Are we including Lo Celso's loan and then permanent fee?
Yeah.
Yeah. 160, 70, 80 million?
163 million. Right. But again, rather than buy 3 quality players to help us with the Champions League, we go, let's buy a plethora of players that aren't good enough. Now, as I've said many a time, Ndombele, I really wanted. And after 6 months of him being there, I was like, oh.
And correct me if I'm wrong, is this the window where, so I think Clark was 10 mil, right? And Sessegnon was 30 or 20 something?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So around 40 million spent on those 2 players. And was this not the year that we agreed 70 odd million for Dybala, but couldn't afford the 10 million in image rights, but could pay 10 million for Jack Clark? Was that year? Yeah. So that tells you everything that you need to know. Yeah.
Just quickly before we go on, let's look at some of the comments. So we've got Miracle Miler said to Son Over Salah, your toxic positivity is worse than being negative. I agree. There's positivity is only positive if it's real.
Positivity leads into naivety and
absolutely. Yeah. 1 trophy since Enoch. Absolutely. Everyone at Son of a Salah just laughing. Demetrius said, I think that was my favourite window for Spurs. I'm not sure which one he was referring to. Ndombele got me gassed. Yeah, I mean, I don't use the word gassed.
That's what you said. That's what you text me, wasn't it, at the time?
Oh, shut up.
You said that's a big dub. That's a big dub. And that's got me gassed, and he's got a high ceiling.
As always, my favourite fan. Do you know what? Son of a Salah, I really do think you like me because you do tune into every one of my shows. So
I think it's that guy. Do you remember? Was it Ice something?
Oh, I don't know.
From the last show.
There's been so many. To be fair, I'm waiting for the people to come out of the woodwork. The ones that said I killed people and you know whatever they said I did. Yeah. I'm waiting. They haven't come back yet. We'll
true
wait.
As well.
Huh?
I said all true as well.
Yeah. Shh. The Met Police will be around my house. Here he is, Ndombele, one of the best prospects in the world. Okay, Ndombele was a prospect, but when we're saying one of the best in the world,
it was very much sought after, wasn't it? I think that's
sought after.
It was very much sought after, and we all thought we'd got a coup, and we signed him early. And I think that's one we'll all say we got that wrong. Yeah. I think I looked at it and went, oh yeah, that's a player, and just obviously didn't work out.
I agree. That's one where I completely got gassed up and got it wrong. Sessegnon won Player of the Year in the Championship, and again, sometimes it's good to Google things. Sessegnon won Player of the Year in the Championship a year before we bought him. He'd actually then had a year in the Premier League, and the Fulham fans were actually saying, this guy's awful. Yeah. We then went and bought him at the same window that we bought Jack Clark. So we bought 2 left-sided wingers, right? And Lo Celso was smashing it in the... It just makes me laugh. They will back anything.
I think, hold on, just to fixate on that point really, really quickly. And that, I think with that Lo Celso comment, he's not wrong in that aspect. And I think that's exactly where you've got to look at people that are more educated than yourself and I, and everybody else in this comment section. Is Antonio Conte came out and said, I've never said Lo Celso is a bad footballer. All right. He doesn't fit into this team, this system, this league. The physics, similar to probably Brian Hill. I hope he does turn out to be fantastic. But similar to that, I think Lo Celso had got 15 goals and 10 assists or something like that for Sociedad the year before. So that's what I said to you at the start of the show, is on the face of things, with the stats, it looks like a good signing because he's done well for that season in that league. There's no real thought process about how that signing is going to work out.
How's it going to fit?
And I know that, I mean, whatever Lo Celso's performances like are at Villarreal now is indifferent. Some are good, some are bad. He's kind of a strange one. But that comment from Savva Talks, I won't disagree with. He was doing very well in La Liga. But that, again, speaks out to our recruitment. It didn't work. It's not good enough.
I agree. And I think the difficulty with it is what we were crying out for then was a playmaker. Because Eriksen had gone. We were crying out for a playmaker, right? Well, Eriksen had signalled his intent to leave. He'd said, I'm not signing a new contract. I am going to go. Spurs needed a playmaker and went and bought Lo Celso. Now, whatever Lo Celso is, he's not a playmaker. He doesn't create. He had a good year where I think he got 9 goals in La Liga.
He got a lot of assists.
smashing it up. Now he did well, and again, this is where people go into this kind of, we throw superlatives at everyone. You know, it's like saying, I mean, who's just won Player of the Year in the Championship? Do we know?
Mitrovic, probably.
Right. So are we going to go and buy Mitrovic? You know,
would not put it past us, mate.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Just quickly, somebody had said here, guys, stop bullying Son over Salah. Look, no one's bullying Son over Salah. You've got to understand.
It's a debate, though, right? This is what we're here for.
Right.
Yeah.
What you've got to understand is he comes onto every show. I could literally sit here right now and go, I'm in New York City, right? He is the sort of person that will come on and go, yeah, but are you technically in New York? Because that's the problem. He wants to disagree with everything just to look like a better fan. And that's great when I think he must be 18, 19. Fair enough. I think you grow out of that. I think you get to a stage where you start being honest about your club.
Yeah. Let's go. Get tired of it, don't you? I think as well. That's what happens.
Yeah, of course. And of course you do. Look, let's go then to the next window. Now, I can only imagine the dribble that's going to come out of people's mouths here. Right. Now, depict this lot for me.
Fucking hell. I'm just trying to take myself back to that time. And it goes back to, I mean, some of them you'd say, would you? I mean, I wasn't adverse to Reggie. I thought that could have been a decent sign. I think United wanted him at the time. I think it's another one. I mean, look, out of the options we have, I prefer Sessegnon. So I'm hoping.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I'm hoping there's some improvement there, but I think there's talk of him going. I look at that as another one of going player and league. Does it really fit? It's kind of United wanted him, so then we got him really quickly and even had a clause where Madrid could buy him back or something, didn't we? Just because I don't know why. It just seemed another kind of rash decision again, because I don't even think we were in the market for a left back at the time.
Yeah,
if I was right. Jose was going to do the three and then Davis as the only wing back going forward, right? Yeah. So that was a panic. Doherty, I understood at the time. I think, I was never overly excited, but I thought he did well at Wolves. I think Jose even said in the documentary thing, didn't he, that he liked how aggressive he was when we played Wolves and whatever. And I thought getting him in for 15 million or something, whatever it was, I thought that, do you know what? I thought that would have been okay. I don't think anyone predicted how bad he was going to be for the next 2 years. Højbjerg, I was a little bit underwhelmed. Even when we got him, I thought he was okay. I think people were kind of happy just because we got Kyle Walker-Peters out the door, and look how well that ended up. It's better than any right back we've got at the minute. Rodon, it was again the issue I was talking to you about earlier of, yes, we needed a centre-back, but what centre-back did we get? Steve Hitchen was in Milan negotiating for Skriniar. No.
And we get Rodon.
Right?
I mean,
look, there's many downfalls of Jose's reign. There are many good points of Jose's reign. You can criticise certain aspects of him, as I think we both did with the style of football at some point. But what can you expect when you're looking for a centre-back and you get Joe Rodon? Now, I'm not sitting here saying he's the worst footballer in the world, but he's not good enough for what we need to do. End of story. Joe Hart, fine. I mean, we need a backup keeper, but okay. Yeah. Vinicius was a centre back at one point, I believe. He'd only been a striker for a year or two. Granted, he scored about 40 goals in the Portuguese league, but again, that's my point of what I said about those stats for 1 year, and we go, yes, that's the one, because we don't have the ambition to go and put down money up front for a player which can actually settle into that side with Kane and not when I say challenge him. There's very few strikers that can challenge Harry Kane, but you know what I mean? Someone you can actually competent enough to play in some bigger games. We've had to go for loans Llorente because he's old and he's happy to sit on the bench. Vincent Janssen because he's young and will do as he's told. And the same with Vinicius. And Bale, I think we're all quite excited by that. Just view sentiment and nostalgia. I think it could have been a better signing than it was, personally. Ended up being. I think he still ended up with a good amount of goals and assists and stuff like that. So I think it was a shame how that worked out. But if you're a proper club and you're looking for a right winger, you don't go back 12 years. You look to go and, do you know what I mean? So
I think for me, the difficulty is Reggie, I think, again, I didn't understand purely because we weren't in the market for a left back. And now having seen him play for a couple of years, bang average, just bang average at everything.
He's inconsistent, I'd say, is what it is. He'll have moments, do you know what I mean, or games where you go,
yeah, but
top clubs that's the point.
Yeah, top clubs that want to win things and challenge, they don't have players that produce moments. They're consistent game in, game out. Doherty, for me, what I never understood, and this is why I truly believe this wasn't a Jose signing and that he was just saying nice things, is everyone had seen Doherty do well playing as a wing back for Wolves. If we were going to buy him, why buy him knowing we don't play wing backs? Yeah. So I didn't get that. Højbjerg, I was just like, okay, all right. And still the same way I'm about him now. Works hard. You'd have him in the team because he does a job, but very underwhelming. What I would say about Højbjerg is if you're going to buy a midfielder in the Premier League for 15 million, that's what you get.
Yeah, he's also a player that if you've got a midfield of quality and he's in it, I think he does a good job at stuff that nobody else really wants to do. When you've got a really weak unit as a midfield, he then has to go marauding around the pitch trying to do everything, and he's not good enough, and he leaves gaps everywhere. He's not disciplined enough to. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like if you had a really good midfield structure, if you had a 3, for example, he was in it, and you had Dembele and Modric around him or whatever. I feel like he works really well in that, but when you weaken that unit, it doesn't work.
For sure. And then Rodon for me summed up Enoch's tenure. That alone summed it up. We may as well have not bought a centre-back. We had this 2 weeks or 10 days, whatever it was, with Sky Sports constant. Do you remember they kept going to footage of Hitchin leaving that side game? Yeah. And he was coming out with the officials from Inter Milan, and you're sitting there going, God, now that's a centre half.
They're back in Jose, yeah. They're going to do it.
That's a Jose and Conte type centre half that they can put in there. They don't worry. That's a leader of men. That's someone who loves to defend. We don't do it, and then we go, oh, Spurs have signed Joe Rodon, and not one manager has played him. That tells you everything, right?
It does, yeah.
Sometimes a manager, i.e., look at Rudiger at Chelsea. Not saying they're the same, but Rudiger couldn't get a game under Lampard, and he's been absolutely world class under Tuchel.
Yeah.
Rodon hasn't got a game under Jose, Nuno, Ryan Mason, Conte, and then Vinicius. I'm not even going to talk about it because it was pointless. Bale, for me, I'll be honest, I got caught up in all the hype of remembering Bale from years ago. But at the time, I don't know if you remember, my mate actually told me 3 days before he'd signed. He's friends with him. I didn't know this at the time. And he said, Savva, do an exclusive for your podcast. He went, Bale signing. And I went,
oh, yeah, I remember. I think I joined one of your things. And I went,
as if you know. And he sent me screenshots of conversations in his WhatsApp group where him and his lads are all Welsh. They're friends with Gareth Bale. And he said, look, I'm flying over. And he told me the details. And I was like, oh, my God, this is amazing. And he messaged me privately and he said, he is, but he said, Gareth realises that he's not got his legs anymore. Yeah. Gareth can't play every game. You know, he was literally saying Gareth Bale knows what he can and can't do now.
Yeah, of course.
You know, he'll play. I mean, he's played like 2 games for Real Madrid.
Yeah. He picks his moments. He does it for Wales. Right. He did it for us in certain games. He can't. Similar to when we have Van der Vaart, can't play 90 minutes every week. You get 70 minutes every other week, and they'll be good 70 minutes. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's just look at some of the comments from everybody, just to keep everyone involved. Let's have a look. So Ron has said, I'd say something. I might get battered on this, but the truth, Kane isn't the player he used to be, and I don't think it's a complete footballer. We'll come back to that, Jordan. I don't know what that's got to do with this, but we'll come back to it. Hey, are you sure you guys aren't gooners? Stop bullying him. Yeah, we're gooners. We're gooners.
You foiled us, God.
Yeah. Rodon is 24 years old and can't get a game. When do you expect him to come good? Come on, guys. Yep, I agree. That's because I think we've seen a few comments in here like I'm not going to put it on because again, it was Højbjerg's a great solid. No, he's not. You know, Rodon's highly rated bowler manager. No, he's not. Vinny smashed it in Europe. No, he didn't. Bale, no, he wasn't. It's just all a bit reactionary. Let's see who's not him. Trying to find where people aren't replying to him. Højbjerg is very reliable and does a good job for the team. I think he was a decent sign.
I agree.
That is the word I would use.
Yeah, I agree.
He was a decent signing.
Yeah.
I want us to sign top players, but even Ben Davies said in the documentary, why does every team want to sign new players? What happens to letting players develop?
And that was the problem. That is the problem, is when you say it's fed into fans, it fed into the team as well.
Right.
And the only players that it didn't feed into were the players that really want to win something, i.e. Harry Kane wants to leave. Because he wouldn't, that's not what he believes. Do you know what I mean? Even Son, to that aspect, is part of that mentality. He's quite happy at Tottenham, isn't he?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Mate, of course. And the problem is, Ben Davies can sit there all he wants in a documentary and go, why do people always want signings? Well, Ben, no offence, you've done a decent job for Tottenham over the last 8 years, but you've been part of many teams that have never got over the line. So as fans, we want to see better players because we would like at some point to be able to go to the pub and say,
have a return on our 80 quid tickets is what we want. Yeah.
True. But I'd like to go to the pub one day with my Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, whatever mates and go, yeah, when did you last win a trophy? Oh, we just won the FA Cup. We just won the... I don't want to have to say, oh, yeah, it was 2008, you know.
Remember that Champions League final we got to in 2019, eh?
Mate, put it this way. I'm 40 this year, right? Spurs have not won a trophy since I must have been coming up to 28. That when I look at it like that, I could never have thought 12 years down the line we wouldn't be winning anything.
I was 13, mate, just to make you feel.
Oh, mate, yeah, you youngster. Let's have a look. So Nicholas has said Bale is washed up and finished, 600k a week, and he's played 3 games of football this season. He's retiring. I agree. I think he should retire or go to the MLS where he will get paid bundles of cash, live in the sun. Mate, he can come and join me in New York. He can come and join me here. Mahfouz Rodon is bottom of the Premier League Championship player. Mate, I'll be really honest. I don't see any Premier League teams he gets into. Now, take that how you want. I think Joe Rodon's very good in a back three for Wales when they camp in their own half. Right? I think when you have to play a proper line, players get in behind Joe Rodon easily and he turns like the Titanic. Let's see. I've been called out. Instead of moaning, all the you can be positive once in a while. Not every little thing is negative. I think we're just being realistic, Matt. At the moment, and I'd like to point out, I've got 2 V's in my name. Come on, let's be respectful. I don't call you at, do I? So, Savva, I think Højbjerg was okay. Others were pretty bad. I agree. Yeah. Ben was speaking facts. All the fans want is a new toy in the shop. No, fans want some success. Fans pay the most amount of money of any football club in Europe to watch. There is, Jordan, let's talk about this. This is the mentality, right? This is the mentality. One of our players has said, why do people always want new signings? Mm-hmm. Now, funnily enough, the player that said that is the player that shouldn't really be in our first team.
Yeah. It's his career. He loses his career, right? If we continue to sign new and better players. And I think, look, this is no. Sorry, I'll let you come at your point.
No, go for it. That's why you're here.
This is no disrespect to either Son over Salah or anybody else in this chat that either never goes to Tottenham or doesn't really go to Tottenham. But I think there is a difference in mentality when you pay money towards, and look, I'm sure a lot of people pay money towards BT Sport and Sky and all that kind of stuff to even watch the games, right?
Yeah.
But I think there is a difference when you're going and you're, like you say, I know, Savva, you go even more than I do on season tickets or even just match day tickets, food, beers, everything, and you come out and you spend 100 to 200 quid on a Saturday and you've seen the same there or thereabouts 11 for the last 10 years that have given you very little back. You had good moments and good games and good cup runs and whatever, but there's nothing that you can hold on to and go, that was that moment. I mean, I was there in 2008 and I look at that moment like it was one of the best in my life. Do you know what I mean? Whereas everything else, I go, well, they were nice moments, the Champions League run, everything, that was nice, but I can't really hold on to it and it's not tangible for me. It's nothing I can use or keep within me. Mm-hmm. And that's what it is. It's a return of investment, isn't it? I feel like a lot of fans feel like there's a lot of investment of time and emotion and more importantly, money. And there's very little to say well, because of that, we're going to go and do this. All we really see is actually prices of stuff going up and trying to take more money off of us, and they're still not really giving us anything back. So I think that's why Son of Salam and loads of other people like me and Savva are disenfranchised with it and quite upset and annoyed by it. And when people will call us negative or not positive about things, you can see the reasons why we would like nothing more than to be positive.
Here's a question for you. So comments like, this isn't FIFA. Now, in a second, I'm about to show you how much we spent in that 8 years. So no, it's not FIFA. But what I'm about to show you is just how many players we have signed in that time, right? Now, I'm going to tell you right now, Spurs in that time have signed 44 footballers, right? Don't need to talk about this window. We've just had it, right?
Yeah.
44 footballers Spurs have bought. And here is how much we have spent. Well, I'll come back to this silly comment in a minute, because if anyone's happy with not winning, great, cool. If Ben Davies is happy with not winning, great, cool. But some of us have ambition, right? Hence why we want to get promoted at work, right? Hence why people want to buy bigger houses. Hence why people want a better car. Hence why people go and buy the latest iPhone or Samsung or whatever that comes out, and a bigger TV. Progression, of course. So remember I said 44 players in those 8 years, right? We spent 746 million on 44 footballers. Now, I didn't work this out earlier. I should have.
Average per player.
If you have a look, 746 million divided by 44 works out that nearly every player we buy is at 16 million pounds. Now, yes, obviously that's working to the law of averages.
Yeah.
But the law of averages will tell you, if your average spend on a footballer is 16 million pounds, you are not going to win anything. You are not. It's that simple, Jordan, right? You know, Chelsea, let's have a look. In the last 20 years, who's been the successful clubs? Chelsea, Man United, Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Leicester have won an FA Cup and a league as well, right? When you look at that, these clubs are not spending an average of 16 million per player. Now, I'm not saying every player should be 50 million, but my concern with this is in those 8 years, 44 players, it just shows we are just buying volume of average.
Yeah.
Is that harsh or is that fact?
No, I think it goes back to what I was saying at the start, and having that approach of that young mould of up-and-coming player, but it was scattergun approach and hoping one or two of them kind of worked out and you could spin a profit on it, or they did well for the first team at some point. I agree with you that no one's asking. I say no one. Some people probably are. I'd love an oil baron to come in and just buy everybody. But no one is saying that you have to spend 50, 60, 70 million pounds on every player that you buy. You can have a 16 million pound player or a 20 million pound player or a 10 million pound player. The problem with it is there was no real thought process behind it to what you wanted to achieve going forward. So when you have a functioning side, or you've got a really strong midfield unit, and you want to go and spend 18 million on a Pape Matar, but you've got Dembele or Wanyama and all these people that are functioning at the time, you can kind of go, well, I can take that as long as we're still planning and putting players into the first team to strengthen where we are. Yeah. When you're not doing that, and all you're doing really is buying an Nkudu or a Kevin Wimmer or whatever it might be, then we're in trouble. And I think the fact that we've been through it, out of those 44 players, how many of them would have been a hit? I think we said it was 2, wasn't it? Son and Alderweireld. Really? I mean, Trippier, you could say, was a good understudy. Ben Davies, the same. Yep. Eric Dyer, the same. Apart from that, who's really come in and gone, that's my position, that's my shirt. Yep. I'm in the team now. Don't really think there's much more that can make that claim. So
no. And I think look, a couple of comments. I've seen a couple of good things. I've seen. So Ian, thank you. I know you come on the show. I know you're a Darlington fan. Everyone is welcome.
Up with Darlington.
I get it. Imagine being a Darlington FC fan. We were made bankrupt in 11, reformed in 12, demoted 4 leagues. We're currently a fan-owned National League North club. We've had 3 promotions to date. Now, listen, I get that. But what I can't, and I feel for you, but what I can't ever have is any Spurs fan using that as a barometer of why we should be grateful.
Yeah.
Because any Spurs fan who knows their history will know that Spurs were a team that, we were never winning leagues. We won one league, but we were always winning cups.
Yeah.
Not every year. No one's saying that. But, as I said, in the 20 years previous to ENIC, we won 5 trophies, 4 domestic, 1 European.
But it's subjective. Sorry, Savin. Just looking at that comment, and I love a comment like that, because it does make you go, well, look, it could be worse in that situation. But it's subjective in the sense of, I'm sure Ian looks at what he's just written there and gone, right, so Darlington's ambition or progress is to come out of that situation and, be financially stable or get a promotion or not be privately owned and have some money invested into the club. And that's the ambition that they want. We're in a position where we're close enough to the top 4, to FA Cup finals and League Cup finals and whatever. So that is our natural ambition or our natural next step. So that's what we should strive for. We can't say, well, because we're Tottenham, we should strive to the same goals as Darlington, because that doesn't make any sense. If Darlington got back-to-back promotions all the way up to the Premier League, they're not going to have the same goals that they did down there, are they? They're going to have completely new ambition and drive to achieve something completely different. So it doesn't make sense.
So let me just pick this off. So Nicholas, hello mate. Thank you. I know you come on the show a lot. I know you're a Liverpool fan. So Spurs haven't won the league.
Sorry, by the way, that wasn't a dig at Ian, by the way. I saw Son over Salah say we should be grateful. So
No, I know. Yeah, Ian's cool. Ian's a good guy. You haven't won the league since the 60s, correct? You've never won the Champions League, correct?
Correct.
Finishing 4th, 6th is overachieving. I don't think it's overachieving. As a Liverpool fan, I don't understand why some Spurs fans aim so high. Nicholas, let me break this down for you, right? First of all, let's not talk about Tottenham like we are Barnsley or someone like that, right? Let's not do this whole, little Tottenham. Tottenham Hotspur, up until the last 25 years, had won the FA Cup the most times of any club, since being surpassed by about 4 teams. Tottenham Hotspur were the first team to win a European trophy. The first British club to win a European trophy. We were the first team to do the double. We've got a stadium that we pay £80-90 a ticket for the privilege of going to watch our club.
Yeah, record profits for a number of years.
Record profits, this, that, the other. So when you're saying why we aim so high, is wanting to win the odd cup aiming that high?
No, but the reason why we're overachieving, or we did overachieve when we got 4th and whatever, is because of the way that we acted as a club, because of the way we spent in the market, because of the way we portrayed ourselves to everybody. And that's the thing. Everyone's brainwashed, like you say, to go, getting 4th is good for Tottenham because we don't spend as much, or we don't. Why though? Because we can. That's the problem. The problem is that we don't have to behave like that. We can be competent. We can not spend 100 million on 5 20 million pound players. We can go and buy 3 quality 40 50 million pound players to go into the first team. So the reason I don't disagree with his point that we overachieved at certain points, but the only reason we overachieved is because we didn't act in a way where we should achieve it, even though we could have done. It was not out of our realm to behave properly and like a bigger club than people say we are.
So pick this apart for me. So I'm told we've never been to the heights Savva holds the club at. Makes no sense. Now, this is the ramblings of someone that doesn't know the club's history. As a fan, I have been alive when we have won FA Cups. We have won European trophies. We have signed quality players. Yes, we have been at those heights. You, son of a seller, the difficulty with fans like you and like Matt Bangruzzi is you don't use these. No one has sat here and said, I want to win the league. You will never hear me say we should be winning a league title, ever. But is it so bad to want to win one trophy every now and then? Is it so bad for me to want our transfer windows not to look like a who's who of every foreign league now? You look at all those players where they're playing now, Nji, Nkudu, Foyth, Stambouli, Kapue, Lamela, Chirichez. I could go on and on and on and on. this is the problem. The mentality that is in this club, is so weak from owner through to players. If Ben Davies is sitting there saying, "Oh, why do fans want better players or want new players?" Well, mate, because you aren't very good and you haven't achieved. But what's worse is that we've got fans that defend it to the hilt. Now, I get it. If you are a Norwich City fan, you're just happy to be in the Premier League, right? Because you're a small club, you don't have a lot of funds, and you've done well. With Tottenham Hotspur, any fan that wants to come on here and tell me after I've been supporting Spurs for nearly 40 years, right? Any fan, you can't tell me that we've not seen success. And I don't care if I was a kid when that happened. I went to my first game when I was about 3. I don't care. It's in our history. And Nicholas, domestic cups are meaningless. So let me get this straight. You've told me on one hand that my expectations are too high, but that domestic cups which Spurs can't win are meaningless. Jordan, what's happened to, before we just move on to the next things, I want to go through our all-time 11s. What has happened to football fans when we get to the point, Jordan, where cups are meaningless?
I don't even want to respond to it, to be honest with you, mate. It's the end goal of football. That's the only reason you play. Anyone that's played Sunday League, Saturday League, academy level, semi-professional, professional football, any level, you're there to win the game, to win the tournament, to win a trophy. At the end of it. If not, it's a failure. At the end of the day, you didn't get anywhere. So to say, I mean, look, fine. You know, people have different opinions. People watch football for different reasons. It's all fine to okay.
There you go. Not this. Not this one. Sorry. This coats it perfect. Thank you, Nicholas. As a Liverpool fan, all I'm hearing is we want the quadruple. We want the quadruple. But so does that mean if you win it, which I don't think you will, that I'm allowed to turn around to Liverpool fans and go, well, no, you only done the double. You've done the double because the cups are meaningless. Come on. What was Klopp's first trophy as a manager in England? What was Pep's first manager as a trophy? All of these managers, their first trophies are cups. You get that winning feeling. Again, learn your history. We made Champions League before Poch. You've got to know your history. Dimitri, Poch took us to new heights. Yeah, we didn't win anything. Agreed. He didn't take us to any new heights. Right, Jordan, I'm going to move on.
Please.
It just makes me laugh, mate. I just don't know what happened to our fan base, if I'm honest. I don't know when we became this snowflake brigade that were happy with not winning anything. Right. So now I want to talk, and this might be futile for some of the younger ones in the chat, and I'm sure they're going to want to try and put players in here, Jordan, that are bang average. But what I've tried to do is look at every position now. I'm open to suggestions, but I've gone through this with my WhatsApp group as well to sense check and see if I've missed anyone that's glaringly obvious. So, does anyone need to be added to this next list of our best goalkeepers in the Premier League era? And who for you is the best goalkeeper of this era? And please join in the comments. So we've got Lloris, Gomez, Keller, Walker, Sullivan, Torstvedt, Robinson, and Friedel. Have I missed anyone out that's glaringly obvious, and who is the best of that bunch?
God, Casey Keller, that throws me back. Jesus Christ. I used to like Sullivan. He was a good man. Ian Walker. I think for me it goes Lloris, Robinson, Friedel. I liked Friedel for a bit.
So you're going Lloris, right?
I'm going Lloris for longevity, reliability throughout the years. I think it has to be, doesn't it? The only goalkeeper there that's really had that stint as number one. But I used to love Paul Robinson as a child. He was my hero. Actually, bear with me. Literally on my office desk. Here's the man.
There he is. Paul Robinson. It was weird.
And Pat Jennings, signed gloves. So.
For Pat Jennings. Now, there was a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Now,
so
it was weird with Robinson because I felt like for a couple of years he was quality. And then his career just kind of dipped really suddenly, didn't it? Like he just went from there to there really quickly.
It coincided with that England mistake, didn't it? I think.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. But for me, look, I'm going to go with Lloris because of, again, tenure. He's been with us a long time. He's been for the majority. He's been solid. There's been the odd mistake, but most goalkeepers do. However, a personal favourite of mine was definitely Eric Torstvedt. Again, depending on age, Eric Torstvedt, the Viking, was a really good goalkeeper, reliable, solid. Came and collected everything. Part of our '91 Cup winning team. But yeah, so guys, tell me in the chat what you think. We'll go through these. So we're happy to stick on Lloris, yeah?
Yeah, and Cudicini.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Jordan. There'll be a few people that don't know most of these players. So let's have a look. I want to look at right backs. Now, when I was putting this together, Jordan, what I realised was that 30 years of Premier League. 30?
92, was it? Or 91?
Right.
Yeah,
I think, 91, 92, 92, 93, whatever.
Yeah.
30 years of Premier League football. And it made me realise just how bad we've had it at fullback.
Left back's got me. I was like, I've got nothing.
Right.
I've got nothing.
These are the best five right backs I could come up with over 30 years. And
if I see Alan Hutton in there, I'm going to lose it.
Right. These were the best five I could think of. And tell me if I'm missing anyone, people. Tell me.
Oh, yeah. Carla, yeah. Okay. It's not good, is it?
For me, I think it's got to be. Look, I loved Stephen Carr. I thought Stephen Carr was a really good right back, solid. You knew what you were going to get. But I just think Walker, for me, was outstanding. And even to this day, when I watch Carl Walker play, nothing goes past him. When fans talk now, when fans talk now, Jordan, they talk a lot about what can the defenders do going that way. And I get it. But going this way, nothing goes past Carl Walker. Nothing at all.
He gets back in time, doesn't he? I think he's 30 odd now, and he's absolutely rapid still. Yeah. And I think when people use that as a stick to beat him quite a lot, where you go, he gets caught out of position, and it's only his pace that allows him to get out of that. And I go, yeah, but his pace is part of how good he is. He knows that he can get back each time, so he can go a little bit further forward, knowing that he'll beat anybody in a foot race. And I agree. I wasn't sure if it was cheating when I put Carl Walker in there, because part of my decision was how good he's been after Tottenham as well. Because I would even say he went to another level. I think when Pep kind of played him in that thing where he would come inside and play in the middle of the park. Good for England, good for Tottenham. Great for Man City. I don't think you could argue with him being the best right back we had, seeing as the options that we had to choose from.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Poch team. I can assure you it's not. Walker's one of the quickest right backs I've ever seen. Yeah, okay, let's have a look at left backs. Now, I found this difficult. I think we've had such a dirge of left backs in our 30 years in the Premier League. So I'll put these four up, and I think even with maybe one or two of them, I'm really scraping a barrel for best. I think we've gone different in this position, haven't we?
We did, yeah, but that may just be an age thing again, just because I didn't watch your choice as much.
Yeah. So I've gone with Christian Ziga, who was a brilliant footballer for Liverpool, for Germany, played for Germany, multiple caps. Probably would have liked to have got him a bit earlier than we did, but I thought he had a wand of a left foot. And I thought he was a terrific athlete down that left-hand side. I really liked him.
Where did Eric Edmond play? Was he left or right back?
Eric Edmond was left back, but I mean, apart from that goal against Liverpool.
The goal against Liverpool, that's all I could think in my head.
yeah. I'm not really sure. I mean, I looked at Christian Ziga, and I know people will straight away go, I mean, look, like Ziga, are you high? Are you high? I mean, let's be fair. This is a man that played for AC Milan, Bayern Munich, Tottenham, Liverpool, and had 72 caps for Germany. I mean, yeah, that's not bad, is it? So I think when people, oh God, I mean, I wouldn't mind retiring with those stats. But you've gone Danny Rose, right?
I am, and like I say, that for me, I would say it's probably because out of all of those, I mean, he's better than Okoto and Davies have been, and he's the one I probably watched the most out of all four. And you don't get me wrong, there were seasons where Danny Rose was poor, but he did for probably 18 to 24 months for me become the best left back or best left wing back in the Premier League at one period of time. Going forward, he was unpredictable and athletic and strong and quick, and going back, he complemented Kyle Walker on the right side very well as a fullback.
I really liked Danny Rose for a period of time. I think the thing that lets him down for me was I thought he was a good all-round player. I didn't think he excelled at anything. Now, before people have a go at me, I just thought he was a solid all-round player, which is what I would crave for now on that left-hand side. But I just think when I watched Ziga at the Lane, I just thought he had that bit of class about him. You know, when you look at a player and you go, God, that's like that guy's been around the block. You could tell why he was at Munich and Milan and Liverpool. I just loved him.
I mean, there's been a lot of with the documentary and stuff on Rose, people going about his attitude and he thinks he's better than you, and all that kind of stuff. Part of why I mean, in that side of Rose and Walker, I preferred Danny Rose not as a footballer and saying that he was better than Kyle Walker. What I loved about him was any game, doesn't matter who it was against, if there was a 50-50, he would do a flip, fucking fly into anyone. The game at the bridge, he'd pick a fight. He didn't care. And that's
do you want to know why I love football? Do you want to know why I love Rose? Because Rose said exactly what I was thinking. You remember the old oh, another player. I don't want to stop signing players. You have to Google. That summed it up. Let's just look at what people have said about the left back. So, so Coach Silver said Carl Walker day long. Okay. Son over Salah said Danny Rose easy. Okay. Potts lost to a Lille with his wonder squad. Okay. Danny Rose at left back. Mark Scrumpy laughing said Gareth Bale at left back. Son over Salah said Ziga, are you high? I'm guessing you didn't watch Ziga, so you can't really come. Why don't you just say, oh, what was Ziga like? I think don't belittle people you've not seen. Danny Rose all day when he was good. Through the right sides. Rose about 5th choice in left backs.
Okay.
I'd be interested to. Can you give me 5 better? I'm listening. Give me 5 better. Danny Rose was proper Spurs. Okay. Coach Silver, Ziga was solid. Only because he has a fancy name. I mean, okay. Tarico, listen, what I liked about Tarico was he was a great squad player. Like, he could play right back, left back. He'd give it his all, but I just think ultimately he fell down on quality. Through the right side, Ziga and Bayern was brilliant. Yep. Wasn't Jan a left back when we signed him? I mean, he could play both, but I wouldn't have him at left back.
I'd have him at centre half.
Yeah, Ziga's free kick against the Arsenal. This is one. Where is Timothy Atuba and Gilbert? When I put it on my Spurs WhatsApp group, a couple of the lads did start coming out with some dreadful players. Coach Silver, Benny was worth watching. I thought Benoit Okoto was a good player. I think what let Benoit Okoto down was Benoit Okoto admitted he just didn't really care.
Like, that's why I liked him as a person, though. He just didn't give a shit, did he?
Absolutely. But listen, I would give anything to have him back now over the 2 we've got.
Yeah, I agree.
Didn't he go on? I'm pretty sure he's made a porn. Like, he went on to be a porn star.
Oh, he was going. I don't know if he eventually did, but I think he was planning to at one point. Yeah.
Wow, what a legend! Well done, Benny.
I've got him on Facebook, and all he does is like post about Cameroon and that. It's class. It's just madness.
Do you know what I might do? I might just put Okoto in there just for that.
The
porn style left back. Just quickly, can I ask anyone who's watching, if you haven't liked, please like, and if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I know some of us, we might argue, but look, putting content together and doing these shows does take a lot of time. So it's just clicking a button does help. Right, here we go. Centre backs. Now, forgive me for the first name on this list. Forgive me. You know who it is. Forgive me. But I had to put him in there because, can I just say, listen, I'd love to. I'm just not, I'd love to. Not sure my missus would like it. Right.
Ryan Nelson.
Huh? Ryan Nelson. Right. I think I've encapsulated the best since we've been in the Premier League. For me, I've gone with.
You've gone the same as me, haven't you?
Yeah, I've gone with Ledley King and Toby Alderweireld. I think they were just both Rolls Royces, didn't panic, didn't dive in. You never, ever, ever saw Ledley or Toby have to kind of, jump on their man and run and lunge. They were just positionally brilliant. They took people through a game. But what I would like to give is a special mention to
Doherty.
To Gareth. No, was to Jonathan Woodgate, who I thought, if it wasn't for injuries, not just at Tottenham, but as a player, would have been one of the best centre-halves in the world. He was phenomenal, but never
signed for Real Madrid for no reason.
Right. He was a brilliant centre-half. And funnily enough, what did Jonathan Woodgate do? What's Jonathan Woodgate, the last Spurs player to do?
Did he score a winning goal in a cup?
A winning goal in a meaningless cup final.
And what a header it was, by the way. What a header it was.
Great goal.
Bullet header.
And I just feel that had we have had King and Woodgate fit together, but look, we've had some good players. I mean, look, forgive me, if Sol Campbell hadn't done what he'd done, Sol Campbell was a world-class centre-back. Vertonghen, I really liked Vertonghen. I just felt that once Toby signed, they had an amazing partnership. I just thought Toby, for me, looked just that little bit above. But Vertonghen was great.
I think it was close. I think he was a very, very good centre-back.
Amazing.
I think across Belgium and even now at Benfica, it shows still the quality he has. And I think that, like you say, the fact that we had Alderweireld kind of overshadowed him a little bit. Do you know what I mean? But I think he was, as a left-sided centre-half, was very, very good and probably deserved to be at a bigger club than we were at the time.
Mm-hmm. Anyone saying I spelled Alderweireld wrong? I'll be honest. I'm not here to be judged on my on my spelling. I mean, I thought it was a bloody good effort, right?
You should get a D in there, though, at least.
Listen, I think I should be praised. I could have just put Toby in there and you would have known who I meant.
Yeah.
But look, some special mentions in there. I thought Mabbutt was class. For anyone who didn't get to see Gary Mabbutt, he played for us for God's, I want to say 16, 17 years, won multiple trophies with us, played in his earlier days. He played at centre mid, I think at the time they called it like a halfback, but and then he went to centre back, played with Diabetes, won the 91 FA Cup with us. He was a great player. And then I like Dawson. Dawson was just, for me, Dawson is what we need now. Just a steady centre back who gives it his all, loves defending, and doesn't make silly mistakes every 30 seconds. Anything you want to add about the centre-backs?
No, I went with the same as you. Like I say, my special mention was Jan. I used to love Dawson, but he turned like a milk float at the end.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah.
He did.
He did.
Yeah. So the midfielders I've split into two sections. I could have been there all day. So I've split it into outright central midfielders, and then I've split it into attacking midfielders, playmakers, and sort of wide players. All right. So in the midfield, now there were a lot that I could have put in. There were a lot that I left out, which I should have. But again, for me, what it showed was the lack in the last 30 years of really commanding central midfielders. Is there anyone in there that shouldn't be? Is there anyone in there that I haven't put?
Oliver Skip.
Oliver Skip, yeah. Sorry, I was going to put Oliver Skip. So for me, I went with for me easily the two that should have been. I went with Modric and Dembele, right? But I was umming and ahhing about Carrick. Problem for me is Modric and Carrick play the same role. That central midfield, get the ball, always be available, always know where your next pass is, right foot, left foot, pass it forward, pass it. And I just thought Modric, just anyone who's won World Player of the Year.
I think the difference is, Sav, I mean, to be fair, when we spoke about this earlier, Carrick didn't even pop up into my head for some reason, just because Modric was so easy for me. But I think everything that Carrick could do, which was brilliant at times, Modric could do and more. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the thing, is Modric could go and score from 30 yards, or like we've seen in Madrid, an assist with the outside of the boot. But Carrick didn't necessarily do that. So for me, it's not even a question. I think Carrick was fantastic for us and for United as well. But Modric was just another level.
Has anyone noticed now, though, that the two that just love hating me have stopped replying now that there's a lot of footballers that they don't know? Have you noticed? Just quickly, so look, it looks like most people have said Modric and Dembele. Gascoigne didn't play for us in the Premier League. Otherwise, it would have been an absolute no-brainer. Paul Gascoigne was the best. Let me think. The best central midfielder I've ever seen play at Tottenham, and one of the best three I've ever seen for Spurs. So I haven't just forgotten Paul Gascoigne. He just didn't play in the Premier League for us. Modric was unbelievable. Yeah, I'd take Modric. Or maybe it's juicy, sweet box. Well, that sums it up for me. They're allowed to agree as well. You can defend them all you like, but they're allowed to come on and say, yeah, I agree with that. But they don't. They just want the controversy. Gascoigne too long ago. They have gone to Wikipedia to research the players. Yes, they have. All time. Yeah, listen. This man is just, don't talk to me about any of our players now. This man was the best ever. Right, so let's go now to our last two sections. Our last two sections are, so this is playmakers, wide men, and attacking midfielders. Again, if there's anyone I've missed out, please let me know. Now, there were players I could have put in. I put in Dele out of kindness because I think he had a good couple of years. Other than that, I mean, we have had some good players. We've had some flair. We've had some pace.
Steve Malbronk.
I mean, yeah, I like Steed. I don't know if he quite makes above any of them for me. But I liked him. He was a steady player.
I liked him. So are we classing this as behind the striker, right? Is this what we're classing this group as? So I think I sent over a 4-3-3, didn't I?
Yeah, I think because we've both played one main forward. I kind
of wanted to potentially change that as well. There's some people I wanted in there, which but fine, okay. I think mine were is different to yours by one, and again, I think it's the same reason as Ziga. I went for Gareth Bale because for 2 seasons, if not a bit more, he was.
Just before anyone keeps going, can you just say I put Bale in as well before you make it sound like anyone who's going to go what's?
He did.
Just so you all know, so I picked 3 from here, and I think you did as well, right? Or 4 from here.
No, I put one of mine in the midfield, but you put him here. So
I've got our teams on a slide afterwards. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. So I went Gareth Bale just because I will never not love that man. Some of the goals he scored single-handedly carried that team in his last season. 21 goals, no penalties. That team never got a single penalty all season, by the way.
Wow.
One penalty was given to us all year. And the difference being is every goal almost he scored was incredible.
Wow.
Either from 30 yards out or like the ones against Norwich where he just picked it up in his own half and ran about 100 miles an hour. So incredible player. I went for Son for me.
See, I didn't, did I?
Yeah, no, you didn't. I went for Son because I am like you said. I've not really put him in that top tier bracket, but I think as an outright finisher, he's up there with the likes of Harry Kane for me as a in on goal
finisher.
Yeah, who are you going to put your money on? He's that good for me. Some special moments, some incredible goals. Ones like against Chelsea come to mind. Again, running the length of the pitch, beating Jorginho and David Luiz, and blah blah blah. Goals with both feet. Great guy as well. Love him. I think he's a great player. So he's in there. And then another one I think is probably debatable for a lot of people. I put Raphael Van Bart in there.
Class act.
Class act, but I think you could argue it was probably for 18 months or so, wasn't it, really, that we got to see it. And for me, it's just one of those players you looked at, whether he scored, assisted, was on for 30 minutes or 90 minutes, he'd do something where you went, fuck, God, he's so good, isn't he? He's so good. And he played the game at his own pace. It
oozed class.
Yeah.
It's what we've not got now in the midfield, or we've not got that player that gets the ball and you go, something's going to happen here.
Yeah. And I think you can always tell the level of a player when, I mean, everyone says this term, it's nothing new, but when he looked like he had so much time all the time. Nothing was ever rushed. If you look at someone, again, I don't like slagging off players for the sake of it, but if you look at someone like a Harry Winks or someone who gets the ball, it's like everything is a bit of a panic and I've got to turn and pass it. He looked like he had hours on the ball and he would put it through people's legs and then just spray it left and right, and then he'd end up arriving in the box and scoring. Absolute quality for me. So that is my 3 out of there. Special mention, though, goes to Christian Eriksen. I think he was fantastic for a number of years. In another team, could probably get in as well.
So before
obviously your selection. I just didn't want to speak on it until you could.
Until I go to mine, I just want to look at what everyone's saying, right? Just some funny things, right? Okay, so I'll make Bale, Ginola's son. Ginola and Son for me. Ginola is my all-time favourite Spurs player, and the reason I hate George Graham. I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. VDV and Ginola. This made me laugh. Prime Deli is up there with the best to play for Spurs. I can assure you, 40 years of watching Spurs, he is by no means up there with the best players to have played for Spurs. He had a couple of good years where he scored goals, but please do not call yourself a Tottenham fan if you truly believe that. That is woeful. Sorry, my blood boils. That's tough. Bale, Eriksen's son. Okay. Ron has put Bale and Son all day. They're the only 2 players in Spurs history who scored 20 plus without penalties. Savva, will you be previewing the North London derby? I won't be because I'm flying back on Thursday morning. I land at 8 p.m. Jordan. I literally going to be going through passport control with the game on on Sky Go, and then in an Uber, hopefully with one of them drivers who don't want to talk to me.
Headphones in.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. I'm not being rude, but the North London derby's on.
But we're 2-1 down and just 5 minutes to go.
Here comes the Son agenda. Son has to be there. Right, so because I haven't put Son in my team, apparently there's agenda because there hasn't been any other player to play for Spurs. The trolls are back. Dave Clark said, Gareth Bale, man, love that guy so much. Shame he spent his prime in Spain. Son of a seller, how is that an agenda? Now, this made me laugh. When I talk about people who don't know our history and footballers, this guy is right up there. Who the F is Dumitrescu? I can't. If you don't know who he is, just don't mention it. Dumitrescu was quality, a quality footballer. I mean, if you don't know who he is, feel free to go and Google him. Son of a seller, it's Bale, Ginola and Son, not even a debate. Well, of course it's a debate because not everyone's picking the same players. Delhi is a joke. Yeah, Delhi, he did well for a couple of years. That's it. Love you, Matt. Brilliant. Okay, Dave Clark, Matt Penguins, he just said that Prime Delhi is the one of the best ever to play for us. It's not even possible to avoid putting. So there, that's not a sentence. So let's have a look at my three. Who did I go for? So I went for a free behind a striker. I went for Christian Eriksen in the hole, because if you actually look at Christian Eriksen's, his goals, his assists, the way he passed the football, and that longevity in which he did it, and how we have sorely missed that since he's gone. For me, he was just sublime, just a sublime footballer. Right, just quickly, son over Salah, I will tolerate you. I will ban you if you start talking like that, right? There's no racial motivation. I believe in my team. I've just put in a French goalkeeper. Yeah, I've just put in a black centre-half in Ledley King. Carl Walker's mixed race. Christian Ziga's German. Modric is Croatian. Dembele's mixed race and French. Come on, drop that now. That is really childish, and I will block you. Sorry, Jordan. I don't like the racist card being used. I think it's just bang out of order. I've gone for Bale. I've gone for Eriksen in the middle, and I've gone for David Ginola. And the reason I've gone for David Ginola is anyone pre-2002, that maybe 2005, that watched football will tell you that when Spurs were finishing 10th and 11th and 12th every season, that man carried this team. And that man he wasn't only an entertainer. Since then, I don't think we've had a player as skillful as David Ginola. I'm not saying better. I think Gareth Bale, but skillful-wise, I don't think we've had a player like Ginola. And he won double player of the year playing for Tottenham Hotspur. No player has ever done what he's done. Not just Spurs, but I'll put this as a quiz question to any of you, right? I'll put this as a quiz question. Name me a player that's won double player of the year, finishing in a team that didn't finish in the top half of the Premier League the year he won it. The year he won it. That for me told me that if all the writers and the press and all his fellow players deemed him to be the best, and he was absolutely sublime. So as much as I like Lennon, as much as I liked Van der Vaart, as much as I liked Son, that's just my preference on who I like watching play football. Yeah. Ginola's my type of footballer. A skillful, strong, both-footed, could cross with both feet, and some of his goals, just amazing. Oh no, Son over Salah's going to unsubscribe because I didn't put Son in my team. Oh no. Right, let's go to the forwards. I'm going to put it up. I think we've both gone for the same bloke.
Yeah, it's a special mention for me, though. I think as well. So,
talk to me, Jordan. Who have you picked? Who's your special mentions?
I think it goes without saying, sheer volume of goals. Some of his all-round play as well recently. It's Harry Kane, isn't it? One of our own. Boy, come up through the academy. What a footballer he is. I don't think I could... I know there's been certain criticism of him fairly recently, but I as an all-round number 9/number 10 is what he kind of is doing now. I think he's an incredible footballer, and even still doesn't actually get the plaudits he deserves really for what he does.
He's belittled so much,
and I think I think for little old Tottenham, as we say, he's a superstar. Model professional as well. Doesn't do any silly tricks or flicks. Keeps the game simple, but does it with finesse. And yeah, I could say I could go on with superlatives all day long. But I think he's just superb. And out of all of those there, he's the best striker by a way for me. If you say what a striker is putting the ball in the back of the net, he is by far and away the best there. Special mentions to me, go on.
Just, I was going to say, just quickly before you go special mentions, I just want to talk about Kane before we go to special mentions. I do feel that this is one of the areas, I don't feel there's many areas where we've been blessed over the years. But for sheer volume, for the fact that he's been here for that long, the fact that he could have gone anywhere, the fact that he's now our playmaker as well as our centre forward. Yeah. The fact that little old Harry Kane has turned himself into England captain, that he's going to break Wayne Rooney's goal scoring record with ease. I mean, he's like, didn't Wayne Rooney play for England until he was like 35 or 36?
And he made his debut at 17? 17.
Yeah. And Harry Kane wasn't a first team regular at Spurs till
2014, 15. Right. So he would have been 21,
22. Right. Yeah. For me, just what he's done has been nothing short of miracles. The volume of goals. Sorry, I'm gonna bite. I know you're gonna tell me off, Jordan. Tell me off.
Just stop it.
I'm gonna bite. First thing, let me start with this one. I'm laughable. You generally just want to hate Son. To me, it has to be something to do with him being Asian. Right. That's strike two. First and foremost, I love Heung-min Son. Right? Just because I don't put a superlative in front of his name, i.e. world class, doesn't mean I hate him. Second of all, how can I pick him over Sonny? Ericsson over Sonny. If you actually look at my team, I've picked Ginola or Bale over Heung-min Son. Ericsson is my playmaker. I don't know if you understand how this works. Yeah, you've gone for Ginola, Son, Bale. Right, not you, Jordan. Son over Salah. You went for Ginola, Son, Bale. All three of them are wide forwards or wingers or whatever you want to call them. Right? At the end of the day, David Ginola and Gareth Bale, you're talking about them like they're nothing. If you look at Christian Eriksen's goals for Spurs and his assists for Spurs was phenomenal. And is he in the top 10 all-time Premier League assisters or something like that?
And like chances created.
Yeah. The man was phenomenal. So look, Son over Salah, look, I get it. You love Heung-min Son. I get it. Your name is him. Your picture is him. But it's nothing to do with race, right? I can't make that clearer that it's nothing to do with race. Okay? Sorry, Jordan, if you can tell me your special mentions then.
Yeah, I mean, look, all of them are. I mean, part of me wants to give old Freddie a shout out just because it was part of my childhood. I mean, I know how good Klinsmann and Sheringham were, but similar to the likes of Ginola and Ziga, which you spoke about earlier, I didn't watch them live enough to really appreciate it. I can see how good they were. Yep. For me, Berbatov was a similar mould to Van der Vaart in the way I waxed lyrical about him, just at his own pace. He played his own game, and it was a game to him. And I loved watching that. I loved it. Every time he got on the ball, you just went, no one knew what he was going to do. I didn't know what he was going to do, but inevitably it was something incredible. So loved him. I think, again, it speaks about my era, really, doesn't it? I think Keane was probably the first striker I watched live in 2003 or 2 against Leicester. The celebration, everything that's more of a sentimental kind of nostalgic one for me, but I loved him. And then
he was quality. He was quality forward, mate.
Yeah. And go on.
No, I was just going to say, I've actually got some stats around forwards and stuff as to goal percentages that our strikers have had. So I'm going to go through them afterwards. And if you do need to go at any point, mate, feel free to drop off. Me and the others will continue chatting until whenever. But have I missed anyone from that list? Is there anyone I've missed as an out-and-out centre forward?
Do you know who I will give a special mention to? And again, it's not via stats or even outright quality, but I just loved him. And I don't really have a justification for it, to be honest with you, mate, is Roman Pavlyuchenko. Oh. And I want to give big Rome a shout out because he never smiled. He never did. But every now and again, he just fucking blast one top corner from nowhere in off the bar or whatever, and I loved his nonchalance, and I thought he was I think at the time he probably had 4 or 5 strikers with Defoe and Berbatov and him and loads of others.
The days when we were allowed more than one striker.
Yeah, those days when we had options off the bench. But yeah, I wanted to give him a shout out. He was one of my younger days as a favourite. I liked him.
Mate, like, what I've done here, I've tried to put in these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 8 have, believe it or not, have Spurs' highest ever goals to games ratio in the Premier League.
Right.
Not Son. Sorry if that makes me racist, but not Son. Son's goals to games is good, but it's not as good as these guys, believe it or not. I'm going to tell you what it is, see what you think. For me, I've always said that, and this was before Kane had just kept rattling goals year after year, that I couldn't see any partnership ever other than Klinsmann and Sheringham that were sublime. It worked so perfectly. And Klinsmann at the time was a world-class signing. And Spurs don't do world-class signings, but we signed him fresh off winning the 94 World Cup. And Klinsmann was, again, I'm not expecting a lot of younger people wouldn't have seen him, but this guy, the band world class gets thrown around a lot.
Yeah.
Jurgen Klinsmann was world class beyond belief. He was phenomenal. And when he joined Spurs, I think he got was it 28 goals in his first season? Him and Sheringham it was telepathic.
Yeah.
Sheringham was the original Kane in terms of being able to drop deep. Wasn't the quickest, but had that ability
for a pass.
Great players. And then Berbatov, for me, has the best touch I think I've ever seen at the lane, other than Hoddle. His touch when bringing a ball out the sky was
like a cushion, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then Keane and Defoe were just, those were the days, as you said, when you've
box in the box. And
we had options. It was like, okay, Keane's not working. All right, come on, you come off. Defoe, come on. And it was... and then Ferdinand and Canute. Yeah. Canute was, again, another really elegant footballer with a very good technical ability. But I'm just going to read out some stats for people. And then, as I said, if you need to go, I know it's probably late in the UK. So here's some stats, right? So of those strikers, let's see if I can do this in order. So bottom of the pack. So you've got Les Ferdinand, who got 26% goals. So he scored 38 goals in 149 games.
Yeah.
Canute got 29% with 21 goals in 73 games. Then Chris Armstrong.
Okay.
Chris Armstrong got 62 and 173 at 36%. Heung-min Son's in 7th with 125 goals in 319 games.
Yeah.
Right? With 39%. Defoe and Keane were joint 5th with goal 40%. So Defoe got 143 goals for Spurs in 360 games. And Defoe 143, and Keane got 122 in 306.
Yeah.
Now we get to the big boys with the big numbers. Teddy Sheringham scored 124 in 277 with 44%. Right?
Big numbers.
Berbatov got 46 in 102 with 45%. Jurgen Klinsmann got 38 in 68 with 56%. Harry Kane, right, got 243 goals in 380 games with a 64% ratio. Now, to put that into perspective, I put selected others, 2 of which played for Spurs, 1 didn't. Alan Shearer in 3rd, 378 goals in 734 games, 52%, so below Klinsmann and Kane.
Yeah.
Clive Allen, Google him, whoever asked me, just Google him. Google him. Got 69 goals in 105 games for Spurs, 57%. And Jimmy Greaves got 258 goals in 381 games at 70%. 70%. Right? I just thought I'd throw that out there. So other than Armstrong, I've put all those players in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. So Eugene, why is he wandering on age-old Spurs stats? You do realise, guys, we're allowed a history as a club. Football didn't start 10 years ago. Look, Jordan, I've put your team up here.
Yeah.
I'm going to put your team up. So this was your team.
Good old side, this, mate. Good old side.
Hang on, let me remove the comment. Oh, let me remove the banner, sorry. So much to think about when doing this. So there's your team in a 4-3-3. Is that how you intended it?
Yeah, and that is Lloris in goal, by the way, guys. I know we can't see it, but that is
Lloris. Sorry, that is Hugo Lloris in goal. Sorry, the screen's only got so much on it.
That is exactly how I envisaged it.
Okay, good. So I got something right. Here's mine, just to upset Hongmin's son. There's mine. That's my team. So I would like to think that our two teams might win the league. What do you reckon?
They do well. I think they come close, for sure. For sure. Yeah.
So last question before I let you go, Jordan. So I've taken up 2 hours of your night. I know you're a busy boy and you work and all that. Right. Last question. Let's piss some fans off even more.
Go on.
Of the last 30 years, which manager of Spurs are you picking to lead your team into battle?
Well, okay. Can we have conditions to the question?
No.
As in, no, hold on. Let me finish.
Go on.
When you say lead into battle, are you saying over a season? Is it a cup final? Is it what?
We're going in. Listen, you're going into next season with that team. Let's just assume the bench is made up of the next 7 you liked. So you've got this world-class squad. Who is taking your team into battle for the year? Who are you putting? Who's winning you trophies? If you don't say Poch, you're in trouble, right? Basically.
No, but I'm not. I'm trying to think of the others.
Poch. It's Poch. No one else has managed this other than Poch. So just quickly, Phil President. Hello, Phil. Ginola was a magnificent player. And for anyone who says we need to spend money for quality, he cost us £2 million.
What's that in inflation, though?
Listen, all I know is if we were buying David Ginola right now, in this era, he would be... Oh, wow.
What was my team? Modric.
Come on, Jordan. Stop stalling. Come on.
No, because part of me, I would say the best manager we've had, i.e. we can't tell yet, because I would want to say Antonio Conte because of what he's achieved at the moment.
Just quickly, Matt Scrumpy Cousins, Keith Birkinshaw wasn't in the Premier League era. Otherwise, we could all just go Bill Nicholson and be out of here, right?
Yeah, because then I could say Juan de Ramos is the choice because this is the only one that's won us a trophy, right?
Right.
But for me, it's between Harry Redknapp, Martin Yole, Poch, Jose, and Antonio Conte.
No. I'm not having that. Of all the managers, forget what they won at Spurs, because most of those players on our list haven't won thing at Spurs.
Okay, right? So if we're going off where they were at the time of when they took over Spurs, but including their career.
Just say it.
Just say
it. It has to be, right? Mm. It has to be. And this is the thing. This will upset people. But if you look at all of those managers that have managed us in the Premier League era, I would hasten a guess that on his own, he's won more trophies than the rest put together.
Yeah, for sure.
So for me, that was the easiest one of all my decisions. Look, I absolutely...
Take Nuno.
Jordan, you're a disgrace. You're a disgraceful fan, Jordan. Come on, go and get your Arsenal shirt out of the cupboard. You're disgraceful.
I've been called a lot worse. It's fine.
Mate, look, I love these two. These two are like on toast.
I think it's the same guy on two different accounts arguing with each other.
Racist. It's brilliant. Don't forget Jerry Francis. Yeah, Jerry Francis and his attacking lineup. Let's see if we've got some sensible fans in here. Let's have a look. Coach Silver said Jimmy Greaves 70% as our greatest ever striker, without a shadow of a doubt. And if anyone ever watches him play, like, I know it's difficult because you can only go back and watch footage. It was like watching Messi dribble through people. Ryan Mason, no debate. Yeah. Listen, he took us to a cup final, didn't he, old Ryan Mason?
Yeah.
Dave Clark has said Redknapp. Listen.
Yeah, honourable mention for sure.
I loved watching Redknapp's teams play. I've picked mine solely on someone that's got pedigree of winning, and who can manage a lot of egos and who's a winner. Eugene's gone with Nuno. Thank you for that. I know you hate Poch, Savvy. You don't have to make it so obvious. I don't hate Poch.
Okay. He's a lovely man. I like him.
Clive Allen got 49 in one season for Spurs. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, but they're all in meaningless domestic cups, Ever. So
yeah, exactly. Conte, Phil, the president, was magnificent. Let's have a look. Who's the next one? So I'm just going down in order, by the way. None of them won trophies. It's Poch. You clowns. You are a clown.
So angry.
He's so angry, isn't he? It's literally, I told you, if your answer to everything isn't Son or Poch, some of these younger fans, they can't fathom that Tottenham Hotspur has been around for over 100 years.
But it's funny, I just don't understand why he's so angry.
Yeah. Big Martin Yole will clean up with teams. Big Martin Yole. I would choose Clough. Daryl Denton is saying that because, and I think Daryl, tell me if I'm wrong, because the other day we had a debate where Son over Salah was saying that Poch was a better manager than Brian Clough, and that what Brian Clough did with Derby and Nottingham Forest wasn't as good as what Poch did with Spurs.
We're forgetting that Tim Sherwood has got the best win percentage of any Spurs manager ever.
Absolutely. So. All the swearing.
That's why very, very angry.
Both of those teams actually would win something. Listen, I'd like to think so.
Yeah.
Don't forget Jerry Francis. That dinosaur over Poch. Please don't make me go to their Wikipedia pages and post who's won what. It's embarrassing. Pochettino's only ever won a Scottish. It's worse than that, isn't it? Only won the French league.
And lost it the first year to Lille.
So Mark's gone. Okay, he wanted Birkinshaw. Mark, look, you must have seen a lot of the same players as me, maybe even some a few years earlier. No offense, but I think you mentioned it. And it's all right, isn't it, to say that there are players other than the ones we've got now. Jose Mourinho and Ericsson over Son. Go support Arsenal, you disgrace. Sorry. Go support Arsenal, you disgrace. You're a disgrace, Savva. You're a disgrace. He's so angry.
It's mad that you're that angry and then you're still watching. Maybe you're still watching. It's like it's you know the people that complain to like Ofcom and that on TV.
Yeah.
They like choose to watch something and they go, I fucking hate this, but I'm going to keep watching. It's like, I wouldn't be here then.
Right. There you go. Coach Silver said, Bill Nick reinvented football, as is the way we want our Spurs to play. Look, Bill Nick, I was told on here by, I think, Son over Salah and Matt Bengruzzi weeks ago that Bill Nicholson was irrelevant to our club now. I mean, let let it soak in. It's like Man United fans in 40 years' time going, but Ferguson's irrelevant. You know, like it's just. Let's have a look. Manan has said Harry Kane all day long over Greaves, especially when Kane. I mean, Manan, I think the difficulty is, let's be fair, you never watched Harry. I didn't.
No.
Right, but you never watched Greaves play, so
it's really, really difficult. Any player from those, it's different when you're looking at, say, the noughties and the 90s because there's comparable football. Yeah. There's a different pace. There's a different fitness element. There's so many different parameters to the football. It's
like those fans, Jordan, that constantly want to debate Ronaldo v Messi. Why?
Yeah.
Why can't we just say we've been privileged to have them both for the last 15, 16 years?
I get the comparable. I like the comparison because of the amount of goals they score. Right, it's interesting to be like who would have been better, but it's impossible to do.
It's different footballers, different skill sets, different.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think either of them are going to retire regretting their career, are they?
No.
I don't think Messi's going to retire and go, but I didn't get one more hat trick than Ronaldo in Champions Leagues. You know, here we go. Are you all right, Jordan? As I said,
yeah.
I'm not kicking you off. I'm just saying I don't want you to.
No,
Savva, you guys are obsessed with trophies.
God,
That's
no.
not what football is about. It's about having fun. You have to enjoy watching football. It's an escapism from boring reality. Right.
That's because you never leave your bedroom.
Where to depict this? First of all, you tell me that I'm a disgrace as a Spurs fan and a football fan, but I've just said it's about fun. It's about having fun. All right. If it's about having fun, go and support. Look, if I think it's about fun, I'll go and support Dartford FC, my local team. And I'll go and watch them. It's a good day out, right? You get a really crap burger. You get a great view of the pitch. The players come around and have a laugh with you. That's fun. Paying 80, 90 quid to go to Tottenham, spending £100 in the pub and programs and food and travel. I want a little bit more than, and the football's not even good. So please do not tell me that it's about having fun. That is ridiculous. Son over Salah's back. Savva always disrespected Poch and Son. You can't be a Tottenham fan. Don't come to the lane ever again. Understood.
Where'd you sit, Son over Salah?
Yeah, Son over Salah. Do you know what? This is four shows in a row now. I've said I will put the link to this show in the chat. You are more than welcome to join, and we can actually have a football chat about. I don't know. We can have a chat about Heung-min Son. What he'll do, he'll respond with, "Why would I want to do that?" Yeah, I don't know if your parents are up and not allowing you to join in, but there we go. There we go. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Who the fuck is Bill Nicholson? Just wow. And I'm the one that shouldn't be a Spurs fan. Phil, I feel for you, Jordan. Klinsmann was fantastic, and seeing him at the lane after watching him at the World Cup was mind-blowing, and his goal record was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel for me as well.
Can we talk about the present? I feel like we've talked about the present and the past, right? I don't feel like we're, I saw Greaves. Right, Mark, when you say what a player, can you enlighten us? I mean, I've seen lots of documentaries about him and clips of him, and he just looked sublime, but was he that good? Like how good? Sum it up for us in words. Use words. The youngsters like it. Like, was he a baller? He's back. Son is the best left winger in the Prem, and Poch is our best manager who brought us to a Champions League final. All I hear is disrespect. I just can't believe what you said to support Arsenal. Okay. Okay. Listen, Son is the best left winger in the Prem. Okay. Even if Son was the best left winger in the Prem, that doesn't change that my team wasn't about this Premier League season, was it? My team was over the last 30 years, players that have played for Tottenham. I believe there are much better footballers that have played for Tottenham than Heung-min Son. That's only my opinion. Jordan put him in. I didn't. See what that's called? Notice how Jordan is not telling me that I'm not a fan and telling me to go away, right? Just because I didn't pick him. Second of all, Poch isn't our best manager, right? Because he didn't win anything. And even if he had have won something, the whole point was, of all the managers we've ever had, Jordan and I looked at what those managers had achieved. And when you look at what those managers have achieved, factually, Jose Mourinho is the guy that will take this team into battle and win you something. Yeah? Spurs fans can call him a dinosaur all we want. That's fine. He's won more trophies than our club. Yeah? So let's just have a little bit of respect for people. Greaves played on pitches of mud, not like carpet these players do. Phil's back. Klinsmann even said the best partner he ever had was Sheringham. Dumitrescu was part of the famous five. Right. I was thinking about Adebayor. I was thinking about it. Jordan, you might be just a tad too young for this and not patronising. I don't know. Others tell me. That's the third person now who's mentioned the famous five. Do you remember the famous five?
No, I wouldn't like to sit here and say it's vivid in my memory. Let's say that. But yeah.
So for anyone who doesn't remember the famous five, this was when Spurs weren't a good team. And we went out and we bought Dumitrescu, Chica Popescu. Now, I'm going to get loads of people going, who was Chica Popescu? Played for Barcelona and Romania and was absolutely class. we had Barmby, we had Anderton, and then Sheringham and Klinsmann. They didn't all 6 didn't play. So I think normally 5 of them started. And then you had like Steve Sedgley or some poor sod in midfield doing all their work. And it was like Ozzy Ardele's you score 3, we'll score 4 type football.
Yeah.
But it was exciting to watch. I mean, it wasn't sustainable. Yeah. It's not going to win you titles. And we were dreadful at the back, but it was great. Why would I want to speak to a racist? Oh my God. Oh. Are you all right? Has someone hurt you? Because you're really, really angry because somebody doesn't agree with you. Just relax. Let's have a look. Poch can polish Arsenal's FA Cup in his golden era. I think for me, Darryl, this is the key thing. For as much as I thought Poch did, again, you all know my sentence. Poch did well for the time he did well. But there were lots of times where he didn't do well. And the problem is, in his golden period where people talk about Poch raised our levels, Arsenal was still winning trophies. Whilst Arsenal were winning trophies, they were demonstrating because they wanted Wenger out and he was winning them trophies. Yet our fans still to this day are going, Poch. Just, he did well. He's gone. Move on. What do you make of this Poch? This inability to let go of Poch, George? I know you like him, but
yeah, no, it's a strange one. Like I say, I was a fan of Poch, but there comes a point. I mean, when you look back, there's when you're in it, it's difficult, isn't it? Like I say, you're in an echo chamber again because we were in Champions League consistency. We were winning big games. When I say big games, I mean, the likes against Dortmund and Man City and whatever. But ultimately, we didn't really get anywhere in terms of getting over the line with anything. And I think, again, I'm not looking to disrespect anyone because I don't really give a fuck that much. But when we're talking about this mentality that people have of, irrelevant trophies or whatever, I mean, this is the manager that said winning trophies builds egos.
Right.
So that there was a problem with his tenure, and there was a reason why we didn't get over the line, because the team, a lot of the players that we put into our teams, your Walkers, your Danny Rose, your Toby Alderweireld's, Dembele's, Kane, Son, is enough to get over the line in some of the finals and semi-finals that we were in, right. And we just never did. And there were decisions. Right. And again, I put Son in my team, but playing Son at left wing back in a final is not a good idea. Mm-hmm. So there were many things which were reasons as to why we didn't get over the line, and they were down to that manager, unfortunately. So there comes a time when you have to take the rose-tinted glasses off, and he gave us some brilliant moments and some brilliant cup runs and some brilliant moments in the league as well. And there was no doubt that he was Tottenham through and through at that period. And there's no doubt for me that he wants to come back. And part of that is what worries me, is I feel like he was very comfortable in that environment because there was no real push to deliver anything. Right. So, yeah.
But the problem is now you're talking factual and it's not welcomed. And again, there's this belief that I hate Poch. I don't hate Poch. Yeah. I just don't look. It's the same as anything, right? There are managers that come in and win things. There are managers that don't. Mm. There are managers I don't expect to win things because they've got awful teams, right? There are managers I expect to. Once Poch got 3-4 years deep and we had that 11 and we got to semis and finals, and you're thinking, right, now you've got to go and show the world that you can outmanage someone in a semi or a final. And he didn't. Now, that's not disrespecting him. That's a fact. Factually, he didn't manage to get over the line. So, yes, he did well, but then he didn't do well. He had to be sacked because it was untenable at that point, and we move on. Same way, Jose came in. He was sacked. We move on. Yeah. Nuno was sacked. Conte will be sacked or leave the club in the next year, 2, 3, 4, and we move on.
And there's an attachment to that period because it was elongated over 6 years. And
Agreed.
There were some good moments in that. And
Agreed.
There was a feel around it. And even I was part of that, and I enjoyed it. Yep. We're all in this together. It's like a Tottenham family. The squad was small. We all love Jesus Perez and all the other guys around him. And since then, no other manager's been able to make that connection. One, because of the time they've spent here, either down to the board and themselves not succeeding. So every time we get a new manager, the instant throwback or thought back is to Poch. It isn't to Mourinho or Nuno or Mason or whatever. It's because of that's the biggest bulk of a lot of people's recent memory.
Yeah, and I get, mate, I get that. Look,
no, of course.
At the end of the day, I just feel like you're not allowed to be factual. You're not allowed to not rate people. And hang on, that's the wrong tone. I've never said I don't rate Poch.
Yeah.
What I've seen at Poch at PSG hasn't made me go, oh, wow. It's made me go, meh, right? The comments I heard from Poch when he was manager, like you said there, I don't ever want a manager that manages my club to come out and say things like winning builds egos, or
winning trophies
breeds egos. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear win. We've got to win. That's what you want to hear. Let's just quickly go to some. So if he prefers Son over Salah, could he possibly be anti-Muslim? Apparently, yeah. Apparently, I wouldn't mind, but it's not only white players I've picked, is it? You spent a whole show saying he isn't world class. That's odd behaviour to one of our greatest ever players. I think therein lies the problem, is that you believe he's one of our greatest ever players, and I really don't. So when you're saying about nostalgia, it's not nostalgia, it's history. There's been a lot better footballers that have played for Tottenham Hotspur than Heung-min Son. That's a fact. If that wasn't the case, then Heung-min Son would score 30, 40 goals a season. If that wasn't the case, Heung-min Son would be winning Player of the Year in the Premier League. I don't think he's ever won that. Why is he not winning? If Son is this amazing footballer that some of you want to make him out to be, why is he not winning those awards? Now, I'm not saying he's not a quality footballer, but just maybe my bar for world class is up here and your bar is down here somewhere. Yeah? Demetria said if. I don't know what that was too. Savva, you hate Poch, you hate Ollie Skip, you hate Son, you are nostalgic. I do believe that I love Harry Kane. I do believe that I love Heung-min Son. I love Hugo Lloris for years and years and years. I don't understand about this nostalgia thing. I've literally just put Dembele, Modric, Walker, Toby, King, Lloris, Bale, Kane, all in my team who are all within the last decade, right?
Ericsson.
Right. Just because I know my history. Eugene Thompson, am I going to the North London Derby? No, I will be on a plane on the way back from New York. Mark Scrumpy, Jimmy was a baller and far ahead of his time on crappy pitches. Please stop banging on about the past. It's irrelevant now and boring. Okay. If that's the case, then does that mean that you have to stop banging on about Poch?
I thought you'd unsubscribed. Why are you here?
Yeah, I know. He's still here. T.O. Tibbs, we Savva. Okay, good. I've never heard that one before. Matt Gouja said, so that Dimitri guy wasn't that good then, was he, Savva? I'm proven right again. Are we talking about, when you said a Dimitri guy, do you mean Ili Dumitrescu? Again, I'd like you to go and watch him. It's just embarrassing how many fans don't know our past. David Raybowles, Ziga Babesco left us and was captain for Barcelona. He was quality. He never settled over here. I think it was known public knowledge he wanted to move out of England, but what a footballer. No, it's not that. You always put Son down. I don't think I've ever put Heung-min Son down. Right. Can I say this for the record? I think Heung-min Son is quality. I think he's the first or second name on our team sheet week in, week out for the last 5-6 years. I think I started this show by saying that I caveat every Spurs game with we've always got a chance because Heung-min Son and Kane are in the team. I don't quite understand why people think I hate him just because I don't think he's world class. David Thompson, great show. Savvy, you're feeding the troll. Yeah, look, at the end of the day, look, people come on, they comment. I'll comment back. I'm reading everyone's out. Famous 5. We then went on to the famous 7. Savva, if you block Son over Salah, this would be much more fun. Stop giving him time. I mean, if everyone wants me to, I will, but I just feel like it's a free economy. Are trophies all you care about? Jesus Christ, it's only a bit of metal.
I mean, factually, he's not wrong.
Factually, he's not wrong. Can I ask you a question? Jordan? If it's only a bit of metal, why do managers get sacked time and time again for failing to win that bit of metal?
It's only 3 points, mate. Come on.
It's only 3 points. Moving on. Oh, God, he's next as well. The disrespect to what Poch built. Okay. Gave you memories that will last forever. I barely remember them now. I mean, what am I remembering? I'm remembering that Lucas Moura saved his backside with a hat-trick when we looked dreadful against Ajax over 2 legs. Fab 5, remember Barmby? Absolutely. Do you remember Barmby, Jordan? Nick Barmby?
Nicky Barmby, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nick Barmby, very good. Could play up front, play behind. Good player. Oh, God, I'm not reading his out. Go away. Salah, do you think we'll build a $1 billion stadium so Levy can have fun or trophies? Yeah. That's the thing, right? As a Spurs fan, Jordan, weren't we sold this dream? Right? Let me put this to you another way, Jordan. If it's only a bit of metal, right? If it's only fun, right? If it's not about trophies, why did ENIC build a £1 billion stadium? Why have they built a training ground? And why are they charging Spurs fans the most amount of money? Now, I can't lose whatever answer you give here. Go for it.
Revenue.
Right. Revenue. So right. So there you go. Revenue. That's all this club wants. The club wants revenue. Fans like this just want to have fun and then want to tell fans with ambition to move on. The goal of professional sport is to win trophies. The best teams, the best players win trophies. Winning is the only metric. History doesn't remember people who choked in semis and finals.
Well said, Dave.
Can't agree more. Who's next? Oh, it's him again. You haven't moved on from Jose. I've moved on from Jose. I don't want Jose managing this club. I just don't hate Jose like so many people did. I didn't see
another final.
He got us to a final. Wasn't even allowed to manage in it.
He's in another final.
And he's in another final. Just always in finals. Who's next? Okay, 100% agree with Son of a Salah. It's just a metal. Yeah, it's the same person, isn't it?
It is. They're just switching accounts.
Yeah. Levy loves fans like Son of a Salah, can spend a fortune to have fun and pay a fortune to win nothing. Look, at the end of the day, everyone can support the club the way they want to. I agree with that. But I just feel that when people start telling other people that they are racist and that they should support Arsenal, I just don't feel there's any need for it. And
you've run out of an argument at that point.
Yeah, I think you have. And I think, look, at the end of the day, I wanted to bring this channel back because I wanted to have football conversations, right? And I didn't want to repeat of what happened before where people just were constantly using the racist card or using this or that, the other. I don't understand what race, if I'm honest, I don't understand what race has got to do with football debates. I don't care. When I'm talking about a footballer, I don't even think about what race they are, religion, what colour, what creed. I don't really care. And I had all this before. Oh, you hate Sissoko and Sanchez because they're black. God, well, I hate Winks as well. But I mean, what's the thinking behind that? But look, Jordan, I'm going to let you go, mate. I'm going to tie up a few things. I'm going to stay on for 10 more minutes. If anyone's got any football questions that are away from this topic, put them in. We'll go for another 10 minutes. Ask away. Jordan, you have been fabulous as always. You're level-headed. You're to the point. You're not a child. And your hair is phenomenally sexy. Love it.
Pleasure is all mine, Savva. Always good to do this with you. Happy to be on the next one when you need me. And
we'll get Ross on as well.
If we can get him away from his bird.
Has he got a new girlfriend?
I'm assuming so. That's why he's quiet. I don't know that.
Fair enough. Okay.
I'm speculating. But yeah, have a good time in New York, mate. And we'll do this when you're back.
Perfect. Cheers, mate. See you soon.
Cheers, mate. Have a good one.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Right. So let's start with this. Actually. So an Arsenal fan said, big up Savva. Spurs fans say Poch would last his tenure at Spurs if he was at Arsenal. Nonsense. This is my point. Had Poch had not won anything with those players at any other club, he would have been sacked. At Spurs, he's treated like a god. I just don't put people on that higher pedestal if they haven't achieved anything. Interesting one. This Ron Savva. You didn't get back to my question about Kane. Is that he's not a complete footballer and he isn't what he used to be? Oh, this is dodgy territory, isn't it? I'll be interested to hear everybody in the comments. Please put your opinion of Kane. I think Kane's having a difficult season, right? I think it was always going to happen. He had, played. Look, I don't think Kane's had a break for about 8 years playing for Spurs England. He came back late from the World Cup because we got to the final, from the Euros because we got to the final. He wanted to leave, and I think a combination of not being fit, not having trained, being tired, wanting to leave, his agent, contract talks. I think it was a really difficult start, and I think that's kind of carried through. He's had spells where he's been very good. He's still the only creative spark that we've got. But when we say he's not the complete footballer, I suppose it depends what you mean, Ron. It's difficult for anybody to be the complete footballer. Players like Ronaldo, like Messi in their prime, yeah, they're complete footballers, but are many other footballers complete footballers? What is it that you don't think Kane can do? There's a question. Dave Clark, do I like Newcastle United? I don't like or dislike. I think it's great having them in the league. I think they're whenever I've been to Newcastle to watch games, the atmosphere has been sensational. Good people, good laugh. Yeah, I've got nothing against Newcastle United. When you disrespect Son, you disrespect the South Korean culture. Grow up, child. Will Stewart, you are not even Korean, son of a Salah. Stop virtue signaling. Yes, Will. Now, Will, you and I, we've disagreed about Son a number of times. But, will you agree with me that I have said I think he's a quality player? I just don't think many players are world class. This isn't about Son. I don't believe many footballers are world class. I think the level of football player has dropped significantly in the last decade. Therefore, I don't think many are world class. If, however, other people want to say 15, 20, 30 players are world class, no problem with that. I just don't. I'm not sure why people are getting their knickers in a twist over it. Dimitri, oh yeah, okay. Remember we finished that third in the 2-horse race. I mean, yeah, that was really disappointing that season. Okay, through the right side, that was great. Okay, now we're having a conversation in Korean. Good. I'm sure that says I love Savva in Korean. Score prediction for Thursday under the lights with my first London derby. I think we'll win. I think it's going to be hard fought. Spurs will make it difficult because we do. Either that or we wipe the floor with them. I can't decide. I'll go 2-1. But Spurs, you just never know what you're going to get. As Haaland's gone City for fun. Yeah, exactly. Look, players like Haaland, they don't join football clubs for fun, right? He's joined Man City to win things, and they've signed him to win things. Dave Raybold, favourite manager and player pre-Premiership era. Is this for Spurs? If it's pre-Premiership, then Gaza or Hoddle. Just watching those. Do you know what I think, David? Look, again, apologies, Dave. I don't know how old you are, but I'm guessing you've seen Gaza and Hoddle. If people had watched Gaza and Hoddle, and then they watch certain players now and think they're some of the best we've ever seen, it's different class. It's different leagues. Gaza and Hoddle, favourite manager. I mean, favourite manager I'd seen pre-Prem was Terry Venables. I was a bit too late for Keith Birkin, a bit too young for Keith Birkinshaw, but have to be Birkinshaw or Venables. Ryan, I spoke to Graham today. He was going to come on, but he's out. He will come on next week. I will have Graham on. And Graham, again, he's older. He knows more footballers than the rest of us. So it's good to not just have people that bang on about Hong-Min Son game. Score prediction. Nice to see Jordan back on YouTube, by the way. Yeah, Jordan's a great guy. He's a really nice lad. Really, really nice guy and very down to earth. We've had some class that have come in the last 40 years. Roberts, Villa, Hoddle, Ardiles, Waddle, Ginola, Gaza, Lineker, Sheringham, Defoe, Modric, Kane and Son. We should embrace them all. Absolutely. That's what I mean, Coach Silver. It's the people that don't know our are players from the past, even if it's the recent past. They can't see beyond the last 10 years. You know, that's why people are going, oh, Delhi's got to be in that best team. No, he hasn't. Not if you'd seen Hoddle and Waddle and Gaza and Ardiles and Villa and Clive Allen and Ginola and Modric and you know, it's ridiculous. Savva, since it's North London Derby week, can you quickly do all-time Premier League 11 of Spurs and Arsenal players? I mean, we've just done an all-time Spurs. Do you mean of mixed? I don't think I've got the energy. No, we'll do it another time. That would be good because Arsenal have had some quality players in the Premier League and Spurs have had a fair few good ones as well. So that would be interesting. Coach Silver, great show. Thank you. I just try and keep it real. When I'm not being racist, I'm just keeping it real. Kane can't. Yeah, Kane. Yeah. Kane isn't very good in goal. Will, yep, you're good, Savva. That guy can't even speak Korean, has to use a translator that puts in wrong, and he thinks he can pass it off. Fair enough, yeah. Stephanie, how is Savva still going? I can always log off. If everyone wants me to log off, we can log off. I was going to go to 3 hours, but I can log off if everyone wants me to. Can I just ask, who hasn't subscribed? Has everybody subscribed? I think there's going to be a few culprits. I can see I'm on the same number of subscriptions as I was at the start. Can some of you please press the subscribe button? Free to Whiteside. Of course he did. Free like that would work with me. Yeah. Up the Spurs. Hi, Savva. Remember me? We went to college together and went to hot dog trucks. This guy keeps doing this. I am going to block this guy. How do I block him? Block user. No time for that. Just silly. If anyone didn't see this was funny. Stephanie, I did you see my twerk for you yesterday? That was very good, Will. Dave, yeah, an age where you saw Villa and Ardiles, quality players. And I don't understand why the younger fans are so quick to want to forget them and say it's nostalgic. These players built our club. These players were part of our history of winning things. Don't know if to call the men in black or the men in white. BTS. Gerrard was a complete player. Venables was class, and I was delighted when I was made England manager. Gerrard was a complete player. I mean, Gerrard was a complete midfielder. Yeah, I mean, Gerrard was the complete midfielder. He scored, he assisted, he could tackle, he could pass. He was a great leader. You don't get players like that anymore. He was a complete midfielder for me. And that's who our fans seem to think that Ollie Skip is. Dare I say that? Right. If anyone's got any last questions, let me know. If not, we will log off. It's the same guy, Savva. Yeah, Will. I'm sure some of them are the same person. It always worries me, Will, that some of these fans. It's not that they don't know our history, because I get it. People are different ages, but it's that they don't take any effort in trying to get to know our history. Let's have a look. Coach Silver, I'm lucky. Seen us win FA Cups, League Cups, and UEFA Cup. Yeah, me too, Coach Silver. And that's the thing. That's why when people want to bang on to me that Poch is the best manager we've ever had, this, that, the other, well, I've seen us win things. I've seen managers actually get us over the line. So I don't know on what metric they're basing this. Son of a salary is back. Will Stewart, yes, I can't speak Korean because I was born and raised in England. A lot of my family are Korean and I have a great connection with that country. My mum is Korean and my dad is English. Brilliant. Okay. Nas AFC, what you think about my 11? Are you going to show us your 11? Show me your 11, Nas AFC. Let's have a look. Matt Benguzi, throw every little dig you can at Ollie Skip. No, just so people like you, Jacob Pat. Why do some people have so many YouTube accounts? It's really worrying. These people you really have to worry about in life. Let's block him as well. Right, okay, we are going to call it a day there unless anyone has any last questions. I'll give it 60 seconds if anyone's got any last questions. What I would what I would like to say is, who has? I can't believe some of you haven't subscribed to me still. Okay, never mind. Right. Okay, right. So can I just ask then? So you're American, Will. Shush. So is that not racist? Is it not racist because you're calling Will American? Just because Will's American, what does it mean? Yeah, Dave, I think this is me. This is where I am in life. I wasn't brought up this way. I think a lot of people have been brought up that winning isn't everything, and that's fine, but they probably weren't very good at things. The celebration of nearly winning stuff makes me feel sick, because for me, when we don't win things, I'm gutted. Well, not so much anymore, but I don't see it as success. Again, I mean, you're showing yourself to be a bit more racist than me, right? It's embarrassing. Phil President, the problem is that the club doesn't recognise the players from the past, like Greaves and Nixon. On the present day, fans don't know about them. Phil, you could have a good point. I think the club could do more. I think the club could do more with that, but it doesn't mean that, when I've got fans in here saying, who is Bill Nick, things like that. It shows that they're not really Tottenham fans. Yeah. How long till Spurs win the league? Give me a number, please, in years. I can't give you a number in years. Under these owners, never. Let's see if we get new owners that want to win things, and we'll take it from there. Son over Salah and Will have started a bit of a debate, and this has turned quite fun. So Will's wife is Korean, and he's lived there. So yeah, we'll see. Son over Salah, just so you know, I wasn't alive in the 60s either, but you know what? I was taught about Spurs, and I've learned about Spurs, and I go and do my homework about Spurs, which is why I know who Bill Nick is. So, when you're saying you don't know who he is, I don't know who he is until I went and found out. But if you're telling me you're a Tottenham fan, why wouldn't you invest some time in looking at our history, looking at the players, looking at what's happened at this club? Then you wouldn't think that every player that plays now is the best that's ever played for Spurs and the best manager, because you'd know your history. I'm going to block Son over Salah after this show. He's too much. He doesn't know anything about football, which is a shame, because he's not too rude. I mean, he called me racist, but he's not too rude. It's boring because it's boring. I hate history. Okay, but then you can't support this club if you hate history, can you? How can you support a club you know nothing about? How can you support a club when you don't know its traditions, when you don't know its past? I don't understand. Someone make me understand. So look, do you think Daniel Levy will ever leave, and what will it take for him to leave? I think he'll leave when he's had enough. I think once the stadium makes him even more money than he's got now. I read somewhere recently he's close to being, or just turned to being, a billionaire in his own right. Not sure. I think when that stadium's made him a bit more money, him and Lewis will make an absolute creamy from selling it. I can't see any time soon. I think he would have done sooner. Let's see. Matt Benguzzi, if you're in New York, I'd love to have a chat with you. Matt, you won't even come on this stream and have a chat with me, let alone wasting my time for me to come and meet you in New York. Yeah. If you are serious, I will put the link in here. Come in and talk to me. Come in and tell me why I hate Son and why I'm racist and why I hate Poch. I bet you'll have a reason as to why you won't, because people like you never want your face seen. Will Stewart, I'm American, and I know who Bill Nick is. Yeah, of course. Any Spurs fan should know who Bill Nick is. Football doesn't start when you first started watching it. Absolutely. I became a fan because of my dad. How about you educate me about Bill Nick? It's not my job to educate you about Bill Nick. You've got Google. If you don't know who Bill Nick is, I don't believe you're a Spurs fan. I'm sorry. I just do not believe it. That's the last time I'm reading out any of your comments, Son over Salah. So any last questions? David Thompson has said he's buzzing for Thursday. Enjoy the game in the back of an Uber and on your Sky Go. Yeah, David, I'm gutted. I booked this before they rearranged the North London derby. And then when they announced it, I remember going straight to my fixtures and going, oh no. And then I looked back at my flight app and was like, oh God, I'm landing. So I'll be able to watch it, but just as I'm wandering around trying to get my passport done and get my luggage and getting an Uber. So it should be fine. David Rabel, Daniel Levy will never leave when he has, Daniel Levy will leave when he has the right bid, not before or after. I agree. I agree. Nars AFC, sorry, mate. I did see that. Sorry. You're 11. Walker, Sol, Adams, Cole, Vieira, Seth, Modric, Bale, Henry, Bergkamp. Yeah, I mean, look, we could be here all day debating this. I don't believe that Lehmann should be anywhere near that. I mean, otherwise, yeah. I mean, look, Walker and Cole kind of picked themselves. Look, Sol Campbell, for what he did to us, was Sol Campbell, but he was class. Tony Adams was class. Vieira was class. Cesc Fabregas was class. Modric was class. Bale was class. Henry, Bergkamp. I mean, difficult. There's been so many good players, hasn't there, across our two clubs? But I wouldn't go far off that. I don't think it's terrible. Let's have a look. Here we go. Just 3 bucks. I don't really need to explain on here why I deleted it. Lots of things happened, and I wasn't enjoying it at the time. I really wasn't enjoying it. So there were lots of trolls. Again, lots of people like the Son over Salahs and the Matt Brenguzis that make it unbearable for you. And getting called racist all the time isn't fun. But I'm not comfortable showing my face on the internet, but I'd love to have a private chat with you. Yeah, no, sorry. That's not going to happen in any way, shape or form. If you're not prepared to show me who you are, why on earth would I come and meet you in public? No. Yeah, trolling Savva on every stream he is on is disrespectful. Yeah, every single time I'm on a show. Ron, you're more than welcome to come on the show. You want to come on now? You want to come on in the future? Yeah, I'd be happy with that, Will, if he wants to come on. You don't deserve to come on. Right, I'm going to do everyone a favour, and I'm going to put Son over Salah on a timeout. He's just an absolute numpty. Daryl Denton, we'll get Savva sort mod or two. We don't need this every night. Yeah, Daryl, do me a favour. Sorry, I know you've done this before. Can you message me after in the YouTube chat, and I'll make you a moderator. Yeah, just so you can block these people, so I don't have to worry about it. It's not the other people's job to educate you about the club you allegedly love. Yep, absolutely. Phil President, Naz, you forgot Petit. Petit, what a good player Petit was. What's good? Danny, what's good? Lots is good. I'm in New York. It's nice weather. I'm relaxing. I'm speaking Tottenham. All these things are good. Thanks for a great show. Shame about the trolls. It was good to see you again. Coach Silver, great. I will be blocking these trolls in the future if they continue the way they are. Just so you know, I'm trying. I don't want to be that guy. I've tried to give people the benefit of the doubt, but they just keep coming back with silly things. Disrespect your culture. What? He's English. You said English. What you want to? Okay. Tommy Castillo, Savva, I've got to tell you on Henry's show, you were spot on about Man United. Yeah, I thought I was. I think that people. I think people talk about Man United now like they are the Man United of old, and they're just not, are they? They're not the Man United of old. I think they've got a few good players, but I don't feel they've got the right. I don't feel that they've got the right characters to be good. It's funny, isn't it, how I'm getting more and more viewers the longer I've been on. Thanks, Daryl. Savva, why are you saying about I accuse you of racism? I never ever had any conversation about race with you, not this stream. Okay, apologies. It was probably the other guy. Apologies, Matt, if you didn't say that. Let's have a look. Block at Matt Brancosi is a joke. Look, I don't think it's a joke, and he's not rude, but what I do find funny is every single show I do, him and Son over Salah just cannot wait to everything I say is wrong. I get it. People are not always going to agree, but every single thing I say, they pick fault with. I could tell them that it's Monday and they'd find a way to tell me it's not. Thank you, Dimitri. It's been a pleasure having you as well. Yes, it is a shame that our fan base have people like Son over Salah that don't know our club. Do you think Ten Hag would do a good job at Man United? I think Ten Hag's got a huge job at Man United. I think the difficulty Ten Hag's going to have is he doesn't just need to sort out the team. As I discussed yesterday on Henry's show, Ten Hag needs to go in there and completely revamp the club, from scouting to coaching to attitude to probably what they eat, their diet. I just feel like that is a club from top to bottom is an absolute shambles. So I do think that he's going to have a big job. He's going to have to get a lot of players in to play the way he likes. We all know he likes to play that kind of, not tick-a-tacker, but very much the one touch and move, push and run. And not many players are capable of that. I'm not even going to read that. But United's 11 and squad is overrated, though we are not much better. I agree, but I think the difference is they've spent a hell of a lot more money trying to get to where they are. Notice how all Sun fans have one thing in common. I'm not sure what that means. What's that, Steph? They use fake images on YouTube. Yeah. Great show. Would love to join you one day. You're more than welcome. Tell you what, let's talk about, if anyone wants me to go, just tell me to shut up and we'll go. Let's talk about this guy. Let's talk about 1 second and let me see if I can spell his name right. I guarantee I'll spell it wrong. This guy. Did I spell it right? Oh, did I spell it right? What do we all make about the breaking news today that he's gone to City? I don't think it was a shock to anyone, right? But what do we all make? Does this wrap up? I mean, Man City, the best team in the league anyway. Now you've added in a guy who's going to score goals for fun. Plus Alvarez from Argentina, who's a good finisher from what I've seen. What do we think? What's this going to do? Is this going to change the dynamic? Could it backfire on them? What do we think? We're doing it right now, Stephanie. I don't disagree with everything that you say. I agree with you about Henry and Kane. But you do, Matt. In general, you want to jump on and everything I say you want to have a dig at. I don't ever see you come on and go, yeah. And it's not about you having to agree with me. It's about if you don't agree with me, you make it such a big thing. Like, oh, you hate Spurs. And it's just childish, Matt. Nicholas Savva, I have tremendous respect for you and genuinely enjoy listening to you about football. I think you're very articulate and knowledgeable, even though we disagree. Nicholas, do you know what, mate? I think this is the key thing. I think we're allowed, and I probably wasn't always like this, but I think we're allowed to disagree with people, right? There's nothing wrong with that. I just think it's when it's disrespectful. I think when it's people going, your ball knowledge is rubbish. I mean, it's childish. Your ball knowledge, things like that. It's when people say things like, oh, go support Arsenal because you don't think so-and-so's good. It's when people don't listen. And what I like to think is a lot of the YouTube shows, a lot of the podcasts, all they want is to just be seen for the number of followers they've got. They just want to be seen to saying nice things about Spurs. I watched Chris Cowling's show a few times and it was just nauseating. I don't know Chris. I don't hate Chris. It was just nauseating how far up the club's backside he was. There was no truth to what he was saying. Right. Who hasn't subscribed? Put your hands up. Put your hands up if you haven't subscribed. Let's have a look. What's your favorite Spurs chat? Mine is when I was just... chant. Sorry. My favorite Spurs chant. I think it was Spurs were on the way to Wembley, right? I used to love that. We'd be winning in a semi-final or something, or a quarter-final, and Spurs are on their way to Wembley. I used to love that. Miss those days. See, it's things like this, Matt, where you get silly, isn't it? Eugene Thompson, sorry, which message was that, my friend? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's a lot of messages. Ericsson or Bruno? Oh, Ericsson. All day, every day, Ericsson in his peak. The guy was class. And for how much I saw him belittled on here earlier, he was class. His goals, his assists, his passing, his work rate. This guy was class player. Just ignore my comment 7. No need to read them out, mate. I'm just trolling the chat. Sorry. And I've just read out one that you told me not to. Fair enough, Will. Fair enough. Makoko at Dortmund said he wants to play with Kane. His contract is up next year. I don't know if Spurs make signings based on players requesting to come and join us, but why not, eh? Ten Hag is on a loser from the start. Bear with me 1 second. I just need to get some light on it here. Ten Hag is on. Ten Hag is on onto a loser from the start. He succeeded at Ajax because of Ajax. Coaches do, their structure is there and fixed. Yeah, I think this is what people overlook, and this is part of the culture, Dave, in football now. It's about the right here, right now, right? So it's, oh my God, so and so had half a good season, must sign him. They're great. Blah blah blah. Same with coaches. Ten Hag works at Ajax because he's been there for how long? That club will always be the best team in the Netherlands. I'm not saying they'll win the league every year, but they'll always be the best club. That always bring through the best young players. And you can't really fail there. The same can't be said at Man United. Will, let me know if you want to come on, mate. Let me know if you want to come on. You're more than welcome to come on and blast people. It's fun. I thought he was overrated. Now let's see how good he is. Are we talking about who? Are you talking about Haaland being overrated? That can't be true. You think Haaland's overrated? Well, does anyone else think Haaland's overrated? Let me know. At least Kane will stay with us. Yeah. Matt Buenguzi has said, Nicholas said, Matt Buenguzi, everyone has confidence behind a keyboard. The fact you aren't willing to show your face. So, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Seems like a good signing for City. I mean, yeah, it's a great signing, isn't it? I don't believe. I'm just going to get another beer, get some questions in. I don't believe that anyone can think it's a bad thing to sign Haaland. I don't believe that. Sorry about that, people. Had to go and get a beer. Right. Okay. It's crazy what money can do in football. Yeah. Phil President said the problem with United is every manager is compared to Sir Alex, and it's daunting. Yeah, Phil, we're living in a time, though, right, where if Sir Alex Ferguson had began his United reign in this era, he wouldn't have achieved what he achieved because he took years, right, to get that right. And we're not in that era anymore where people are allowed that time, especially at clubs like Man United, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool. They demand success immediately, and that's half the problem. But you know, what can you do? Nothing you can do about that now. United could come in large bid in summer. They need him. I'm guessing. Are we talking about for Kane? I can't see why Kane would want to go to United. They're a mess, but we'll see. Oh, you are talking about Kane, yeah. It's crazy that Haaland's dad gets more money from the deal than Haaland himself. I mean, look, again, that's something I don't care about, that sort of stuff. That they can do whatever they want. That's their business. I can actually see City winning the Champions League with Haaland now. Surely at some point they'll win it. I think they will. I think it's like most other clubs. No one goes in and wins it immediately. It took all of the other clubs years and years and years to win it. And I think Man City are the same. I think just because they've dominated English football, we expect them to just go and win it immediately. And I think it takes time. Haaland's an amazing player. They've got a fantastic striker. We'll see how he beds in with a squad and manager. I just think it's going to be really impossible to not bed in with that squad and that manager. Let's be fair. He's going to listen to everything Pep says, and the players he's playing with are class. Test Levy's resolve. Yeah, I just can't see it. Levy's going to want 150 million. Let's have a look. Chris Cannon lost word on Spurs, the Athletic Spurs. I don't think they're all a bunch of losers. I just think that they're not honest. You know, like I like you know, I like some of the people who present Last Word on Spurs and that, but I just don't feel they're honest. I feel like they get guests on to appease people. They have the same yes men on every time. It's the same. Well, yeah, it's great. Blah, blah, blah. You get people like Lee McQueen on there that will tell you Emerson Royal's a good signing. Give him some. It's like these people. It's just the same narrative. They don't want to answer questions honestly, and I don't feel they don't interact with their audience, and I hate that. So people can love me or hate me. People can say that I give trolls too much time, but I'm here to interact with you lot, right? That's why we do the show. Mr. Pads, hello, Sav. I hope you're well. Found your channel through Henry Wright and Lee Gunner. Much love. Seem like a proper Spurs fan who demands higher standards. Mr. Pads, you are more than welcome. Are you a Spurs fan yourself? Yes, I am a proper Spurs fan. I have been for coming on 40 years, and I do have high standards. Not ridiculously high. I don't expect to be winning titles, but I do have high standards. What I would say is, can any of you new people who are saying you're new to the channel, you're not subscribing? Any chance anyone could subscribe? Thank you. I see Henry Wright and you have some beef with Chris Cowling. Interesting. I don't have any beef with Chris Cowling. I don't know the guy. Seems like a nice enough guy. Why would I have beef with Chris Cowling? Very weird thing to say. Savva, I know this is weird, but what job do you have? I don't think that's weird. I'm head of global talent for a blockchain company that are global, hence why I'm in New York. I don't think that's not a weird question. Nothing personal or private about it. It's what I do. People only look at the end of Eriksen's Spurs career and make it out like he was a flop. Oh, for sure. If somebody could do me a favor, can someone pull up Eriksen's stats for his career at Spurs in terms of goals and assists? I'd be really interested to see. You're one of only Spurs fans who acknowledge what a player Eriksen was for us and still is. Spurs fans don't acknowledge that as much as anymore because of his last year. I would say this. Look at the time. Even if we look at the last year before Eriksen left, look at that year to this day. What do we miss more than anything? Creativity. The 4 or 5 years before that with Eriksen, what did we have in abundance? Creativity. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. I think it's spelled right. Haaland will score goals for fun. He's only 21. I agree, Ron. I just don't think there's any way in which he doesn't score goals. I keep hearing that it's tough in the Premier League to score goals. You've got a 37-year-old Ronaldo scoring goals for fun. Right? Jamie Vardy scored how many goals in the Premier League? I mean, I don't think it's difficult to score goals in the Premier League. I think that the standard of defending here is woeful. Alan, Savva, do you think Spurs will win a trophy in the next 5 years? Hard to say. I'd love to think we can at least win a cup, right? Yeah, if Conte stays and he's back, I'll caveat this like I always do. If Conte stays, if any manager stays and they're backed, they'll win us a cup. Savva, who would be a new striker your choice to play with Kane or replace him in some games? Oh, good question. Who would I buy? I'm just trying to think there's many I'd buy. I'm just trying to work out who's realistic. I haven't watched him much this season, but I did like that. Is it David who's up front for Lille? I thought he did well. I'm just trying to think. There's no one that springs to mind, but give me a bit more time and I'll come back to you with some names. Who you got in the Champions League final and how do you see it stylistically playing out? Sorry, I don't understand that question. Sorry, Nicholas. Oh, I see. Sorry. Right. Okay. Who have I got? Look, everything points to Liverpool, right? Everything. But Real Madrid just keep doing it, don't they? They keep knocking teams out they shouldn't. They don't know when they're beaten. They've got goals. I really like Vinicius Jr. I think that's going to be a really, really good test. Vinicius Jr. versus Alexander-Arnold. Benzema's on fire. I think it's going to be a great game. I think Liverpool will probably dominate, but Real Madrid tend to come on strong in the second half. So I'm going to go with penalties. Real Madrid on penalties. I'm going with. Sorry, I know you're Liverpool, but I think their name's on it. But look, whoever wins it, they deserve it, right? They're there. Whoever wins it, wins it. How do I assess Pochettino's tenure at PSG? I think he's done really poorly. He's won the league. That's a given. That should be an absolute given. When I watch them play, they are so boring to watch. He can't get the best out of quality players. They've lost or they've not beaten anyone in the top 10 away from home all season. I think he's done really poorly. And I'm sorry, I know that angers people because he was good with Spurs, but I don't think he's a top manager. Not yet. I don't think he's there. I don't think he's done anything in football to suggest that. I'm hoping Madrid win the UEFA Champions League this year. Some of Liverpool fans are just unbearable. Savva, do you think the board will back Conte? No. I think they'll give him some money, but by the word back, which is, that's the word, right? Yeah, I just don't think we will. Danny, you've already done this. Are you a troll, my friend, or are you, I'm good. You've asked. Just sub, mate, and nope, I support Woolwich. Mr. Pads, you're more than welcome. Listen, I think it's healthy. You've got to have rivalries. Can't just have your own fans because you don't get any perspective. So you're more than welcome, my friend. Blockchain company, pretty sick. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a job, right? It's a job. What's the job like? A good career is a good career move for me. I don't know. Look, I've been doing what I do for 20 years, so I don't know what you do, but look, it's a good job for me and I enjoy it. So, full ball. Hello, my friend. Between Adidas, Kappa, Puma, Under Armour and Nike, which one produced the best kits? Oh my God. God, I have no idea. I don't pay that much attention. I'm so sorry. Mohit, big up Savva. Hello. Hope my New York trip is going well. It's absolutely fine. Thank you. Had a great day today. It's been nice. I mean, in 235 games, Christian Eriksen has 52 goals and 65 assists for a playmaker. That's brilliant. I can't. That's brilliant. Yeah, people who belittle him, I do not understand. We will replace Eriksen with Eriksen, probably. Knowing Spurs, that's what we do. At this stage, I wouldn't say no, because unless we're going to go and buy a playmaker like a Maddison, like a Pellegrino at Roma, those type of players, then Eriksen on a free is a no-brainer. Keep up the good work, Savva. I have to have high standards, and like you, I wish to see Spurs competing. Look, I don't believe we should be challenging for Champions Leagues and leagues, but what I do believe is that we shouldn't be finishing level with this Arsenal squad and then thinking that we're a good team and we're going in the right direction. That's just me, right? Okay, I think we've just done this. Eugene Thompson, Eriksen is likely to stay at Brentford, according to some sources. Yeah, I'm sure he is. He could do, but we'll see, right? Ron, what if some team like Liverpool comes in with a solid offer for some? Will Spurs let him go? I mean, I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, Daniel Levy's going to ask for silly money. For example, if Mane leaves, like they're talking about today, like him going to Bayern Munich, if Mane leaves and Son is would he jump at the chance to join Liverpool and challenge for leagues and Champions Leagues? I don't know. How much would it cost? Because I'm pretty sure he signed a new contract recently. So I can't see it happening, but never say never. I love Eriksen at Spurs. We should have built a team around him. We lost him because we didn't. Yeah, I think Eriksen, the last year, I think he became disillusioned. Like many, just become disillusioned because they've been there for years and years, not seeing top players join. What are your thoughts on Lautaro Martinez? Yeah, he's a goal scorer, isn't he? I don't watch him week in, week out to know his hold-up play, etc., but he's a goal scorer, and I don't think you can ever have too many good players. Yeah, I believe so. I remember seeing a couple of times last year when I was watching Lille, I thought he was quite exciting, but I don't know enough about him. I haven't seen his goal record or anything, so don't take my word on that. Alan, I can't disagree more. Vinicius Jr. is just a Adama Traore without the gym pass. He has no end product. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go straight on to my app where I get all of my data, and I'm going to see how right or wrong you are, my friend. Let's go to Spain. Let's look at Real Madrid. Let's look at the squad. Let's look at Vinicius Jr., wherever he is. Vinicius Jr. is 21. This season, just in the league alone, he's got 14 goals and 9 assists in 33 appearances. So he's got 23 goal contributions in 33 games. He's got 1 goal in 2 cup games. And he's got 3 goals and 6 assists in the Champions League. I'm sorry, my friend. He's 21. I'm not really sure how we can be saying that's not any end product. What's my favourite Spurs kit? I remember I used to really like the yellow Holston kit. Sorry if that's nostalgic, but yeah, the yellow Holston kit I really, really enjoyed. If you can enjoy a kit, you know what I mean. Dave Robold, not fashionable. I'd love to see someone like Ollie Watkins as second striker at Spurs, a good alternative to Kane, either him or Tony. I wouldn't mind Tony. Watkins for me is a willing runner. I just don't know if he'll get you goals. But Tony, there's something I like about Tony. He's a hassle to play against. But yeah, I mean, look, let's be really honest. We just need a striker, right? Anyone. Mr. Dougal, how are you, sir? I am very well. I hope many out in the chat are. Let me know if you're getting bored. We can always stop. I'm just killing time. Let me know. We can always stop. If Levy doesn't back Conte, his job's on the line. What, Levy's job won't be on the line. He's part owner of the club. It's not going to happen. Or are we talking about Conte's job? Then I agree. Dimitri, Savva, what do you think about Arteta? He surprised me. I thought he was going to be awful, but he's brought back excitement for me. Look, not for me to say as a Spurs fan. I think when I watch Arsenal, I think sometimes you're good. Sometimes you look awful. I think you're just the red version of Spurs in terms of you don't know what you're going to get. You're inconsistent. You've got some good players. You've got some really bad ones. And I still think you need a lot of money thrown into your club. That's why it'll be interesting to see which one of us two gets Champions League and what that club does moving forward. Why do you think Bale was finished at 30? What do you think differentiates the players who are good for a short period of time and those that have extended longevity like Ronaldo and Messi? I think Bale was finished because his legs had gone. If you watched him when he came back compared to when he went, he couldn't run. Short bursts, yes, but he couldn't run. And he'll always score amazing goals. He's technically sublime. But I think the difference between him and players like Ronaldo and Messi and that longevity and people like Zlatan, those players have that will, that drive. Be the best, keep going. I don't know if Bale ever had that. Not in a bad way. I'm not saying everyone has to have that, but that's what separates them from being elite at what they do to Bale, who at one point, for me, was probably the third best player in world football. But it's about longevity, isn't it? And those two have done it consistently. Savva, I'm not a troll. I'm not saying you are, but you just asked the same question. I was on the stream with you, Henry Willenstell, 2 weeks ago. Oh, right. Okay. Apologies, my friend. Apologies. I just never know who's in my chat. Son over Salah. Savva, sorry for the attack on you earlier. I just love Spurs too much. Look, listen, I don't take it personally because I know I'm not racist, but what you've got to do is, look, just because I don't think Son's world class, there are many footballers I do not think are world class. For example, I hear lots of people saying Mane is world class. I don't think he's world class. I think he's very good. But for me, world class is right up there. But you can't just call someone racist because of that, right? So just take a chill pill, relax, and, it's fine. It'd be nice for you to join in normal chats. My issue with Eriksen isn't what he did before his last year. It's what he has done since. Yeah, I feel I get it. I just feel like when he went to Inter Milan, I think he had a bit of time to embed into Conte's way of playing. And then he had that problem with his heart. But he since he's come back, he does look like he's got a new zest for it, a new zest for life, and he's playing some lovely football. When you watch Brentford play, everything goes through him. He's passing sublime. Do you think Ben Yedder could do it in the Prem? Right, Ben Yedder's a really interesting one. The guy scores goals year after year after year, doesn't he? Has he ever really been taken to a big club? I can't think off the top of my head. He's a bit older now, isn't he? Let's have a look at Ben Yedder. I want to say he's at Monaco. Someone will tell me I'm wrong. I want to say, is he at Monaco? If I pluck that out there, I'll be happy. Yeah, God, well done, Savva. Brownie points for me. Ben Yedder, when you look at his career, look, yeah, Toulouse, Seville, Monaco, he's had a great career. I think 31. Would he want to come here now? I don't know. I'd like to see it. Will Conte really stay? It's all look. I don't know. When you watch Conte press conferences, he just flip flop, happy, not happy, best squad ever, not best squad. I'm happy here. I want to win things. Don't want to win. I don't know. We'll see by the end of the summer. If not, we go again. Why do you hate? Who do you hate the most between Arsenal, Chelsea, and West Ham? Right, I know lots of Spurs fans disagree. I don't hate any of them. Right, I'll tell you why. I'm a football fan that thinks we need these clubs. We need these rivalries. We need these clubs to be relevant for us to have that passion, to have that fight. Who do I hate more? My fiance's family are all Chelsea. So that's interesting. Whenever I go there, we've won another cup. We've done this and West Ham fans, I cannot stand. They are so knee-jerk. But Arsenal fans are funny. I do find it funny. Like sometimes I jump onto Lee Gunner's show and I watch him rinse them, and it's very funny. And I'll admit, a guilty pleasure is every now and then after Arsenal have lost a game, is jumping onto AFTV and watching them lose their mind. I do enjoy that. So look, I don't hate any of them, but I get where you were coming from. I think I just got too old for all that hatred, right? Right. Royal, Doherty, Sanchez, Roden, Davis, Reguilon, Cesc, Winks, Lucas Bergwijn, Galini. Would you agree, Savva? These are all players that need to be moved on. Oh, for sure. For sure. I could probably find another 3 or 4. Yeah, absolutely. These are not players if you want to go places. Simple. Vinicius is too good to join Tottenham, unfortunately. Are we talking about Vinicius Jr.? Oh, God, yeah. Vinicius Jr. is not joining Tottenham. God, no. God, no. Yeah, exactly. As well as Tungai and Ndombele and Gio Lo Celso. Yep. Mr. Dougal was talking about both, to be fair, but mostly about Conte. Well, look, depending on who you ask, right? Lots of people will say, like the reports are saying that Conte is going to be backed. But again, I don't know what that means. It's all relative, right? You know, some Spurs fans will say, oh, well, he backed this manager and that manager, but he hasn't really backed them. He's given them a little bit of money and has to buy 5 or 6 players with 100 million. So you're buying average players. Will Conte walk? I tell you what I would have loved, Alan. What I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when Conte was having his interview or discussion about joining as manager. I would have loved to have known what was discussed, because they must have known, right, you're joining mid-season, but in the summer we're going to do X, Y, Z. They must have had that, right? Surely. How many trophies have you seen us win during the years you've supported our beloved Tottenham Hotspur? God, what have I seen? 1, 2, 3, 5. I've seen 5. I've seen 3 League Cups, 1 FA Cup, and a UEFA Cup. But I don't know what trophies are anymore. I'm pretty sure since the 80s we've won 4 trophies, 1 Europa League, 1 FA Cup, 2 League Cups. Spurs, eh? Savva, who are some of your favourite Spurs players of all time? Even as a rival, really like Ginola, proper player. Ginola's my favourite of all time. I'm not saying he was the best, but Ginola's my favourite of all time because during a really dark period where Spurs were finishing 11th to 15th every season, we signed Ginola. And that man he got you off your seat. You never knew what was going to happen. His tricks were amazing to watch. He was quick. He scored great goals. Some of his solo efforts were just sublime. But more than that, for me, this is what I love about footballers, it's that technical ability. It's when they're comfortable with the ball at their feet. It's when they've got 2 or 3 men marking them and they're still saying, give it to me. Yeah, back to goal, give it to me. I will hold on to it. And I mean, I've interviewed live on my show before. I've interviewed Ramon Vega, Alan Nilsson, and both of them said the same thing. They both said that when they played, it was give the ball to David. David will help us for a minute. He'll get the ball away from our goal and he'll hold on to it so it's not coming back. And John Beresford at Newcastle, who was the left back, he said, I remember that, you just give it to David. Give it to David. He said, I'll do his defending, but give it to David and let him play. He was a genius. Some of my other favourites, Gaza, Hoddle, Waddle. I loved watching Moussa Dembele and Luka Modric play. They're my type of footballer. Berbatov, Van der Vaart, Eriksson. Just some players that can make things happen. I loved Defoe. I loved the way he gets shots off, and I loved that. Yeah, I think we could do with a Defoe type striker now. Not a great big player who can hold the ball up, but a player that just gets it and let's score goals. I've supported Spurs since I was 9-10 and haven't seen us win anything but 1 League Cup. Sorry, mate. Sorry about that. Yeah, unfortunately, that's Spurs now. We don't win things, and we've got fans that love that. So, Ron, I think we should buy Ward-Prowse. Cucurella, that long hairy dude in Brighton. That long hairy dude. I like Cucurella. I think he's a really good left wing back. I would take him all day long. Ward-Prowse is an interesting one, isn't he? You get lots of people that really want him and then the other half that really don't. For me, I would take him. I think he's better than Højbjerg. He's better than Skip. He's better than Ndombele and Lo Celso. He's got wonderful delivery. He'll score free kicks. Just think alone, he would add you 10 free kicks a season. His corners are brilliant. So for me, I'd take him. I'm not saying I'd build a team around him, but I'd want him as one of my 4 centre mids. You can ask anything you want, guys. Anything you want about football. Ron, I don't think Mane is better than some, to be honest, but that's my opinion. For me, we're always constantly comparing players. I really like both. I like they're both direct, both come off the left, both score a bundle of goals. I just don't think either are world class. That's just me. That's just me. I might be wrong. It's a tough life being a Spurs fan. That it is, my friend. Savva, would you say this current Spurs squad is worse than the one AVB had when we wasted all the Bale money? No, because this squad has got Kane and Son and Romero in it. But it's not far off. I really don't rate the squad. I think we've got a selection of handfuls of players. I'm so confused. What's not you? I'm so confused. Okay. I'll message you. I've no idea what's going on here. I know we needed rivalries, but I have a virulent hate of West Ham. Arsenal fans are just weird. West Ham fans, for me, it's just that it's that they've just got this weird thing that they're a massive club and they don't really do anything. Let's have a look. Phil President, Jonathan David is a great shout, but personally I would choose Alexander Isaac and I would use Desi relationship with him on the international stage. Alexander Isak, I like him. He's young. Be interesting to see what he did. But looks a good player. Anyone know what's going on with this? I'm so confused. Will, I'm going to WhatsApp you because I have no idea what's going on. Will's just messaged me. Audi Cup doesn't count, Savva. Listen, the Audi Cup is as good as it gets, my friend. What made you support Tottenham? The first game, because I'm actually from South London, but the first game I was ever taken to by my uncle, I was 3, and I was taken to Tottenham, and then I just kept getting taken. And then, like, as you get 4, 5, 6, you start getting a bit more, obviously, understanding it. But right, whoever is pretending to be Will, can they stop it? It's getting really, really silly, and you just got to grow up. Dave Raybar, what's your opinion on well, I did see this today. So the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust policy chants at away games. Apparently the sign-on chant at Liverpool was worthy of condemnation, and a BBC piece. I think that the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust are absolutely ridiculous human beings in general. I think that they are pathetic. The fact that Martin Cloak or whoever it is has come out with this nonsense today, yeah. I think it's ridiculous. It's just a song. It's not really putting anyone down. I think if you were going to do that, you'd have to ban nearly every single song in football. Arsenal only need a point in the North London derby to qualify for the Champions League. Can you see them at least getting a point? I mean, look, they need 3 to guarantee it, but I think, yeah, if we don't beat them, I think it will see them through. Can I see them getting it? Listen, this is Spurs. I never say never, but I'd like to think that at our ground we will win. Sorry, I'm now involved in. Why do people do this? Why do they ruin it? Who's pretending to be Will? There's no need for it. Let's have a look. Son of a Salah, there is not a chance you're ever going to be a mod for me. Cucurella is my number 1 choice. I would definitely take Cucurella. Let's have a look. You're spot on, mate. You say certain fans deserve the Spurs they are seeing now. They do, because they defend everything. It's like when them lot earlier were telling me that Ben Davies was right in saying, why do fans want to see new players? Fans want to see new players because the current ones aren't good enough. It's that simple. Cucurella, Lamptey, Madison, Johnson in goal. Would you be happy with these players? Cucurella, yes. Madison, yes. Lamptey, I want to see a bit more. He's always injury prone. Johnson, it's Sam Johnson. I'm guessing if he's a backup, he's English and he'll be free, then I can't see. Yeah, I'll take any of them. Savva can ask, mate, what is the main reasons why you don't think Son is world class? Yeah, you can ask happily. For me, I think Son is a purple patch player. I think there are spells where he scores a lot of goals, and there are too many spells where he does nothing in games. So this will sound harsh, and I know I'm going to get some stick for this, but there's too many times when I see Son gives away possession a lot. Lots of times the ball goes into him and it bounces off him. And world-class players, that doesn't happen. And that's why, for me, world-class isn't just about putting the ball in the net. That's the difference, right? People go, he scored 20 goals. All right. But back in the day, 20 goals didn't used to be world-class. You had to score 25, 30 a season to be world-class. Nowadays, everyone wants everyone to be world-class. And then they're upset when you don't agree with it. If you weren't a Spurs fan, who do you like in the Premier League if you have any? I mean, I don't like anyone. I don't particularly like anyone. If I wasn't a Spurs fan, I'd be a Dartford fan. I do like Dartford. I support them. They're down in the Conference South, and it's always a good day out. They're a good team. I think they're 3rd or 4th at the moment in the Conference South, so they're going to get to the playoffs. and possibly get into the National League. So that'd be good. Thoughts on Arsenal's new anthem, North London Forever. Ridiculous, isn't it? I've seen it. Arsenal haven't got a good record at the Spurs Stadium. Yeah, I mean, Arsenal haven't got a great record with us anyway. What's the most eluded opinion you've ever heard, Savva? I mean, some of the ones I've heard from certain people in this chat are terrible. I've heard that I've heard that Lo Celso is better than Bruno and Bruno Fernandes, and Lo Celso is better than Bernardo Silva. I've heard that Eric Dyer is better than John Terry before. I've heard some ridiculous ones. It just gets silly. Ben Davies has been average for Spurs ever since he joined. He said, "Why would we want to see new players?" Is baffling. I agree. Yeah, but yes, this is it. I do appreciate he's a top player. I just do not believe many players are world class. It takes a lot for me to think a player is world class. Best away ground I've been to. If we're going Premier League, Newcastle United was good. Newcastle was very good. Leeds, I went there years ago. That was hostile, but a good atmosphere. Do Dartford win more trophies than Spurs? Probably. It's not hard, is it? Top clubs need to replace, upgrade 3 to 4 players a season to avoid a full rebuild. No wonder Davis wouldn't like that idea. Mate, of course, that's the problem. When you look at like this window, you look Liverpool, they'll add 2 or 3, maybe just 2, but the 2 they add will be quality. Yeah, whereas Spurs by 6 or 7 and they're all average. That's the problem. And you're right. Back when we had that team under Poch, we needed to add 1 or 2 quality every window. But even our fans were going, "Oh, who would go and sit on a bench?" You know. Savvy, you can't keep bad-mouthing me, then rage me when I reply. I'm not raging at you, my friend. Mate, you cry and call people racist. I can say what I like about you, I'm afraid. You're still being a child in the chat. Danny, yeah, I do. He's the only player in Europe's top 5 leagues to have had over 10 goals and assists for 5 consecutive seasons. That's world-class stats. Yeah, listen, look, everyone's welcome to their opinion. That's welcome, but 10 goals and 10 assists for me a season doesn't make someone world class. I don't think that's world class. That's what top players should be doing, right? That's basic. That's average. Not average, sorry, that's not the wrong word, but it's not world class. In my opinion, this is all-round game for me isn't good enough. That's just for me. Too many games I watch where he's not involved. Most deluded is that we will challenge for next season. Levy is still in charge. I agree. Would you ever like to see Millwall in the Premier League? God, can you imagine? I've got some Millwall Millwall friends. It would definitely be an interesting away game for a lot. Can you imagine like Liverpool going there and Leeds and God, yeah, that would be and West Ham going. Oh God, it would just be there'd be trouble all the time, wouldn't there? Yeah, Millwall's not too far from me either. My cousin is a big Spurs fan and he rants about how much Spurs has improved by revenue and buying smart instead of expecting to win trophies. He's happy with good football. First of all, we don't play good football, Tony K. Second of all, look, if people are happy with revenue, that's great. I'm a football fan. I'm not a revenue fan. I don't care what our spreadsheet says. People go, "Oh, we're sound. We're financially sound." I don't care. I only ever look at spreadsheets for work if I have to, and even then, I don't like it. Let's have a look. Danny, yeah, he's a purple patch player, unfortunately. When he's hot, he's hot. When he's not scoring, his impact is minimal. World class also means delivery. I agree with this. This is the problem. I agree with this. Is world class players deliver world class when it's needed. This is always the time where I've said, when I look at Kane, the one thing hanging over his head for me is that there's just been too many big games where he's not delivered. Now, everything else about him is world class apart from that. But I can't be hypocritical. For me, world class players deliver. Look at Drogba. Drogba delivered time and time again in massive games. But for me, look, I think because Son gets highlighted so much in my chats, and then people want me to talk about it, they then think I've got an issue with him. I haven't. I just don't think he's world class. I just can't. World class for me are players like George Weah, both Ronaldo's, Messi and Gerrard. Well, Son is good. I agree. World class used to be people like Baggio, right? Zidane, Ronaldinho, Iniesta, Xavi. Son's not on these levels. I'm sorry. He's a good goal scorer when he's on form, but he's not on those levels. But we're in an era now, Phil, where everyone wants someone to be world class. Like when people go, oh, the top 5 players of every position in the world are world class. No, they're not. Doesn't mean they're world class. Like I couldn't name you 5 world class centre backs right now. Players that I just off the top of my head, I go, bang, they are massively world class. Van Dijk, Diaz, I don't see. I think Chiellini's older now. It's that sort of thing where people will then start clutching at straws and want to chuck in players. Well, he's good. Yeah, they're good, but they're not world class. Savva, just block me then. I don't need to block you. Just you don't have to watch every one of my threads. It's fine. You don't like me. It's cool. I don't mind. I don't need you. Tony K, your cousin just won the prize. I've lost how many games Son just goes through the motions. I love the guy. He's a very good player, but respectfully, he's not world class. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. There's too many games where, and it's not just him. It's not just him. There's so many players that are called world class that don't turn up enough. World class is a term that's been downgraded when you have kids saying certain players are star boys. World class players can be counted on one hand. They agreed. I remember growing up. Well, I say growing up. There was an era where all of these strikers were playing at the same time. Yeah, Vialli, Baggio, Stoichkov, Bebeto, Romario, Batistuta, the first Ronaldo. Yeah, Christian Vieri. Right, just Robbie Fowler, Alan Shearer, Teddy Sheringham, right, George Weah, right, Tony Uba, all these types of players. They weren't all world class. That was the difference. Then you had to be the best of the best to get in. Now it's like, oh, so-and-so scored 20 goals for the first time ever. World class. No, if you're world class, you score 20 goals every single year. Not even 20. For me, it's got to be more. It's again, this isn't Son. This is all footballers. The argument is flawed because Son and Kane play in shit teams. But they haven't always. At the time when Spurs were in Champions League every season and were finishing second and third and were in multiple semis and finals, no, they weren't in shit teams, were they? Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in all those semis and all those finals and playing in Champions League. So it's not flawed. In those big games, when did either of them produce? In the biggest game needed, when have either of them produced? I'll leave that with you guys. If Son and Kane played in Man City or Liverpool, they would be better because they have better players around them. We just discussed that. I used to be of the opinion that Sonny isn't world class, but started to take into account what he's doing in this below par squad. That's changed my opinion. Everyone's welcome to it. Look, absolutely. But I still don't think 20 or 19 goals is world class. It's just banded about. But for some reason, people love bringing it up with me. Your argument doesn't make sense. You're comparing Kane and KDB to Son, different players. But right, thoughts on City signing Haaland in the league? Is the league done for years and years now? It's hard to look past. Yeah. I look, they're already going to win this league, I think. And then when you look as well at the age of their squad, have they got old players? Fernandinho's going. They'll buy another midfielder. Not a problem. Who else? Who else is on the verge of leaving and old? And they just get it right. Pep doesn't buy bad players. Pep buys players he can mould, players that he knows will play his way, and he'll just keep adding. But again, you watch City, they had 1 or 2. Never 5, 6, 7 in one go, 1 or 2. That's all they do. But you're comparing players who are in world-class squads. But my point is, when Spurs were better than this Man City and this Liverpool team, they didn't do it then either. So no, I'm not. That's the point. So we're talking about now, but what about when we weren't how we are now? That's the difference. They didn't do it then. If anything, Son's better in a shit squad. When the squad was better, he didn't stand out. Just food for thought. Only we have his H. No one else. Son is a top player. When the whole team plays shit, what? Because they might have a bad game, they're not world class. World class players don't have as many off games as Heung-min Son does. That's only my opinion. I love how this gets talked about so much. Koulibaly, what happened? What happened to him? He fell off. Well, yeah, I mean, Koulibaly was talked about as being this world class defender, but again, you see, we want everyone to be world class before they've achieved. This is what we do in football. Every young player now is generational, and we don't let anyone get to the stage where they're good before we call them good. Dave Raybold has said, the argument if Son played in another team, then he'd be so much better. Maybe so, but moving would make him that then. Right. The thing for me is if that's the case, again, this is what I would say, we don't know, but from what I've seen, I've never seen a top club come in and bid for Heung-min Son. I don't know. Someone might tell me. Yeah. Anyone tell me if you can remember a time when a bid came in for him, let me know, but I can't remember seeing it. So all of that, if they play for a top team, top players play for top teams, they move to top teams. The same way Kane wanted to leave last year. I know you'll block me after this, but I think you're a racist, agenda-driven fool. You're like Hitler trying to get people to agree with what you're saying. YouTube is much better without your negative. I mean, I think if you listen to what I've been saying, you're not going to rattle me. I don't think I'm trying to make anyone agree with me. As I've just said, for example, Danny Kiriakou thinks Son is world class. We're just having a chat about it. But what Danny's not doing is calling me racist because of it. We're actually conversing about it. So when we're using words like Hitler and racist in a sentence, I'm surprised you know who Hitler is. So you know who Hitler is, but you didn't know who Bill Nicholson was, the greatest ever manager for the club you support. But you've just compared KDB with Kane when Kane plays in a poor squad. Oh, right, okay. Not for me. By the way, does anyone else think I'm racist? Is that how I come across? Just good to know. There's 11 world-class players in the world, maybe plus or one or two. Nothing wrong with saying someone is just called a really good player. I agree. I don't even think there's 11 world-class players in the world. When I look around world football now, everyone's called world-class. Everyone. Fullbacks that are brilliant going forward but aren't great defensively are called world-class fullbacks. It just makes me laugh. You used to have to be brilliant defensively to be called world-class. You know, central midfielders now are called world-class because they have a few good games. Mate, please, Ron. I really like you, but please never put Ronaldinho. Hang on, let me just read this again. I mean, are we comparing Ronaldinho to Kane and Son? I don't know what we're trying to do with that comment. Please let me know. But Ronaldinho is one of the greatest players ever. He was ridiculous at football. He made football look so easy. There's world class players and there is just pure elite players. Yeah, I just think there's too many labels. That's Danny again. Sorry, mate. Look, sorry. I'm now really conscious because of what Figgy said. Look, each to their own. I just think for me, what football fans and pundits have done, I think we've really overcomplicated football in the last 10, 15 years. You know, we've overcomplicated it with rules that don't need to be brought in, technology that didn't need to be brought in. You know, no one seems to know what the offside rule or the handball rule is anymore and blah, blah, blah. We've overcomplicated it with, well, there's world class, then there's mega elite. This, for me, it's just, what happened to players just being really, really good and then a handful of world-class players? One argument against Son is that he hasn't won anything and hasn't moved to achieve that. I mean, yeah, same can be said of Kane. Exactly. Tony K. Right, sorry. You say healthy debate in your bio, but can't handle when someone says something against what you say. Your podcast will have no progression. I think if you notice, Son over Salah, I'm having lots of conversations with people that disagree with me. We're actually conversing. I think you'll find the fact that people are belittling you in the comments is because it's you that can't handle it. You are calling me a racist Hitler because I don't think Son is world class. Just think about, can I ask, how old are you? Because if you continue going through life with that mentality, somebody will hate you and hurt you because you will say it to the wrong person. And you don't want to be that guy. A little bit of life advice. You don't want to be that guy. Notice that I'm having healthy debate here with Newcastle fans, Liverpool fans, Arsenal fans, Tottenham fans. Notice how you're the only one getting offended. You're the only one calling someone a Hitler. Yeah, I'm happy when people have got a different opinion to me, but I'm just putting across elegantly why I think that that's not correct. I'm not going, oh, Danny Kiriakou, oh, you think Son's world class, you're racist, you're this, you hate people. Blah. No, just having a conversation. So just relax. I've told you, relax. I don't think you're a bad person, but relax. Gotta go. They are playing a shit squad. Keyword. When you bring on Harry Winks compared to Man City, Liverpool, or Chelsea, you can bring on him back to games. Crucial. There's so much merit in that, and I agree with that. My point just goes back to when Spurs didn't have that shit squad. What did they do? That was the difference to me. Dave, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate that. It's 10-1 in the UK. Some of you are still up. Let's have a look. My brother Danny, where was Son and Kane when they were in good teams? Yeah, that's the thing for me. That's the thing. Those two, that will always be against them for me until they do it. When we were in semis and finals, I can't remember either of them doing anything. And I think like a stat came out against Kane. I don't know if this makes me racist because Kane's white. I'm white, Greek. So I don't know, but I'm going to say it anyway. Kane, for me, that blotch will always be against him because I think it's something like 7 semis and finals combined. And I think he's only scored a penalty in one of the semis. It's not great, is it? Now, this is an interesting one. Is Salah world class? Now, Salah's numbers are very good. They are. Is he world class? His numbers are very good. At times, even then, I watch Salah and sometimes his control of a football looks terrible. But he's got brilliant stats. And there are times when he just does unbelievable things with the football. I don't know. Let me think about that. Honestly, my standards are really high, Danny. I apologize for that, but my standards are really, really high. Danny Kiriakou, what good teams? We had one good 11. We never had a good team. Had an amazing 11, and we have Kudos on the bench. That doesn't help top players change a game. Yeah. But I do not agree. Okay, 279 subs, and you've had boosts from Henry and Lee Gunners. Says everything. Okay, fair enough. Cool. I mean, literally, my show's been going for a week. I don't know. Literally, I created this channel last Monday, just in case anyone didn't know. Jesus Christ, it's hard work, isn't it? People are very angry. I'm a racist mug. Can I ask a question to you, Son over Salah? For example, I've just turned around and said that I think Vinicius Jr. is class. Yeah? Vinicius Jr. is not white. Does that not show that I'm not right? I don't know. I don't know. What are the rules to me being racist? Is it only against Asian people that I'm racist? I'm just checking. I'm just curious to know. First of all, I'm really worried about how you've been brought up, that this is your go-to. This is your go-to, is calling people racist over a football opinion, is very worrying. Bastoni, Ericsson on a free. Oh, I'd take them both. Tielemans on a right wing back, left wing back, and a centre forward. You'll be happy with this window. Mate, yes, that they're the sort of signings you've got to make if you want to progress. So yes, absolutely. Nobody would go for Son because of Levy. He won't let him go for under 8 million. I think, again, this is my point, Tony, is even if somebody came in, for Son, what's he going to ask? I mean, realistically, what's Son worth in the market? Because this market's ridiculous, right? What's Son worth? Is he worth 190, 80, 120? I don't know. Age goes against you. I don't know. Danny Kiriakou. Yeah, so, as you mentioned, we can have a debate. I think you're brilliant. We've had different views, but that's just us, right? We all have opinions. Yeah, of course, man. Of course. Imagine if we all agreed. Imagine we'd all be on a show now going, oh, I agree. Brilliant. Great. Next one. Yeah, I agree. I do wonder whether Man City would have still gone for Haaland if they landed Kane. I think they would have, but wonder what Kane's reaction would have been. Yeah, something I guess we'll never know. But again, what I do know about top clubs like that is they don't just buy one player and go, oh, no one will ever get a game because Kane's playing. They keep buying top players. So they could have possibly had both. And imagine that. I'll imagine that. Where has Son ever delivered in clutch moments? It's not just him, but people are so obsessed with this Son world-class agenda. It's bizarre. Appreciate people's opinion. Yep. Okay. Right, let's put Son over Salah on a timeout. God, he's so... You've literally... You've come back in the show, you've apologized, and then 2 minutes later, you're doing the same thing. Learn. Just relax, Son over Salah. It's okay. It's okay for me and you to have a difference of opinion on a player. It happens in the Liverpool fan base. If you say Salah has a shit few games, you're racist. You have an agenda. If they can't put an argument, they say racist. Look, Tony, you and I both know. The moment people start saying you're racist, they don't have a football argument. It's too easy. Have you noticed, Tony, that when I've sat here and I've said about other players like Davis and Winks and Eric Dyer, they've got nothing to say to me because they're white footballers. I just think everybody in this world now is clutching onto racism. I love the beautiful game because it doesn't need to be about race. Yeah. I suffered not racism, but being Greek at school, having a big nose, like I've got a massive nose, got a big old Greek nose going on there. Yeah. God, the things you get at school constantly. Oh, where are your plates? We're going to smash your plates. Good one. Oh, let's pin some money on you. Yeah, good one. Yeah. Oh, do you like feta chip? Yeah, good one. So I just don't buy any. Racism is used. It's people like that calling out racism, which make people not listen to racism as much. And that's a shame. If Lo Celso goes to Villarreal, would you take Pau Torres? Absolutely. All day long. I would take Pau Torres in a heartbeat. Very good defender. I would take him. Yeah, absolutely. Would you? Low, so slow. He's one of the most bang average footballers I've seen play for us. And trust me, I've seen a whole lot. I agree. Bang average. Don't rate him. Don't know what he does. He's not quick. He's not particularly got a great engine. He doesn't score goals. He doesn't assist. His passing's average. I don't know what he does. Ronaldinho was my favourite player when I was in high school, but his fall was his fame. He did well, but his goal scoring record wasn't out of the world. P.S. You're racist. You're a good man. I think you meant to say I'm not, but okay. Yeah, but I think Ronaldinho, if you look at Ronaldinho, that wasn't, I mean, he scored goals, but Ronaldinho, he was an entertainer. Yeah, you think Ronaldinho turned up in massive games. Ronaldinho was just, he was too good. Savva, if you're a racist and the world is flat, thank you. No, but you're patronizing and belittling. Also, you slag off other podcasts that are way more successful. I'm not slagging them off. I just don't like listening to them because they don't tell the truth. They're designed, those podcasts, for people like you, for people that want to be validated by thinking everything is great. Unfortunately, I'm not belittling you, but your era, your generation of people, Son over Salah, you need to be validated in everything. You need everything to be brilliant, great. You need it right now, or you start throwing little tantrums like you're throwing now. Yeah? Of course, their shows are doing better than mine. Mine's been going a week. My last podcast, after a year, I had 10,000 people subscribed. No one's asking you to be here, son over Salah. If you think I'm belittling, if you think I'm patronizing and racist, you can log off. I don't know why you come in and then want to call me racist. It's really, really silly. Trust me, if I was racist, I wouldn't be alive. Growing up in Lewisham, you ain't got no chance. So just, as I said, calm down. Our squad has been shit for a while now. The 11 was good under Poch, but the squad was shit. Yeah, agreed. I think we all know that. Football is all about winning. You can have great players, but if you don't win, then it means nothing. Correct. So talking about my podcast being crap, there are still many people that haven't subscribed. A few have in the last 10 minutes, so thank you for that. I don't know why Danny was shouting at me but about the Sun debate. I don't know if he meant to, but... the dumbass who has copied Will Stewart's channel, you are getting mass reported. Good luck. Savva, Hazard was world class, yet he turned his form on and off. This has been a while since Salah has been on form. I think he's world class. Yeah, I mean Hazard's a difficult one because there was a period of time for years where he was phenomenal, and then he just kind of fell off a cliff. But he did literally take a team to win a title. He was phenomenal that year. Same way Mahrez when he took Leicester to winning a league and things like that. But again, look, it's just me. I don't put too many people into the world-class category. I'm very sorry for offending people. Tell me players from the past. Chuck players' names at me and I'll tell you if I think they're world-class. And then you can have a go at me. Based on your points about Son and these purple patches, Salah is the same. Son has moments of absolute magic and brilliance, and so does both go through. Right, which is why the only reason why I'm more hesitant with Salah is his number of goals for 5 years in a row is just sickening. It is disgustingly good. But you're right. Again, another player who there are spells when he's not great, but not to the level of Son. But aren't we all bored about the whole Son thing now? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just really bored of talking about him. When you consider we paid 11 million for Eriksen and Lo Celso was a poor replacement, oh, for sure. 11 million for Eriksen? Bargain. Can you just ban Son over Salah for the channel? He's such a muppet. Yeah, I will do. No, but it's Asians you always have something bad to say about. Oh, God. Can anyone name another Asian we've talked about other than Son? Which other Asian have we talked about? I can't even think. Who have we talked about? You are funny. I actually like you. There's something about you that's really endearing. How you try to be this big bad boy, but you're not. Just trying to show you why I think Son is world class. Listen, absolutely. Savva just blocked Son over Salah. He's just funny. He's funny. Salah's been doing it for 3 years now. Son had 120 goal season. Oh, Son has had 120 goal season. Yeah, that's my point. That's kind of what I go to. Son's had one. Has he got 20 this season, or is he still on 19? Has he got 20? It's, it doesn't scream world class. It's one season, but that's me. There might be people that think scoring 10 goals is world class. Cool. Let those people have their thing. It's fine. Listen, there are probably players that I think are world class that other people don't. I don't care. I'm secure enough in my opinion that I stick with it. I don't care, right? I really, really don't care. Son is worth about 80 to 100 million in the market. Yeah, I won't go wrong with that. Savva, I meant you're not racist. Freaking autocorrect. Mate, you're all right. It's all good. I don't believe I am either. Danny Garrick, I like this. I like that little bromance you two have got going on. I can't believe we've been going for 4 hours. Should we shut this down? Do we keep going? What do you want to do, people? I like this. Copycats. Where are you? Will Stu? Yeah. Goes without saying, Pau Torres is better than all our defenders other than Romero. And even then, I'd like to see them play together. That would be good. In this world, if you choose a white shirt rather than a black shirt, you're racist. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Look, I've got a black shirt on. I can't be. Black t-shirt, black watch, black phone, black microphone. Oh no, sorry, it's blue. It's a blue one. Sorry, racist. Remember Ronaldinho top corner goal against Man United was standing still. Yeah, you're talking about the goal v Chelsea, but I hear you. Yeah, that man did things with a football that make you go. That for me is when I think a player is world class. When you go, wow. It's so funny because the world class debate will be back next show. Someone will bring it up again. Someone will go, why don't you think Son's world class again? Where do you see Spurs going in the future? I don't until Levy goes. I think we'll always be hovering between 6th and 4th, 7th and 4th, and we won't win things. Do you think we were sold dreams when we signed Reguilon? He had a strong start to his Spurs career, but when I watch him now, he just looks a bit clueless. Poor football IQ. I think the reason I haven't read out the last bit is I'm going to come to that. I don't rate Serge Reguilon. I think my words I use with everyone with him is he's got a good engine. He gets back and forth and everyone goes, oh, great player. But I don't think he's particularly good at defending and I don't think he's particularly good at attacking. His passing's wayward. He's not for me. That's just me. Maybe I hate Spanish people. Who knows? I think Salah helped us win the title. Mane was off the pace and Firmino was too. Only now Mane has turned back into one season with Diaz coming in. Look, first of all, I'm jealous that you guys have got those options. But second of all, yeah, look, I hadn't really given it any thought. I don't ever go to bed at night and go, who's world class? I just literally, if I'm asked a question, I'll go, yeah or no. Salah for me, right on the line. But if that's world class, he wouldn't be anywhere near world class in years gone by. I can assure you. Savva, some of the comments you've had to address must make you wonder if you're in the flew over the cuckoo nest. I commend you for keeping your sanity. Well, listen, I've just learned from years gone by and mistakes I made on the last podcast and how I used to be on Twitter, and it just wasn't worth it. It's not worth the hassle. It's not worth getting wound up about. I can keep going if people want me to, and if people are bored, I can stop. What are your thoughts on Raphael Leao? Yeah, I've seen Milan a few times this year, and he looks exciting. He looks raw. He looks really raw. I think it's one of those that you buy, and he's either brilliant or just a complete flop, right? But I suppose that's the risk you take with all players. Look, that's the sort of player. Yeah, get him in the squad. For me, I want to build a squad, not in one window. This should have been done for years. I want to build a squad where we go, oh, Kane and Son aren't playing today. All right, we're bringing in Leao and Maddison. Do you know what I mean? You want that sort of, but we don't do that. Keep going. Bring on Will or something. I did ask Will if he wants to come on, but he hasn't. I'm asking him again. I'm just texting Will, because we're in a WhatsApp group together. Claude Makelele and Yaya Toure were world class. Claude Makelele, certainly. Yaya Toure for a few years was. But this is where I think we have to put everything into context. So Yaya Toure couldn't get a regular game at Barcelona behind world-class midfielders like Busquets, Xavi, and Iniesta. Now, that doesn't automatically mean that he's not world-class, but it does show that he had to go somewhere else and he wasn't good enough to force his way in there. Was he world-class? I think for a few years he definitely was. Yeah, but Claude Makelele was just a beast for how long was Claude Makelele a beast in midfield? Yeah. God, I forgot about Claude Makelele. What a player he was. Don't stop. 5 more hours. I don't think I've got 5 hours in me. I reckon I could go until we hit 5 hours. So I have a quick question. In the current crop of players, who would you currently consider to be world-class? I don't think Ronaldo or Messi are playing at a world-class level anymore, but were. Yeah. Look, they'll always be world-class from the point of view that they don't lose their ability. but their effects on games is always, look, what's that, 35 and 37 now? It was always going to dwindle. I just think Messi's had that look of him this year where it's kind of like he doesn't really want to be there. But look, we can't blame those two. Those two have been the best two players in the world for the last 15 years, bar no one else. And luckily Modric came in 1 year and won it. World-class players now. I think Kevin De Bruyne is world-class. The way he manoeuvres a football, the way he glides past people, his touch, his control, his crossing, he's world-class. I think Bernardo Silva's a world-class footballer, again, for the exact same reasons. I think Phil Foden will be one day. I don't think he is yet, but I think Phil Foden's got all the attributes to be. I think Rudiger a world-class centre-half. He hasn't done it consistently enough. No, I'm going to scratch that one. I think Ruben Diaz, Virgil van Dijk. I think Benzema obviously is world-class. Modric is world-class. I still watch Modric now, and he does things with a football that just make me go, wow. Honestly, I think this is a really weak crop of footballers. I think Haaland will be. Again, I want to see Haaland do it in a league that isn't Germany. But what he's done in the Champions League would suggest he's there or thereabouts. Kane's there or thereabouts. But again, as I've said to you, I've got my doubts because of the getting over the line piece. Again, Salah's on the line. Anyone else at Liverpool? I absolutely adore Thiago Alcantara. I think Thiago Alcantara is just such a phenomenal midfielder. His passing, the way he manipulates a football. But I'll let you into a secret. And I'm going to tell you who my favourite player is in the Premier League and who I think is world class. And you're all going to laugh at me. Or maybe you won't. This guy is cultured. His passing is ridiculous. His defensive work is great. His deep line playmaking ability is second to none. And his vision, his time on the ball. Rodri at Man City. That is me all over. That is, if I was a footballer, I'd love to be that player. He just controls Man City. De Bruyne and Silva, I think that three there, that Rodri, De Bruyne, Silva, when those three start for City, they just look magnificent. No, Danny's my guy. He's one of my favourite people to listen to when it comes to Spurs. No. When I said about bromance, I was just joking in a good way. I love some. If anyone thinks he's world class, that just shows how much the standards in football have dropped. My opinion, completely, Alan. I think Salah is world class too, but he's a better player than some because he scored more goals. But Salah has played in a far better team than some for Spurs. But that wasn't always the case. This was the point. When we were much better than we were better than Liverpool for a decade until the last 4 years, and Son was part of those teams for 3 or 4 years. And he never put good numbers on the board or anything like that. So, look, it's just boring. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm bored of the Sun debate. It's just boring. Reguilon probably got a groin injury shagging. Oh, okay, fair enough. Salah has moments of world class. I can understand that he's not. Some people he's not very pleasing on the eye. I'm going to keep going. I don't know how long I can go for. Best January signing. What, for Spurs or in general? In general, I'd have to say Target and Burn have been brilliant at Newcastle and have helped them go on that brilliant run. I like Guimaraes at Newcastle. I think he's a wonderful footballer. He's another one that makes football look easy, and I like players that make football look easy. I think Kulusevski in bits. Kulusevski's one good game, one bad game. One good game, one bad game, but he's young. Doesn't mean I'm writing him off. Who else signed? Anyone else sign anyone? I can't think of anything of note. Somebody might let me know. Can't think of anyone of note. No, don't stop, man. I just tuned in. Aaron, I'll try, my friend. Just go for another little bit. Okay, we'll go for another little bit. I can't say much about Levy because he looks like my dad. Oh man, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that, Ron. That's not good for your dad, is it? Salah K drives me mad. The amount of times he gets a weak shot blocked when someone else is wide open is infuriating. Yeah. So this is not Will Stewart. Will, is that correct? This isn't you, because I can block this person. I'm going to block this person because it's not you. Good. Savva, when was the last time or period where you'd say you actually enjoyed watching us and the way we play? Well, God, it's been a long time. There was a couple of years under Poch that were really great to watch. The team moved as one. I think everyone was in a good age. They could get about the pitch. We had a playmaker. We had midfielders comfortable on the ball. We had more than one person that could score goals. Our fullbacks could defend and get forward. Our centre-backs didn't look like they had mistakes in them. But what I really enjoyed, sorry, and this is just me, and I always say this, and apparently it means I hate Poch. I just loved the way Harry Redknapp set us up to play. I just found it exciting. It was brilliant. So for me, yeah, it was that. Why have I still got a banner saying Haaland on? We talked about Haaland for about half an hour. Let's have a look. All right, here we go. We're being asked about world-class players. What are some of the best English derbies in your opinion? I think I love watching. I love watching the Newcastle Sunderland derby, if I'm honest, because when they are in the same league, because it's normally a relegation scrap and they hate each other so much. But other than that, I think some of the derbies have been watered down recently, right? Because Man City is no longer a good derby. It's just how many will Man City win by. Liverpool Everton is kind of the same. I suppose Spurs Arsenal, but I mean, I think that's probably a bit closer. I can't really think there's not too many others. I do like watching Rangers Celtic. It's so funny. It's build up and then the games are always just mental, just hectic. Do I think Fabinho is world class? I think Fabinho's a top player. Is he world class? I don't know. I think he's a top player. I don't know. No, I'm gonna say no. I'm not easily pleased. You see, so when all these people get offended, I'm just not easily pleased. I think we answered that. Why don't you rate Salah as world class? Well, I think I just said this. For me, I'm very much on the line with him. For me, I'm not easily swayed to calling a player world class. I think his statistics definitely put him up there, but I don't know. There's something about the way he plays that I don't particularly enjoy. That's only me. Look, I'm not in charge. It's like when pundits say things like a few months ago, Salah's playing the best football of any player in the world right now. I mean, that's a big statement to say. How can you say that? Is anyone watching anyone else in another league? Is anyone watching Benzema banging goals for fun at Madrid? You know, it's just how we go. Mr. Pad Savva, do you plan to do watch-alongs on this channel at some point? Do you have any plans for this channel? I've got interesting plans. I've got a lot of things planned. It's only been going a week, so, you know, but I've got lots of things planned. Watch-alongs, not really my thing, no, because I feel like when people are doing the watch-alongs, what would concern me is, one, I'd be typing on here, looking into the camera and looking at comments, but there's a game going on over there. So I always find that a bit weird, if I'm honest. Like, you're watching someone watching a game. It's the same as Gogglebox. I don't get it. Why do I want to watch people watching a TV, right? So that's not me, but I do have some interesting plans. And I've got some ex-players coming on very, very soon in the next couple of months. So watch this space. Ex-players that some of our fans won't know. But let's have a look. Will Wait wasn't alter ego. Tony K. Do you think Mane is world class? No, I don't at all. I don't think he's world class. For me, him and Son are the same. Let's have a look. Rodri. Yeah, I think Rodri is just ridiculous. I think he's a ridiculous footballer. He makes it look so Easy. Players that always have time on the ball. And whenever I watch a lot of English midfielders, they never look like they've got a lot of time. Everything looks rushed. So look, Tony K, Alisson Becker is world class. Again, look, I don't really give it too much thought. He's a great goalkeeper, right? I mean, are there many world-class keepers anymore? I think Oblak. I think whenever I watch Oblak play, he looks fucking brilliant. Are there many? I don't think there's too many anymore. Again, the standards of players for me is just gone really, really poor. Got to be Rodri. I love Rodri, honestly. Could keep saying it. Just started the stream now. I didn't even know Savva was streaming today. I did put it out earlier. But yeah, I'm now flagging a bit, so I won't go for too much longer. Would Jordan Henderson get in Tottenham's team? Without a doubt. It's not even a question, is it? Would he get in the team? Yeah, we've got players like Skip, Winks, Ndombele, Lo Celso, and Højbjerg. Yeah, of course he gets in. Henderson, for me, is one of those players that we lack. The ultimate pro, a winner, a grafter, a leader of men. Been there, seen it, done it. Not the flashiest of players, not the best player, but yeah. Couldn't agree more. I think he's talking about Rodri. Yeah, Rodri is unbelievable. Savva, if Liverpool buy Tchouaméni in the summer, do you rate Tchouaméni, Thiago and Fabinho? Is it world class? I think Tchouaméni. I mean, I've seen Tchouaméni a few times, and he does look very good. I haven't seen enough of him to rave about him. But again, yeah, look, I mean, it would be a lovely free, right? But again, I think the difficulty is teams like Liverpool and City, they can rotate without weakening. So, you know, you can take out Henderson, you put in Keita, who's done a great job in games when I've seen a few recently. It's just a lucky position for you to be in. Not lucky, it's by design. Savva, thoughts on Thomas Partey? I think he's miles clear of Rodri. I mean, that's got to be Matt, when you say you're not a troll, that's just ridiculous. I mean, that's really silly. Thomas Partey's a decent footballer, but miles clear of Rodri. Oh, wow. Just wow. Why didn't we go in for Bruno? Yeah, we don't make that sort of signing. I mean, Bruno was, 40 million? We went for Bentancur, who was, 20? Now, I'm not saying anything bad against Bentancur, but I don't know. Bruno Guimaraes has just got that bit about him, that engine, the eye for goal, the part. I don't know. There's something about him I really like. We'll see. I guess we'll see a lot more. Do you think Maddison will be good for Spurs? For sure. I think Maddison will be good for anyone. He's a very good footballer. He scores, he assists, he links up play. He's intelligent. I'll take him all day long. And he's got that little bit of nasty in him. I think a lot of our players are too nice. True Blue Spurs. Luis Diaz, Savva, come on, it has to be the January list. 5 goals. Yeah, do you know what? Sorry, I didn't even think about Luis Diaz. Yeah, very exciting player. I think he's going to be one of them. Give him a bit of time to settle. And I think you're going to start seeing some really good numbers and performances from him. He is a fullback's worst nightmare, right? Tricks and pace. Yeah, I like him. Good player. Very good player. Can I just say, for anyone who doesn't know, if anyone sees comments from Will Stewart, THFC Rants, it is not the Will Stewart. The Will Stewart is in as BJ. Okay. Savva Talks Spurs, block BJ too. It's the same guy. I don't think it is. I've got Will telling me it's not in my WhatsApp on Will's phone number. Hang on, let's have a look. 1 second. Just asked him. I'm pretty sure that's him. Savva, you literally remind me of Lee Gunner, but Spurs fan. Them high standards. I think the difference between me and Lee Gunner, look, I like Lee. I watch Lee's shows. I do. I think he's really funny. We've never actually met or anything, but I watch his shows. I'd be happy with 4th. Lee's not. I think the difference between me and Lee Gunner is Lee's seen his team win titles, right? And European trophies recently, in recent years, like the last 20 years. And he demands that back. And there's nothing wrong with that. And he reminds people of that. I mean, it's funny. He calls a lot of people out like he does like the Muppet Show and things like that. But I wouldn't do that. But look, Lee's got good content. He talks. I've got Will Stewart confirming that BJ is him. But yeah, I just think our fans' expectations have got so low, Tony. I'm not expecting us to win leagues or anything like that. I'm not even expecting every year that we get top 4. But I do feel that when fans just say it's just about fun and why obsessed with trophies, we're a football club that's not won a trophy, Tony, for 14 years. That's unbelievable. 14 years. It's our worst trophy drought. I'd pick Kulusevski over Luis Diaz. I wouldn't. Sorry, I wouldn't at all. Luis Diaz is so exciting. So exciting. Savva, please read back some of the comments you missed. You will easily get 5 hours out of this stream. Hi, Savva. Aaron Weston. Why do I just get the feeling that Aaron Weston's going to be a troll? No offense if you're not. I just get a feeling. Question, Savva. Which players would you like to sign in the summer? Your grocery list? Mate, it's difficult to say because, you know, as I keep getting told, it's not Football Manager, but I just want some sensible signings. I'd like a Ward-Prowse. I'd like a Maddison. I'd like a Cucurella. I'd like a Ruben Neves or I like Tielemans or a Basuma. I'd like an Eriksson or a Skriniar. It doesn't always have to be world-class names, but just pros that have been there, seen it and done it in the league that we don't need to bring in and go, well, give them time to settle because it's so boring. You can't have a team of everyone needing to settle. Can you see Liverpool v City go down as one of the best rivals in the Premier League era? It might be friendly now, but Pepper said comments about one title for 31 years and Klopp hit back. Look, Tony, I think for me it depends. If Man City win it again this year, then you have to ask, is it really a rivalry? Because Man City just keep winning it. I know you won it once, but then you need to win it next year to keep it alive as a rivalry. Because if they then win it again, it's actually not a rivalry. It's just you're the best of the rest. Sorry if that's harsh. Rexall sounds fact for mentioning Weir and Yeboah. Their breed of players are no longer. Their peripheral vision and lateral movements on the field are exquisite. Again, thank you. Listen, I remember when Tony Yeboah came to. Guys, didn't I tell you this was a troll? Didn't I tell you? We went to school together in Lewisham. I didn't go to school in Lewisham. I just lived in Lewisham. So sorry about that. Let's get rid of him. We're getting quite a list here. The internet's a weird place, right? Where was I? Sorry, we were here, weren't we? George Weir and Tony Yeboah. Yeah, I mean, George Weir was just ridiculous. Yeboah just did. I mean, some of the goals he scored were naughty. Did Yeboah have the longevity? I'm not sure. Was he a flash in the pan? But Weir had a great career. He had a great career. Yeah, good footballers. There's not many strikers like that anymore. Just recall the previous comment, lad. Okay. Greatest player of all time, in your opinion, if you had to pick. Oh God, here we go. This is going to open up a can of worms. Lionel Messi. There you go. I don't need to say anything else. What could I possibly say about Lionel Messi that hasn't been said already? For me, he's everything I like watching in a player. Just everything. Just the way he puts defenders on the floor time and time again. His control, his passing, his speed of thought, the way he rides tackles. He is the best for me. We might not agree on everything, but you give good reasons why you think that. Look, Tony, for me, I think that's important, right? And that's why I think we do the comments. It's easy for people to go on podcasts and go, I think this, I think that. But I think it's important to explain when you disagree with someone, just say, okay, I disagree. And the reason why is X, Y, Z. It's not that I'm belittling anyone's opinion. I belittle opinions when they're trolls. Again, Alisson has many clean sheets as Edison this season. He has done well since he came into the Prem. Yeah, I mean, Alisson and Edison have been really good, right? Edison must be brilliant and horrible to have in your team, because he gives you those kind of moments where you go, no, and then he just does a Cruyff turn and he's away, and you think, oh. But yeah, him and Alisson, great additions to the Premier League. Right, guys, I am not going. Don't worry, that's not what I was going to say. Subscribers, can I please get some subscribers? No one has subscribed in the last 15 minutes. Yes, smash the link, people. Aguero, Suarez, and Percy Drogba. How would you rank them in order? Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate questions like this. God, I don't know. They're all so different. I don't know. This is football. This is horrible. Whatever I say, I'm going to get picked apart. My personal favourite of all of them was Aguero, then Van Persie, then Drogba, then Suarez. But that's in no slight on Suarez, because he was brilliant. Just brilliant players. Alejandro, turn on the little notifications bell next to the sub button. It'll notify you when he uploads or starts the stream. Oh, yeah, me. Yeah. Right. Hi, Savva. Great stream. If we can steamroll the Gooners, hopefully knocks their confidence, and I can see Newcastle getting something. Mate, all if buts and maybes. I've said from day one. Well, I've said from about 10 games ago, I can see this going down to the last game. I don't see that changing as long as we beat Arsenal. If we don't beat Arsenal, for me, it's over. Surely not enough people care about my opinions to want to watch this, right? Do you think most of the Liverpool bench would get into the Spurs team? Tsimikas, Jones, Elliott. Right, let's go through it. Tsimikas, I'd have him over any of our left backs. Jones, I like. I'd have him over Højbjerg. Keita, I'd have over both of them. Kelleher wouldn't. Jota would. Origi wouldn't. Konate would. Oxen, Milner, and Firmino, no. But Firmino, I like. But look, it's a good squad you've enabled, right? It's a very good squad. Cheers, mate. Thank you for watching. I really do appreciate it. I'm sorry for being racist. Does Luis Diaz have the flashes of Mahrez? Do you know what? Yes, he does. I think he's I think he's more of an instinctive player than Mahrez. When I watch Mahrez, you can see the cogs turning. Mahrez is a wonderful footballer, by the way. A wonderful footballer. Technically, he's got that ball is glued to his foot. I love Maddison. I take him all day long. Let's have a look. I would have used Ndombele as a make weight for Runo. For Runo. I don't know who that is. Sorry, Phil. For Runo. Am I being silly? Apologies if I am. Ruben, I don't know. Let me know. Tony Gay, do you think Tielemans would be a good signing? Apparently he's had a bad season, but whenever I watch him, I just look at him and think, God, you're much better than Spurs' midfielders. So I'd take him in the squad for sure. For Bruno, I see. Liverpool bench, I would take Conte, Keita, Jota for the first 11 at Spurs. If Tottenham won the league, how would you celebrate? Oh, I'd be dead. Because I wouldn't know what to do. I'd drink too many vodkas, too many Jaeger bombs. I'd die. I'd probably do like 3 bottles of vodka in the day and die. It's just I can't think about that. It's not fair, Nicholas. We don't win leagues. Let's have a look. Aaron. Would you be happy with Spurs signing Dybala? A lot of Spurs fans really think what happened. Look, as Spurs, we can't turn down players like Dybala. He's better than what we've got. He's a good player. I'd take him all day long. Yeah. Klopp or Pep at Tottenham? Who'd you take? For me, this will only come down to personally what I like to see in a team and how they play. I'd take Pep. But that's no slight on Klopp. They've both got very different ways of playing, both very effective. I'd take either of them right. But if I had to choose, it would be Pep. I love his style of football. I thought he was a phenomenal footballer as well. And he's just got that mind. You can see him thinking and things are ticking. I completely understand that. We just not drop points all next season, then we will win it. That's the standard. Well, that's the problem. Where City are so good, Liverpool have had to raise their game to keep up. And fair play for doing it. Maybe he's pretending to be a troll as a joke. Give him a chance. Who are we talking about? Who are we giving a chance to? We've been on for 4.5 hours. Of course, I've given lots of people a chance. Sorry, I missed one. James Ward-Prowse will be brilliant for you. His all-round game is so much better than people. I agree. People just go, oh, he's only 3 kicks, but I think he's a good player. How sore was Klopp after the Spurs game? Just can't take the fact. This is my worry. I do. Oh God, I've just seen a comment come in. I do think Klopp does get a bit salty when they lose, but again, it's a sign of a winner. I don't mind all that when managers do that. It's just he wants to win. Pele, Maradona, Gaza, Messi, Ronaldo in that order. Oh no. What, you think Messi and Ronaldo weren't as good as Pele and Maradona? Oh, big shout that. Big shout. Gaza's in there. Oof. I'll tell you what, be a good five-a-side team, wouldn't it? You'd have no defenders, but stick a goalie in there. That would be a good five-a-side team. No, I've not banned him. I don't want to ban people, really. It's not really where I want to be. Billy Horrocks, do you remember me? Oh, God. Yes, I do. We had some agreements on Henry Wright's channel about 3 months ago, and he blocked me. Well, I'm sure Henry's a very level-headed lad, so if he blocked you, I'm assuming you did something wrong. Eugene Thompson, if only we could sign Nicola Barella. Oh, Nicola Barella's a brilliant footballer. Too good for Spurs. I'll sub on my other accounts. Don't worry, sub. Cheers, Tony. Thank you. If you get 80 years old and Tottenham have won 2 more FA Cups and 1 more League Cup, but still haven't won the league and Champions League, would you be upset? I'll tell you what, if I make it to 80, I'll be happy. Just being at 80. Would I be upset? I'll be upset if Levy was still the owner in 40 years' time. Yeah, of course you'd be upset because you've got to see some progression, right? You've got to see some trophies and some success. Savva, put a Liverpool hat on. What signing do we need in the summer? Just one to compare to Haaland City. What position do we need to make the team tick again? Good one. So I'll caveat that. I think it depends if you lose Salah or Mane. But then again, you have got Diaz and Jota. And I think maybe like a world-class creator. Someone in that mold. But I don't know. You're pretty good anyway, aren't you? It's a tough one because maybe would you take Lewandowski for a year, 2 years? Can you imagine Lewandowski through the middle and Diaz and Mane or Salah the other side? Maybe that sort of player. Guys, come on, let's not have the arguments on here, please. Let's not have the arguments. Does Mahrez even have a weak foot? Well, I don't know. I watch him. I think he's sensational. I honestly think he's a great player. I think he's a great player. Well, okay. I don't know what they're talking about. It wouldn't surprise me. Prediction of where United finish next season. How long till they win the league in? Oh, they won't win that league for 10 years. For them to win the league, Ten Hag and the club are going to have to do a magnificent job for at least 5 years. And Man City and Liverpool are going to have a monumental collapse. A monumental collapse. I just can't see it. They are so far behind in every way. They don't just need a few players. They need a whole new build. Tony K, one signing from Man City and one signing from Liverpool to make Spurs win the league. Rodri, and can I say Haaland, or is that cheating? Is he not there yet? Rodri and Ruben Diaz. Rodri and Ruben Diaz. No, Rodri and I don't know. Oh God, I don't think two players wins us the league. Van Dijk, just forgot Van Dijk and Rodri. I'll go Van Dijk and Rodri. There you go. Let's have a look. Guys, can we stop having all this in the chat? Yeah, I didn't carry on just so people can be silly in the chat. Just talk football or don't. Yeah, it's completely happy if people want to log off. Has everyone subscribed just before? So we're going to go. I can't believe we've been going this long. I am shattered. We are going to go for another 20 minutes and then I'm out on the 5-hour mark. I am out. Do you think Ten Hag is overrated? He's done nothing besides win a few Farmers League in Holland. I mean, look, we'll only know the answer to that question when he's here and when he's had a number of years to fix United. It's difficult. When we say he's overrated, the reason for you saying he's overrated is the reason why we can't say he's overrated. So saying he's only done it in Holland, but we've never seen him anywhere else. So I just know it's going to be a baptism of fire for him. It's going to be a baptism of fire that he's coming into this United, who the fan base all over the place, the club's all over the place. It's just toxic. Savva, as much as you don't rate Firmino, he has 10 goals. I believe Neil Compton has barely played with Jota coming off the bench. Mate, I actually said I rate Firmino. I said I rate Firmino. I didn't say I didn't rate him. I like Firmino. I think he's had very good tenure at Liverpool. Who's your Premier League player of the season? Who's my Premier League player of the season? I mean, you've got to go. I mean, in some ways, I don't think I can look past Mo Salah because he's had a great year and his numbers are just ridiculous. But I always feel people who score loads of goals get it. For me, every game I watch Man City, I watch Rodri. I know players like that will never get it. But for me, I think Rodri's been sublime. I think Van Dijk has just been an absolute beast at the back for Liverpool. What a difference having him back makes. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Hang on, what's going on here? There we go. Hello, Adam. How are you, mate? Evening, Savva. I've been chatting with my fellow Spurs fans tonight and tripped down memory lane on players. What are your thoughts and memories on Gordon Jury, Darren Caskey, and Jason Dazelle? Wow. Adam, where have you plucked that from? Gordon Jury, just a good late 80s, 90s footballer. Just a solid centre forward who'll grab you a couple of goals, works hard, good in the air, was good in the big man, small man, gets his elbows in. Yeah, I liked him. Do you remember they used to call him Jukebox Jury? I loved Gordon Jury. Sorry, there'll be many fans now don't have a clue what I'm talking about. Darren Caskey I thought when he came onto the scene, I thought, oh, he's a good player. And then just kind of faded away, but wasn't the worst player in the world. And now I think his son plays for Reading, if I'm right. Jason Dazelle was dreadful. But God, look, that's some memories there, Adam. Keep them coming. God. Wow. We definitely need a midfielder, a right back and a right wing to rest Salah when needed, and I think we are golden. Yeah, I look, it must be horrible having such a good squad. It must be terrible. How long till we see a player as good as Messi again? I can't see it anytime soon. Messi, for me, was a freak of nature. To be that small, have that ability on the ball. And the thing is, what makes me laugh is when people tell you he's a striker, if you watch most of Lionel Messi, he's not up front. I don't watch him now at 35 years of age. Most of his time, Lionel Messi was like on the right, on the left, coming to get the ball deep. I mean, for me, it brings joy when you watch football. I mean, for years, I would make sure every Sunday night I would watch Barcelona play, because you just knew he'd do something that would make you go, oh, how did he do that? You know, and there's not many in the world, if any, anymore that do that. I know people are trying to build Mbappe and Haaland as the next Messi, Ronaldo, but I don't think they will. I think it'll be a good rivalry in time if Mbappe ever leaves to go to a proper league. That's why when people say Mbappe's world class, I'm not buying it until I see him go to another league and tear it up. Is that harsh? The owners have come out and said Ten Hag can't sell some players because of how much they invested in them. Cough, cough. Mate, listen, I think that will be one of the funniest sagas to watch this summer, because every signing, even imagine his first signing for Man U is going to be so scrutinised. It's unbelievable. Savva, has anyone tried to shoot you yet in the US? No, not yet. I'll be honest, I've seen some walking from, I'm staying on 10th Avenue, and my office is in 6th Avenue, and just walking down the 15 minutes down the avenues, I've seen some really, really interesting characters, but no one's tried to shoot me yet. No, not yet. I wonder why Liverpool fans are here. I didn't think that our club was that interesting. If I put a red hat on, Liverpool need to write back in a DM. Listen, juice box or sweet box, whatever we're saying. I'm happy for anyone from any club to be here. I think it brings new insights, and what you get is you don't have the biased nature. You get people that want to talk football that give you a different perspective. Cody, let's have a look. Tony K, who's the most underrated player in the Premier League era that didn't get the praise they deserved? Wow, that's a great question. I'm going to pluck one out here. I don't know why he just came to my head. Michael Carrick. I thought Michael Carrick was a phenomenal central midfielder who kept the ball ticking over. And there's an art to that. There's a real art. He always had time and space, both-footed. And Man United midfielders, just since he left years ago, never looked the same. Just quietly went about his job for years, winning trophies at Man United, played every game. Class act. Quality footballer for me. Do you think Chelsea have the same kind of success they did under Roman, or will they drop off? I mean, I suppose it depends when the takeover's done. Let's see what their first window looks like. I mean, it's one of those we don't know until we've actually got some proof of what happened. Last 15 minutes, guys. I've tried to go as long as I can for everyone. But last 15 minutes, so 14 minutes. If anyone's got any questions, please put them in. Please, if you haven't subscribed, please do. I've got about 20 extra subscribers since I started this channel. Oh no, I've got one less. Somebody just unsubscribed. That really hurts. Let's have a look. Yeah, good overall season for Salah, but this year, 2020, not so good. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the thing is, if Liverpool were to win multiple trophies, no one's going to care, are they? But he has had a very good season. Yeah, I mean, I've watched PSG a few times, and I think the difference is PSG are a mess. The club are just, it's get it to the great players and let individual things happen. So he's not playing that same kind of football he was playing at Barcelona, and I don't think he's adapted to that. Well, there's nothing to adapt to, but sometimes when he gets the ball, I still see him do things and go, some of his assists and his passing, his vision. Freddie, I could be a top assister in France. It's a Sunday league. Yeah, but I mean, just watch him play. I mean, it's silly. Phil, President, the metric should always be whether our players can get into of the teams above us, and a lot of the players at Spurs wouldn't. Yeah, agreed. Lots of ours don't. Will Maguire remain as captain under Ten Hag? And if he does, do United stand a chance of being successful? I mean, that's a question for greater minds than poor little Savva. I don't know. It depends whether he wants to come in and completely shake it up. I think sometimes you can send the wrong signal by changing captain. I don't think at the moment it sends the wrong signal. I think Maguire's had a very difficult year, and it might do him good not being captain. My top 5 favourite TV shows. Oh, God. I don't know. Game of Thrones. I liked Prison Break. I like Succession, if anyone's seen that. I like Billions. I'll chuck in Only Fools and Horses for nostalgia. They're calling EE now to get his Sicilian cousins in New York to pop you off. All right, I'll keep my eyes and ears open, right? I won't tell you what building I'm in, but I will tell you I'm on like the 50th floor or something. I'm really high up, facing the New Yorker main office. I'll show you. Don't know if you guys can see this. Let me know if you can see. I don't know if that came across clear at all. When I started this stream, I was having to put the blinds down because the light was killing me, and now it's like 5 hours later. It's only 10 to 9 here. I was going to go out and get some food. Do I watch Formula One? My mates massively love it. I will watch it if it's on, but I won't purposefully be in to watch it. Ifri, who's my top 3 of all time? Yeah, I don't follow it enough for me to have an opinion, I'm afraid. Savva's thoughts on Osvaldo on Ardiles. I think he was a little Argentine's baller. I mean, I don't use the word baller, but yeah, Ozzy Ardiles was class. He was sublime. He played centre mid for an Argentina team that won the World Cup. He was brilliant for us. He helped us win things. He was a brilliant footballer, the likes of which we don't have now. So yeah, Ardiles was class. I can't even think if I've seen them. I can't answer that, Tony. I'm sure I have. I just can't remember. Did I play football when I was younger? I was all right, same as everyone else. I played Saturday League. I played a few games semi-pro. Nothing amazing. I didn't ever have a lot of pace. Yeah, I was okay, but I went into coaching more than playing. Does Callan look more like Poch or does Savva look more like Messi? Do you know what? For years I had the Lionel Messi thing. More when I had my hair sort of sweeping over a bit. I mean, I'll take that. I wish I had a left foot like his, but I'll take it. Someone said I look like a UFC fighter earlier. I don't know who that is, but if Leeds get relegated, what do you think? Who do you think needs a Calvin Phillips the most? Same goes for Rafinha. I'd take both, if that's what you're asking. If not, who needs them? I think West Ham might need a Phillips if Rice goes. Just putting it out there. Leicester. I think Leicester are looking to do a rebuild. Are they Brendan Rodgers type players? I don't know. Savva, what's your favourite advanced metric for measuring player performance? I don't know. Oh, sorry, that made me laugh. No, I don't have a favorite advanced metric. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Sorry, just bear with me. Hold the line. I had an unpopular opinion. Maguire isn't as bad as he is now. He was great at Leicester, or he just can't hack the big club pressure. I think Maguire's another one of those. He's a decent defender that was overhyped, went for a huge price tag, and isn't good enough to be what the Man United fans want him to be. Let's have a look. Mbappe has more assists than Messi in Liga. Yes, he does. Would Messi at 35 get in Tottenham's team? Are you kidding me? Yeah. Can you imagine Messi as our playmaker? Jesus God. I just put him in that playmaker hole and say, don't run. Just get Messi the ball and let him create. Oh, I'd wet myself. I would. I think he's the only footballer that I'd go all googly-eyed over. But I've got 7 minutes left, and then I must go. I am starving. Are you into The Walking Dead? Never seen it. Doesn't sound like it would be me. I don't really do. Is it zombies, right? I don't really do that. Savva, do you think it would upset our change room if we appointed a new captain? I personally feel we need a field player. I've said this for years. I'd like a player to be captain outfield, but I want a real captain type first. I don't just want it to go to Kane because he's England captain. I want a midfield general or a centre-back general, you know, like how Terry was or Keane was, you know, Vieira, those types. Is Vinnie Jones better as a footballer or as an actor? I don't know. To be fair, the man's had a great career in both, right? I mean, talk about making the most out of what you've got. Vinnie Jones. I do like Vinnie. And top stream, mate. Okay, here's 3 more for you before I go. Oh, wow. David Kerslake, I remember. Yeah, he was just your average pro. Rolf Fox, I liked Rolf Fox. Was really good at Norwich. The old-fashioned right winger who liked nipping past a player. Nick Barmby, I had a lot of time for Nick Barmby. Part of that team with Klinsmann and Sheringham and Anston and Popescu and Dumitrescu and all of them. Scored a lot of goals. I remember he scored a few headers for someone quite small. Good times, good memories with some of them. Yeah, Ozzy was and is a legend. Yeah, absolutely. Bro, those are some nice view, but I think you overshared your location in this cruel world. Mate, I tell you what, if anyone wants to try and find me tonight and can find me and can get into the building with security, then get through concierge, then get through up the lift without having a fob, and then can break into my room with the locks on, that's a good job, Ron. I'm only here for 3 nights. Do you know how many high skyscrapers there are in New York? I'm in one of about 500, I think. But thank you for thinking of my safety. Bale at his best is better than Kane at his best for me. What do you think? I mean, Gareth Bale in his peak was just ridiculous. Pace, power, skill, crossing, goals. Kane, different type of player. Really difficult to compare them because they're very different type of footballers. So I'm not going to. Before I start a mass debate with about, and I said a mass debate with about 3 minutes of the show to go. Do I think Graham Potter deserves a top 6 job? I mean, who deserves a top 6? I mean, it depends who that top 6 club is. Are they going to take the chance on someone who's not won? You see what happens when you take managers that aren't used to winning. They don't get over the line. Here we go. Oh, God, another Poch question. Where would you rate Poch in Spurs managers? Very unlikely to get us into the Champions League final. I think Poch did well, but like most managers, I think he had good bits. He had bad bits. He had a good team. For me, he should have won us something. He should have won us something. Is Kane and Son the best ever players to not win a trophy? Yeah. I would say so. At their age, can you think of any other 29, 30-year-olds that haven't won a trophy? Great question, that. Really good question. I'll tell you a player who never won anything, but I really liked. I'm not saying he's on there. Matt Letizia. Remember watching him? Oh. It was me who said you look like a UFC fighter. Okay. Jorge Masvidal. I'll Google him. And see if he looks like me. I wonder if he can fight like me. Probably. Maybe he's going to come and help me in case anyone tries to get into my New York apartment. Maguire is a low block defender. I think, Maguire's just good at what he's good at. And I think if you ask him to start doing too many things other than that, he's not got it. Lovren was great at Southampton. Look at him when he came to Liverpool. Yeah, I mean, there's some players that just aren't ready to be at that top level. Jesus Christ, I just joined and now you were leaving. Oh, Freddie, mate, I've been going for 5 hours. I'm shattered. I mean, I could go over a tiny bit, but I'm shattered, mate. Would I make Romero as captain? Oh, sorry, would I take Romero as captain? I don't know. I haven't really seen enough of him to think that he's a leader. No, I'm going to say no. It doesn't mean I don't rate him before anyone shouts at me. Things get taken so literally, don't they? Thoughts on Spurs fans actually believe Lloris is still a world-class keeper? No, he's not world-class anymore. I don't even know if he ever was. I think there's things about his game that were never world-class. And what I hear a lot is fantastic shot stopper. My question, when people say that about goalkeepers, if there is a goalkeeper who is not a good shot stopper, then they shouldn't be a goalkeeper. I think Lloris has seen better days. He does a job. Yeah. Højbjerg could be a good captain. I mean, he could be for his passion and the way he plays. But for me, I just want a winner who's been there and done it. Who do you think is the best football stadium in Europe? I mean, this is the first time. Tottenham. We have the best stadium in Europe. I don't even think that's up for debate. And there's not often I say great things about Spurs, but we do. That's what we spent our money on rather than buying players. So we do. What do you think it feels like to be Messi? If you were Messi, what would you do in your spare time off the pitch? I reckon it must be really good being Lionel Messi. He's got a beautiful wife, a lovely family. He's got more money than you can what to do with. Everywhere he goes, people love him. He's sublime at football. He's won everything. He's the most decorated, world player of the year, Ballon d'Or. Yeah, it must be amazing being Lionel Messi. And what's he do in his spare time? I don't know what he does in his spare time. Maybe he does some podcasts in Argentina. What do you reckon? Has everybody subscribed? I would like to get another. Can I please ask? Can I please get another 5 or 6 subscribers in the next 5 minutes, please? Thanking you. Everyone keep up with the questions. Be on here for 6 hours, Jesus. Savva, what do you have to say to people who are suffering from foot fetish? I mean, I'm not going to answer that. What a silly question. Best Spurs manager for me. Best Spurs manager ever was Bill Nick. And since I've been alive, or since I've been going, hard to say. Venables, who won us the FA Cup and finished 3rd in the league. I think that's success, isn't it? 3rd and a cup. Why is Højbjerg not captain? He's the clearest leader you have seen him firsthand at Saints, captain under 22. I mean, he does seem like that. Like he'd be good in that area. I just don't know whether or not he's got that aura about him. But again, that's not one for me. We need a midfield general. Yeah, in my opinion, keepers as caps, Kane as cap, not for me. I want a midfield boss. Skip maybe in a couple of years. I mean, I won't go into the Skip talk again, but for me, I think he needs to get solidified in the team and grow as a player. Letitia never won a trophy. No, I mean, I loved watching Letitia. I mean, isn't Letitia what you go to watch football for? The flicks and the tricks, and they backed it up with goals galore for Southampton, who were always in a relegation battle. Did you watch the Katie Taylor fight? Yes, I did. Some fight rematch near the end of the year. Yeah, I think I don't know. I think it's the first time I've watched her. I thought she was lucky to get it, but yes, I did watch it. Good fight. What has Poch done that Harry hasn't, except make a Champions League final? Harry had Crouch, Bent, Poch had Kane. I mean, look, it's so different, and this is the thing when we're comparing 2 managers that had very different squads, very different players, different opposition. When Harry was managing Spurs, Man United, Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, they were all much better than us. When Poch had Spurs, lots of those bigger clubs were kind of going for a rebuild. And then when they'd finished that rebuild, you saw we dropped off a cliff. But look, I liked both. Both should have got us over the line. Both had some good football. Both had some poor football. But essentially, both didn't get us over the line, is what I'd say about them too. Latis, proper player, yeah, proper player. I loved him. Best ever Premier League captain, Roy Keane. Done. Roy Keane, imagine it. First of all, he was a brilliant footballer. Second of all, just imagine not wanting to perform alongside Roy Keane. Imagine Roy Keane being disappointed in you. You know that? I'm not angry, I'm disappointed. Oh, imagine. Or imagine him being angry at you. Is Skip underrated or overrated? I think he's massively overrated by Spurs fans. But we do this. We want everyone to be better than they are before they've been given a chance. This is what, when I say about Skip, I say he's a decent player, no more, no less. Everyone thinks I'm putting him down. I'm just saying I haven't seen anything yet that blows me away. He's okay. Messi hasn't won the Prem. Yeah, of course he hasn't won the Prem. Do you think Messi will regret not coming to the Premier League at the end of his career? Why? Why would he? I don't. I think everyone just goes on about the Prem. I don't think he would. I don't think he will worry. He's won. Look at everything he's won and his records and his stats. Why would he worry about that? Good evening, Wayne. You caught me 5 hours in. This was only meant to be 2 hours. Don't know what's happened to my life. What's my most unpopular opinion? My most unpopular opinion, which I truly believe, is just what we were talking about, is that the Premier League's the greatest league of all time and no other league, no other team, no other players can cope with it. I think the Premier League has got 2 great teams and the rest is very average. Savva, another 15 minutes. I'm a 23-year-old that just finished uni and need some entertainment. You speak better than pro pundits. I mean, flattery will get you everywhere, but I am absolutely shattered. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go for another 15, 20 minutes. If I can I'm on 281 subscribers after a week. If I can get to 285 in the next 5 minutes, I'll keep going. Let's have a look. Where are we? Problem with captaining PHE is that you have to play him. He needs improved on, in my opinion. I agree. I do agree with that. I think that Højbjerg's a good squad player. That should be a player that you alternate in, right? So that should be a player like maybe like a Cater at Liverpool. I don't understand. Do I think Messi's life is hard? He's probably the most famous man on the planet. He can't go anywhere. Yeah, I mean, look, that goes with the territory, right? This is the thing. I think not footballers. I think when anyone gets to that level of fame and that you can't just walk down the road, it must be tough. You know, you've got the money, you've got all the nice stuff that comes with it, you've got that security, but it must be frustrating that you can't just say, should we nip to the supermarket? Should we go and grab a coffee? Should we go out for dinner? But let's be fair, I'm pretty sure the benefits outweigh the negatives. Thoughts on Mbappe signing a new deal? Has he? First of all, I don't know. Has he signed a new deal? For me, yeah, it's a massive lack of ambition. For me, that's the sort of player I can't take seriously. A wonderfully gifted footballer, but why are you staying in Paris? What is there for him to do there? You know, I can't take that seriously. That league, can't take seriously. Gianluca Scamacca, 23-year-old from Sissolo. Yeah, good player, this guy. Yeah, good player. I've seen him a few times this season. I like, I think Sassuolo, I've got a few players I'd go and take. Is it Berardi? Is Berardi there? Yeah, take Berardi, Scamacca. There's a couple of others I can't think off the top of my head. Top 3 young players this season. Phil Foden. Saka. Depends what we mean by young. Conor Gallagher. I think Conor Gallagher is class. I love that kid. I think he'd be brilliant for us. Is Emil Smith Rowe and Saka overrated? I don't think they're overrated. I think that it's like anything. People, Saka's world class. No, give him a chance. He's a young kid. He's had a really good couple of years. He's a good footballer. Let him learn his trade. Do you know what I mean? We put players on this pedestal so easily. And when you don't put them on that pedestal so easily, you get told that you don't rate them. I just think, I think Emil Smith Rowe, Obviously he's got more competition on his spot than Saka has. He's got Martinelli and Odegaard, but I like both of them, and it's a shame that Spurs can't produce players of that quality. What do you think of Fofana and Ndidi? Take both. Both of them make us 100% stronger at centre back and centre mid. It's a no-brainer. I take both. I don't think I can do 5 hours regularly, Ron. It's a bit of a killer, I'll be honest, and I don't often have 5 hours at a time to do it. Everyone will go on about Ronaldo because he came to the Premier League. That's why you will edge it to Messi. I mean, yeah, but that's only because people want to worship the Premier League. At the top, for most of the time when Messi was in Spain, Spain was the dominant league. I mean, so what? I don't think it matters. What matters is when it came to the Champions League, every time Messi played an English team, he made them look like schoolboys. So that all these people saying, "Oh, he'd struggle over here, would he?" I think he got 4 against Arsenal when Arsenal were good. He scored some brilliant goals against Chelsea, Man United, City. I don't think he would have. When we got Paratici, I said this guy would only bring rejects from Serie A. We should have gone for Luis Campos or Rangnick. My worry is that we only go for players from Serie A. I'm not saying there aren't good players there, but so far what I've seen is the only decent players he's brought in are players from his old clubs. So I want to see a bit more from him for sure. This is literally turned into a podcast now. Yep. Savva, you get off, mate, but thanks for the stream. Oh, thanks, Matthew. I will do. If Bazuma obvious signing for everyone this summer, do you think this court case will turn off clubs? It could do. It depends. Depends how. Look, they'll have people that will look into how serious is it. What is he likely to be charged if found guilty? And if it's not serious, they'll take him, right? Thomas Partey is probably one of the most overrated midfielders. I like Partey. He's a good player, but again, good. He's good. He's not sensational. He's not world class. But he's good. If Mbappe picks PSG over Real Madrid, he's a coward, if you ask me. Right. Absolutely. I've got no time if he stays there. I even questioned, why did Neymar go there when he was about 25 or 24, whatever age he went there? Why? What are you hoping your legacy is going to be? Messi's gone there at 35, and that's because they're the only team who could afford him. But why would you go there? Why doesn't Trent be mentioned when they say young players? Yeah, to be honest, yeah, I always forget that he's that young, to be honest. I think Trent's a brilliant player. Sorry, should have mentioned him. Yeah, I keep forgetting because he's been playing for so many years. Definitely put Trent in there. Declan Rice, I don't know, what is he, 22? He could go in there. Why do you think people actually say Ronaldo's better than Messi? I think Ronaldo's been ridiculous compared to Messi, who's on another level. I think Ronaldo's more of a physical specimen. I mean, I don't like comparing the two because I just think they're both sublime, but they're very different. Ronaldo's a physical specimen who's big, who's strong. What is he, 6'1", 6'2"? He's great in the air, and he's more of a centre forward. Messi's more of an all-rounder for me. Messi can go right, left, drop into the middle, go up front. Technically, he's sublime. His passing range surpasses Ronaldo's. But look, I've never been one to compare them. I just think they're both amazing. Do I rate Odegaard? Odegaard's a good player. Again, I think he had a good 3, 4, 5 months, and people go overboard. Let's see what he does next season. But I like him. I think he's a good footballer. But again, you'll probably notice about me. I don't go in raptures about players unless they're like Messi. Yeah. I don't go in raptures over everyone because they've had half a good season. Hi. Have you subscribed, NS Sports TV? Chelsea fan? Have you subscribed? If you haven't, why not? You have come on Gatecrash the Tottenham channel. Please beat Arsenal. We'll try. 22 and third Champions League final. It's a madness. Yeah, it is. Who's the most overrated player this season in any league? That's a good question. Can I come back to that, Tony? Let me come back to it. Yeah, Wayne. I mean, I think for me, I only got to see I saw Maradona, obviously, and he was sublime. He was absolutely sublime. I think the thing for me, and again, it's difficult. I hate comparing top players. I hate comparing people's stats. But when I look at the numbers Messi and Ronaldo have put up compared to Maradona, it just goes wrong. And I don't see anything Pele could do that Messi couldn't. And Messi scored and assisted like 10 times what Maradona did. That's only preference. But look, we're talking about some of the top 5 players ever to have played the game. So for me, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, if you met Messi and let's say he spoke English, what's this obsession with Messi? What would you say? I don't know. I'd ask him to come on the podcast, have a chat. Imagine that. Do you reckon I get some views if he joined? Do Spurs fans actually hate Liverpool fans from Twitter? You would swear that there's rivalry. I'm not on Twitter anymore because I think the place is a cesspit. I do think the problem with a place like Twitter is it brings out really, really stupid people. Like we've seen tonight with like Son over Salah. We've seen stupid people that can't talk without having to call people racist. They can't actually elegantly put over their point. And the problem is these people will die defending their club rather than actually saying, oh, you've got a good point. Or, yeah, I don't like it when that happens. They go, we are the best. We're everything, blah, blah, blah. Liverpool, that's all fans. That's not Spurs. That's all fans, right? We've all got our fan base that do that. You get called negative for telling the truth. I get people coming all the time going, can you be more positive? And I'm like, well, I've been like this for 20 odd years under Enoch, and nothing so far has made me want to be more positive because they're not more positive. When I start seeing them act like proper owners and not owners that want to make money, I'll become more positive. Right, I am going to go. I am going to go. What do I think of Kevin De Bruyne? Oh, I think he's world class. De Bruyne is the reason you go and watch football. I think he makes football look easy. I just think he's class. I've got to go. What do I think of the money in football? Is it fair to look? The money in football is the money in football. I'll tell you what I hate. I always hate. What was I trying to say? I hate when things are said like, oh, footballers get paid, doctors should get that money. It's like, well, yeah, but the two aren't comparable, right? Because at the end of the day, the clubs pay the players what they want to and what they can afford. That's nothing to do with anything else. So at the end of the day, if they want to pay it, fair enough. See what I mean? You can't compare modern day athletes to the older generation of player because of sports science, but you can compare them. You can compare them. Why can't we compare them? You're telling me if Maradona was fully fit in this day and age, that he wouldn't be the best player in the world? I just, I think the fitness is better now, but I think the quality of footballers is nowhere near as good. If I look at the eras that I grew up in, the level of footballers now is nowhere near it. Take Messi and Ronaldo out of it. The level is nowhere near it. How many strikers in the world now? How many top quality strikers in the world? It's not many. There used to be 30, 40 at a time. Now there's hardly any. Same with wingers and playmakers and stuff. I don't know what's happened. If anything, players now are pampered. They can't take getting tackled. They want everyone booked. Players in the old day, they were proper men. They got kicked and got up and played. Nowadays, footballers get kicked. They go down. They're holding their eyes and all. Like they get kicked in the shin and they're holding their face. And it's just all a bit pansy, isn't it? Do I see Harry Kane staying at Spurs long term? Unless anyone stumps up 150, I cannot see Daniel Levy selling him. I cannot see it at all. Naz, this is correct. The quality of everything other than the actual quality of the players. Correct. You can have the best sports science, the best athletes, but the football quality isn't better. Everyone says the pace of it. Hectic doesn't always mean better. Like if you look at arguably the greatest team we've seen in the last 40, 50 years, the Barcelona team, that was basically the same as the Spain team that won everything. Pass, move, pass, all calculated, cool, calm. It wasn't all done at 1,000,000 miles an hour, which we associate with being the best. The game has evolved. Players used to get pissed down the pub after the game. Now they're more professional. Yeah, no one's doubting that, but that's eras. Those players then wouldn't have been getting pissed. I think how much better they'd be. They'd be more athletes. But for me, there's still not as much quality in players now. I think earlier, like you said, like Dele, was it you or the other one who said Dele Alli, one of the best players who's ever played for Spurs? It's things like that that are just embarrassing. You know, it's really bad. I like Gary Neville's punditry. I think he calls it as it is. I think he's passionate. I don't mind listening to him. Yeah, I think he's good. Would I introduce stop time? No, I think there's too many things being added, Cody. If I'm honest, I'd start reducing some of these things. There's too many things being added to the game to slow it down. I want the game moving. Keep it moving. You know, there never used to be these 7 or 8 minutes added at the end of every game because players are rolling around. And this is what I mean. When everyone says, oh, football's evolved and they're athletes. Well, they don't look like it, do they? They go down like they've been shot. The play acting. Everyone wants a yellow card because they've been tackled. Boo-hoo. Jesus. I've got to go. The academies don't develop individuals anymore. They only develop players to fit in a certain system. That's why we see lack of quality. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Why do you think Dele Alli had such a severe downfall? I think Dele Alli is another one that we've seen. How many times we see this with young English players? They come in, they have a great season or two. Everyone hypes them up to be the next. How many times the next Gaz or whatever? And the problem is they don't progress. Dele Alli never progressed. He was a very good goal-scoring midfielder, but he never progressed. His passing never improved. His positional play never improved. And for me, I don't think that's my opinion. You can just see he didn't improve in anything. And now we're seeing what he actually is. Dele Alli was breaking all records as the best young midfielder in Prem history at the time. Okay, he had a couple of good years where he scored goals. But please don't ever tell me he's one of the best players that ever played for Spurs. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. And again, this will come back to you not knowing our history. It's so frustrating when people say things like this. This guy has gone from being a player that was probably worth £120 million to having to give to Everton basically on a free. That's what you need to know about Dele Alli. You look at the 1990s until probably early 2000s, the amount of genuine, yeah, mate, absolutely, genuine world-class players. As I said earlier, we're talking the Baggios, the Stoichkovs, Batistutas, Oliver Bierhoff, Daniel Fonseca, George Weir. And this is only strikers. I haven't even gone to other areas. You know, Rui Costa. Mateus Sammer. I mean, I could keep going. Lothar Matthäus, Oliver Kahn, blah, 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 blah. Just that's why now when people go world class, I'm like, nah, they're nowhere near what that was. Nowhere near. We just want everyone to be world class. And I don't think that people actually know what it means anymore because it's so watered down. It's so watered down. Yeah, Cody, I hear what you're saying. I just don't want to do that whole thing where it stopped and then we start again. If players want to roll around and fake and do all that, blow the whistle at 90 minutes or give you 2-3 minutes, it's their fault. What next for Everton? He's an Everton for Dele. He's a bench warmer now. Will he be back at Spurs? No, he won't be back at Spurs. He's dreadful. He's a dreadful footballer with a dreadful attitude. He had a good season or two where he scored a lot of goals in a good team where his job was to ghost in and score. As soon as you had to ask him to do other things like pass a ball 5 yards, get stuck in, work hard, he's lazy, he's arrogant. He's everything wrong with modern day football. And the fans will defend him. He's been crap for years. I'm so glad he's gone. I was so happy when he left. I know most of them players from FIFA. Okay. Good. Yeah, Rizla, I kind of agree with you. I think some of this money does take the hunger away. I mean, I used to see Dele Alli, like on Instagram, sitting in his car doing chats and going, right, what do you all think of my hat? And people go, oh, Dele, you're so on fleek. Dele, you're so fit. Dele, get back in the gym. Dele, these posts of him in the gym. But whenever he'd play on the pitch, he was crap. Number of managers gave him a chance. You saw on the Amazon documentary that one of the most decorated managers of all time pulled him to the side and was like, right, we need to get you to here. This is what you need to do. And he just looked so, whatever. People like that, better off without them. I don't want them at my club. Dele Alli is a good example of the modern way of developing players, only good in one system. Yeah, absolutely. This is the problem. He's the type of player, you play one way. If he can't play that way, he don't know what to do. And I don't know what he is anymore. I was so glad. And the fact that we had to literally give him away. Think about that, Freddie. We gave him away. It's madness. But football shouldn't be about expressing yourself. It should be about system, tactics, positional play. I'm sorry, go out and express yourself is not the real football. But that's not true. Look at Man City. The Man City players not go out and express themselves whilst having the tactics and the system and the positional play. I don't understand that comment at all. I really don't understand you and Son Over Salah. It's like anything good about football you guys don't seem to like. It's weird. Winning isn't for you. Expressing yourselves isn't for you. I don't understand what you want from football. Where will Dele be at 30 years old? He'll be retired and has been and just be modelling boohoo or whatever he does. That old Dele can't disappear. Surely he can find it again. It's gone. You can't have a dip of 3 or 4 years and come back. That old Dele was a child. He didn't progress as he grew into a man. And that old Dele, he was never that good. He scored goals. But again, as an all-round footballer, if you watch him, this is what I mean. Straight away after 2 seasons, people like you were going world class. Oh, he's breaking goal scoring records. But look at him now. He'll always be a has-been. It's a shame. What's your prediction for Thursday? I think we'll win 2-1. But as I've caveat with everything, I just don't know with Spurs anymore. If you look at football now, there's probably 10 world-class players in the world. I agree, even if that. Some of those players I miss around Neymar, Bale are not even playing at world-class levels right now. I agree. If we're back to the world-class. Everyone is called world-class. It's embarrassing. Someone name me 5 world-class centre-backs. 5 world-class right-backs. 5 world-class left-backs. There aren't. Love how this chat knows banter. The rest are just trolls. Yeah, agree. He was balling under Nuno. I just don't think he was balling under Nuno. What do you mean? Right, I'm blocking you. You are a child. He wasn't balling under Nuno. And balling is such a ridiculous word. He was dreadful. He just ran around a bit. Your ambition and your targets are so low that you rate players like Dele. It's weird. It's so weird. No, categorically no. He will never be in the England team again. Look at the difference. Frank Lampard had a wonderful career. Dele Alli's not. For 3 years, what's Dele Alli done? Again, this is one of these things, Son Over Salah, where you don't quite understand football. You're backing bad players again. It's weird. You want to go against the grain for some weird reason. I don't get what it is. I feel you need to go away and learn a bit about football. Get some books. Will Everton go down? I don't know. I mean, who would have said they'd have taken 6 points from Chelsea and Leicester? I don't know. It'll go to the last day, I think. Thanks, Wayne. Cheers. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to bed in 2 minutes. Not to bed. I'm coming off in 2 minutes. Look at Conte. It's all about automatisms. He instructs players to where to stand on the pitch, the way they receive the ball. Okay. What's that got to do with anything? Look at how Klopp and Pep play. Don't their players go out and express themselves? Just because Conte does it. Do you think Dele struggles with mental health? Maybe. Quite possibly. And if he does, then I hope he gets the support he needs. But as a footballer, he's gone. Best food I've had abroad. Jesus Christ. Best food I've had. I had an amazing spaghetti bolognese in Venice once. Ooh. Son over Salah, you're going back 4 years. Who cares? Again, it was 4 years ago. He's not that player anymore. Yeah, I know he is. He's just one of those. He don't know anything about football, so he comes on. I mean, imagine thinking that Dele Alli was playing well under Nuno. Wow. Form is. Look at it. He's got to be blocked. We agree. This guy is just a troll, just an absolute troll. He's embarrassing. Go away. Right, guys. I am going to bed. Not to bed. I keep thinking it's late in England. I'm going. Thank you so much for all your comments. I really, really do appreciate everybody that's tuned in. I'll do another show at the weekend when I'm back. And next time I do a show, it will be after we've played Arsenal. So let's see what happens. I think we'll win. Hopefully we win. I'm sure if we win, our fans will just go absolutely mental and think we're going to win the league next year. Just quickly, Pep and Klopp are bigger control freaks than Conte. Their players don't go to the pitch to express themselves. It's about sticking to the system. Oh, you don't watch the same football I watch. I don't know. I just don't know what this guy's talking about. Guys, look, maybe I give a bit too much attention to certain people, but look, hopefully I've come to all of your questions. Hopefully I've been fair with them. Apologies for the racist nature of my show. Thank you for everyone. Please, can you like and share this on YouTube? And we'll get more people in the stream next time. But thank you for everyone. I will see you later and take care.